welcome. To introduce myself, I'm Nicola Korzine, the founding executive director of the Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center. We're a 7-year-old nonprofit committed to creating better paths for entrepreneurs worldwide through classes, mentorship, and resources. And joining me today is an incredible leader that I'm inspired to learn from each and every day. Michelle DeGanti is a Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center board member, the Executive Vice President, Head of Small and Medium Enterprise Banking at Bank of the West, and an incredible mentor for women entrepreneurs and leaders. Hello, Michelle.
Hello, Nicola. Thank you for having me join you today. It's an honor to be here with this amazing group of speakers and women business owners. And I'm proud to be a member of the Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center Board and supporting its mission.
Well, we are thrilled to be participating in this first ever SBA Women's Summit to support all of you in the growth of your business. You are our economic and innovation engine and our future. Now, if you're a numbers person like me, I've got a few incredible numbers that I want to set the stage with today. According to Fundera, there are 114% more women entrepreneurs than there were 20 years ago. 64% of new women-owned businesses were started last year by a woman of color. And in the United States, our women-owned businesses generate $1.8 trillion a year. You know, just a few small numbers, no big deal. Michelle, before we dive any deeper, is there anything that you'd add?
Well, one more big number is that women-owned businesses employ 9.4 million people. So think about the impact you have had on our economy and in your communities. In a time of great challenge in our world and communities, it's important we take a pause, a breath, to celebrate you, our leaders, paving the way for a better future for ourselves, our families, our communities, and the world. We're honored to be here to support you and the growth of your business. When women convene like this, even virtually, magical things happen. So let the magic officially begin.
I love that. And you know, through our work at the center, we recognize that mentorship is a critical resource we know our entrepreneurs need throughout their journey, no matter what stage you're in. And that person who can open up a door, who helps you think through a business problem you're facing and offers you support for whatever challenge that may arise. We've always had a core commitment to mentorship, but in the wake of the pandemic, we knew it was more critical than ever before, as the old methods of networking and building up social capital were harder to access than any one of us could ever have possibly imagined. So we designed Mentor Makers as a way to help you get immediate access to whatever was keeping you up at night, whether it was sales, marketing, people operations, fundraising. And as with everything that the center does, it's free. And it's based entirely on a pay-it-forward system, knowing how much our entrepreneurs do for us and how much we owe you for bringing vibrancy, vitality, and solutions for all of our communities across this nation. So please, consider this your open invitation. We hope you'll apply today and find that mentor that you need in support of your biggest, wildest dreams and helping you overcome those challenges one at a time. And if you're interested in mentoring and you have some capacity to give, well, we'd love to invite you to join us in that cause too. You can apply online through our site at thecenter.nasdaq.org. Now, Michelle, you are perhaps one of the most inspiring advocates, champions, and longtime mentors to women business owners and leaders. Could I invite you to share some mentorship tips or experiences of your own to share with our women business owners joining today?
Absolutely. The mentorship has really been a passion for me, starting from very early parts of my career, even before I was a banker, which was really a long time ago. I've been fortunate to have women in particular along my journey who've supported me and given me confidence. And I strongly believe in paying that forward. Whether it's our personal experiences or our business experiences, we all have these differing perspectives and expertise that can really help others. You don't need to have it all figured out to be a mentor or an advocate for someone else. And keep in mind, you can always advocate without formally mentoring someone. It's important that we continue to empower women through successful business ownership, and that we have mentorship and advocacy available. So here are some tips to keep in mind when establishing a mentor-mentee relationship. Mentors don't need to have all the answers. So don't let that hold you back from becoming a mentor or an advocate and sharing the expertise you have. Share career or business struggles as well as successes, and take time to celebrate those wins. And look for opportunities to help address inequity. This is how we will empower even more women in business.
Such good tips and strategies, Michelle. Thank you. Okay, I've got one last question before I let you go. As we're about to embark on this incredible learning sprint ahead of us over the next 2 days, what advice would you have for attendees joining?
Well, first of all, and we've learned this from our friend of the center, Malika Chopra, set an intention for what you want from this event. To achieve that, the first step is to be present. If you have committed the time to be here, then be present and take this time for yourself to learn and to grow. And even though this is a virtual event, make the effort to connect with a speaker or a fellow attendee. Having a strong network is a common theme we hear from women business owners all the time. And through this event, you have a great opportunity to strengthen and grow your network. So participate in a chat or look someone up on LinkedIn and reach out and connect.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It is always an incredible honor to have you joining us on the stage and sharing such great advice with our women business owners. Now, I'm going to take just 1 minute before we get you back to that programming we were just talking about to share a little bit more about what the Nasdaq Center does and how you can gain access to some of those resources immediately, right here today. We offer hundreds of classes that were informed by entrepreneurs just like yourself, learning from our incredible community of entrepreneurs, now more than 55,000, 51% women and 64% entrepreneurs of color. Through research and a robust data insight system, we build real-time classes, resources, and mentorship to support the emergent needs that you raise ahead of us. So we want to invite you to join us in an upcoming class built by an entrepreneur just like you and welcome you into our community. There's a link to sign up in the chat that you'll see. Bank of the West also provides incredible opportunities for education and connection, like Women Entrepreneur Event Series. And there's a link in a chat for the upcoming event later this week. Now, we also encourage you to check out Milestone Circles. There's going to be more on that tomorrow. This is our 12-week peer-facilitated coaching circle just for women entrepreneurs. I'm also going to post here links to our new toolkits for women business owners, including a recent research report that informed worksheets on how to think about paying yourself, why you should be paying yourself, and how to help your employees get the fair and pay practices that they need to integrate into your business operations. And just like you, we never stop learning. After each class and experience, just like this, we're going to continue to build and improve alongside our incredible partners like the SBA, Bank of the West, and other organizations, all with a commitment to expand access, education, inclusion, and knowledge. And we want to hear from you. So please stay in touch. Drop us a line at hello@thenasdaqcenter.org or reach out. You're going to find links in chat on that. Okay, it's time to head back to that main event. I'll see you soon.
Greetings and welcome to the inaugural Women's Business Summit produced by the U.S. Small Business Administration. My name is Natalie Madeira-Cofield, Assistant Administrator at the SBA, leading the Office of Women's Business Ownership. It's my honor to join you all today as we hear from some of the nation's leading women entrepreneurs and women champions of empowerment and economic prosperity for all. I'm proud to welcome to the stage now an entrepreneur herself, the daughter of an entrepreneur, and a woman who is adamant about ensuring that women have an equitable seat at the table of economic prosperity. It's my honor to work alongside her every day as we champion making American main streets more diverse, inclusive, and supported. Please welcome to the stage the 27th Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman.
I'm SBA Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman, and it's my great honor to welcome you today to SBA's inaugural Women's Business Summit. Our nation's women entrepreneurs are a powerful and growing force in America's economy. Their achievements and impacts are felt across all sectors, and their power reverberates across main streets, industrial centers, and within the fastest growing and most innovative industries. Over the past decade, women entrepreneurs have been launching businesses at incredible rates, with women of color leading the way. We want all of our women entrepreneurs to have the chance to succeed, to start, grow, and build resilient businesses to further power our strong economic recovery. Under President Biden and Vice President Harris's leadership, we're committed to building a better America from the bottom up and the middle out, which is what our women entrepreneurs do every day. America is, after all, the original startup. It's time to power up that American entrepreneurial spirit. The SBA convened this inaugural Women's Business Summit to celebrate women's economic progress and help blaze a path forward by connecting you, our women entrepreneurs, with the capital, revenue opportunities, and support networks that will pave the way. I had the pleasure of speaking recently on our Women's History Month IG Live with Jenny's Splendid Ice Cream founder, Jenny Brittenbauer, who first started selling her ice cream in 1996 at a flea market in Columbus, Ohio. We talked about her personal startup journey, developing her products and her brand into a multi-million-dollar business grounded in community-focused values, and growing from that farmer's market to more than 40 scoop shops and retail shops nationwide. Jenny was most passionate about the fact that she was able to retain her equity while she built her business thanks to the SBA. Yes, the famous Jenny's Splendid Ice Cream scaled her business starting with a $35,000 SBA Express loan. The SBA gave her the means to make her business her own. We need to replicate Jenny's success. There are so many more female founders out there like Jenny with the passion, innovation, and grit to create the next best product or service that will come to depend on, that we will all come to depend on or be addicted to, like I am with Jenny's salty caramel. If we give women the tools they need to succeed, we can build equitable prosperity and economic power in this country. And that starts with access to affordable capital, which is key to building wealth through entrepreneurship. At the SBA, we've delivered that record financial relief to entrepreneurs in the first year of the Biden-Harris administration, dispensing $500 billion in relief funds and SBA lending and investments to millions more entrepreneurs and small business owners than at any time in the SBA's history. And we know we need to do more to transform all our capital programs to better meet our women entrepreneurs where they are. We're focused on scaling our lending programs with simplified products and broader distribution networks. And we are ensuring more women can be at the forefront of our innovation economy with billions in non-dilutive funding available through America's Seed Fund. We are investing in high-growth entrepreneurs with venture and long-term debt available through SBA's Small Business Investment Companies, the largest private fund investment program in the federal government. We're working hard to broaden our reach within these three core programs, which you will learn more about today during the summit. We also know capital is only half of the equation. We want to help our women entrepreneurs get the knowledge they need to expand their revenues, helping more entrepreneurs do business in private and government supply chains, and connecting them to the digital marketplace so they can engage in e-commerce and sell their products around the world. In fact, the SBA directs the small business spend for the largest buyer in the world, the government, the federal government. We work with women-owned small businesses to help them become certified to compete for set-aside contracts in eligible industries. And we're dramatically expanding those opportunities for our women contractors this year and beyond. We've just announced that we're increasing the number of women-owned small business eligible industries by 70% to 759 eligible industries. And the Biden-Harris administration implemented critical reforms to better incentivize federal agencies to use all our socioeconomic firms, including women. There are unprecedented levels of revenue growth opportunities on the horizon across our supply chains as we invest in America. And we will share more about how you can ready your firm to compete. And we know it will be a team effort to connect you with capital and revenue growth opportunities. Just as Jenny needed that valuable assistance to steer her business in the right direction, all of our women entrepreneurs need knowledge and support to start and grow. As we saw during the pandemic, having connections gives you advantage in the market, and everyone needs help navigating resources. SBA wants to be there for you. We want to be your teammate. We recently launched American Rescue Plan funded grants to 51 new community navigator organizations that will help the SBA expand our reach. 27 of them will help us connect with more women entrepreneurs. And this is on top of our incredible Women's Business Center network, which we've invested nearly $70 million in over the past year to expand across the country. And today, I am so proud to announce the opening of our 141st WBC located in Alaska, which means that we now have a WBC in every state in Puerto Rico, creating the largest network in our agency's history, focused on the unique strengths and needs of women entrepreneurs. And to support women of color, we've doubled the number of women's business centers at HBCUs and other minority-serving institutions. The summit has been designed today to ensure that women entrepreneurs leave inspired, informed, and engaged through important panels, fireside chats, and Ask an Expert sessions featuring a range of incredible leaders throughout the SBA, federal agencies, and women business leaders across our nation. A special thanks to the participating members of my leadership team, Natalie Madera-Cofield, Bibi Hidalgo, Jackson Brasi, Deirdre Henry Spires, Mark Madrid, Gabe Esparza, and Bailey DeVries. We have created this summit as women entrepreneurs give us hope for the future. Our economy is recovering, growing at its fastest rate in 4 decades, with job creation at historic levels and rates of new business applications, which is a key indicator for startups, growing at record rates. As we ready the nation for the challenges ahead, our economy can't afford to leave the incredible talent of women entrepreneurs and innovators on the sidelines. The SBA invests in women not just because it's the right thing to do, but because time and time again, that investment has paid off for America. And that commitment to advancing equity for our women businesses is lifted high by our incredible Vice President, Kamala Harris. Throughout her career, she has fought to break down barriers that limit growth and increase access to capital so that our nation can strengthen small businesses and help all entrepreneurs thrive. Small businesses are close to her heart, and I'm so proud, and my work is more empowered because we have a vice president who regularly takes time to meet with our nation's entrepreneurs to hear about their challenges and opportunities. She cares deeply about the policies and programs that power their ideas and their American dreams. Please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Hello, everyone, and thank you to Administrator Isabella Guzman for your leadership. And thank you all for joining us today. Women small business owners power the economy of our nation. You create jobs, you drive innovation, and you strengthen all of our communities. And since day one, our administration has been fighting on your behalf. When we took office, our nation was facing the worst economic crisis we've seen in generations. Millions of women-owned small businesses had been forced to close down, and millions more were right on the edge. So we passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided over $60 billion to help you keep your doors open and your employees on the payroll. And we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law as well to invest in the roads, bridges, public transportation, and high-speed internet that so many small businesses depend on. And we did not stop there. As you all know, women small business owners face many unique challenges. Many lack access to paid leave, to affordable childcare, and to the capital that you need to grow. Women small businesses, in particular those owners of color, face some additional challenges. Black women and Latina small business owners often face discrimination in applying for small business loans. Often, these owners have the same credit profiles and similar loan applications, and they consistently suffer, nonetheless, lower approval rates. This lack of access to credit is compounded by a racial wealth gap that disproportionately impacts Black women. Native women, small business owners who often do business in rural communities or on reservations, often lack access to traditional banking services of any kind. And over the past few years, Asian American women small business owners have endured a rise in xenophobia and hate that has driven away customers and made doing business more difficult. Our administration has taken actions to address all of these challenges. We passed, for example, the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to protect our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. When I was senator, I helped secure a $12 billion investment for community lenders. And now as vice president, I'm working with Secretary Janet Yellen to use these funds to expand access to banking services and to capital, including small business loans. Through the SBA, we have opened women business centers in every state in our country, 141 in total. These centers connect women business owners with the training, support, and resources that you need to succeed. And we will continue to fight to pass legislation to ensure that all women who are working so hard have access to affordable childcare, paid leave, and more. Since I took office, I have met with women small business owners from across our nation, an owner of a yarn store in Virginia, a catering company in California, and a Cuban cafe right here in Washington, D.C. And I have welcomed many women small business owners to the White House, including a group of Latina small business owners just this last fall. Each of their businesses are different, and yet all those women share a similar aspiration and ambition. The aspiration, the ambition that allows them to see what can be unburdened by what has been. The ability to turn an idea into a reality, to shake off others' expectations and build something for themselves, for their families, and for their communities. That aspiration, that ambition, your aspiration and ambition is what drives our nation forward. And we will continue to fight to ensure that all of you have the support you need and deserve to be able to succeed. Thank you and take care.
We begin today's program with an incredible fireside conversation with Melody Hobson. I want to first start by again thanking Vice President Kamala Harris, Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman, and the entire team at the Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center for both their welcoming remarks and their leadership and partnership in the production of today's programming. I'm joined today by an incredible woman leader in the space of business, financial empowerment, entrepreneurship, and beyond, Melody Hobson. Melody serves as the co-CEO and president of Ariel Investments and the chairman of the board of trustees for Ariel Investment Trust. Melody is also in the production of today's program. Businesses across the country, serving as chair of the board of directors for Starbucks Corporation and as a director for JP Morgan Chase, among many other important leadership roles. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Melody Hobson. Melody, it is a pleasure to join you here today, and I welcome you on behalf of the SBA and the Office of Women's Business Ownership. We'd love to just start off by hearing a little bit more about your personal experiences moving from an intern to being the co-CEO of one of the most prestigious investment firms in the United States of America.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you for that very kind introduction. I am delighted to be here. I feel that I'm a kindred spirit with so many of the people who are listening. And so please know I am rooting for you, with you, and I understand what you're undertaking as being an entrepreneur. I have been at Ariel for my entire career. I have had one job, which is pretty remarkable because they say the average person in America has 11 jobs in their lifetime. I've only had one. I've been at the company since I graduated from college, and actually before, because I was an intern. And I think my story is really exemplifies the idea that the American dream is possible, given I grew up the youngest of 6 kids. I grew up with a single mom. I was the first person in my immediate family to graduate from college. There's so many stories there that we've all heard. Mine is not different. It's not more special. A lot of things had to go my way, but one that did go my way was meeting John Rogers and coming to Ariel. That was a really life-changing moment. It created a tremendous opportunity for me in terms of really being able to learn a lot about something that I knew nothing about, which was the stock market and investing. Many of us, people of color, women, etc., we don't grow up learning about the stock market and investing, and yet that knowledge can profoundly affect our lives. I know we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I had this taste of investing by being a summer intern, and I was hooked, and I knew this would be my career. And actually, and I know it's crazy to say this, I basically know I'd work at Ariel for my entire career. I think it helped me a lot because I never got distracted. I was never taking calls for other jobs or thinking the grass was greener somewhere else. I was always really, really focused on just moving ahead, more specifically moving the company ahead. And I thought if I could do good work for the company, good things would come to me. So I went from intern, I became president when I was 31 years old, and I became co-CEO in 2019.
Wonderful. Well, Melody, we've taken a few questions also from the audience prior to our conversation today, and so much of what we'll talk about incorporates their feedback. We encourage you, if you're watching this fireside, to please make sure that you engage in the conversation. And you've mentioned a number of themes that are very important, particularly during this time, Melody, your personal experience growing up in a family of 6. We are right now in a moment where we are recovering as a nation. And women have been at the forefront of serving as the primary caregivers for their households, and that has impacted them due to the COVID-19 pandemic from the perspective of their participation in the labor force, their ability to save financial capital, and what this means for them as the primary caregiver. And I know financial literacy is something that is extremely near and dear to you. And for those who are watching, what experiences would you share with them on how to move forward through recovery? And also, why is this such a passionate point for you?
Well, there's a lot there, but let me start off by saying that I absolutely understand the struggles that women have had to keep it all together. It's been extraordinarily hard. And I know that the economic effect has been tremendous. We've called this a she session because this recession that we had just it technically wasn't a recession, but this period that we've had coming out of COVID and the pandemic, it did directly hit women really, really hard for the reasons that you've already mentioned. I've often thought of the opportunities that I had. And I would think back during the worst of the pandemic to when I was a child, and I would just recall what it would be like and what it might have been like if my family had been going through that with my mother, trying to do so many things. And so even though I have benefited from having resources that helped me during this period is not lost on me in terms of the huge demands and toll it has taken on the world, and particularly on women in this world and women in America. So let's start with that. This idea that the whole idea of financial literacy is something that I think is important, because I think it helps to insulate us from these rough moments if we are able to have the knowledge and the information and the understanding that could set us up to withstand these moments. And that this is something that is particularly challenging in our society because we don't learn about financial matters for the most part in school in America. Sure, we take math, but I talk about the fact that in high school in America today, you can take wood shop or auto as an elective and not take a class on investing, which always leads me to ask audiences the same question: who is whittling in their spare time? Who is cleaning their own carburetor? No one. And so this issue of financial literacy profoundly not only affects us as women, as entrepreneurs, but has profound effects on our families, the people who come behind us. Without that financial literacy, we end up in these vicious cycles instead of virtuous circles. The vicious cycle of trying to take care of ourselves, our children, aging parents, and therefore not saving and investing appropriately for our retirement because we're too stretched for good reason. And so then it turns out our children have to do the same thing and take care of us, as opposed to being able to put ourselves on some firm footing where we can pass on assets, where we can save and invest appropriately, and therefore create the opportunity to pass on wealth, pass on the knowledge and information that'll allow that next generation to stand up very, very strong. One way that I think you can do it is decide. It's that simple. Decide you're going to learn, you're going to know, and you're going to understand. That is a big step. And I know this is a long answer, but it really is worthy of this fleshing out, because I think it starts very early. When I was a child, my mother did something that was very smart. She wasn't anyone who understood or knew about even the work that I do today. Even when I got the job, she would say to me over and over again, explain it. But one thing she did when I was a child, she started off by having me pay the check at a restaurant, at McDonald's, wherever we were, even and just putting the money on the table. Then she'd have me count the change when I became a bit more sophisticated. Then she'd have me calculate the tip. And so as I learned, what she was doing was helping me to understand what things cost. I was a child who knew what things cost. My mother shared with me what a light bill was, what our rent was, all of those things, so that I would go into the world prepared. She helped me understand when we were short and the consequences of that. And we were short a lot. We got evicted, our phone got disconnected, our lights turned off. But it was also some of the decisions that she made that I was watching and learning. There were a lot of great things she did, but also I had a mother who bought Easter dresses instead of paying the light bill. And so all of that became an amalgamation of knowledge that also drove me to understand money. And what I can tell you is I didn't go to a school where I was taught. I didn't have anyone in my family that I could turn to, but I made a decision that I was going to understand money. And that wasn't about how much I would have. It wasn't anything like that. It was like, if I could understand it, then I can do better and not feel this financial insecurity that I feel every day that is debilitating and worries me in such a way that I shouldn't be worried like this as a child or a young person. So I start off, and again, apologizing for such a long answer, with that decision that I think as women we have to make, that we are going to take hold of this issue and do our best to try to understand it better than perhaps we've been set up to do.
Absolutely. And, Melody, while you were talking, it made me think about why we're having conversations like this today. We're having this during Women's History Month. And not too long ago, we celebrated Women's Equal Pay Day, where women are making 83 cents on the dollar to their male counterparts. And that is significantly lower when we start talking about women of color. And so the financial literacy component of this is so important, because women are working every day to try to make up for the pay gap and all of the millions of dollars over the course of our lifetime that we're losing as a result of this. And as we talk about entrepreneurship, which is the goal of this summit, financial empowerment, financial stewardship, financial literacy is really at the foundation of being able to have access to capital and access to opportunities to grow and expand your organization. And so that moves me into kind of our next phase. I have the honor of serving as the assistant administrator of the Office of Women's Business Ownership, which represents a network of 140 women's business centers across the country. It's the largest women's business center network in the history of the U.S. Small Business Administration, with women across the nation working daily to ensure that we are providing training, counseling, access to capital, and contracts for women entrepreneurs. One of the things that I love to say is, if a woman is walking out of the labor force in the moment of time that we're in today, we should have a center of entrepreneurship for her to walk into the doors of entrepreneurship. And we're actually seeing a big increase in entrepreneurial activity for women. And in fact, 30%, we've seen an increase of 30% of entrepreneurial activity for women entrepreneurs across the country, even pre-COVID pandemic. And it makes me think about, what we've done, including John Rogers in the historic Greenwood district, where we opened the first women's business center on Black Wall Street, which was a huge initiative. And so much of the work that you all are doing, inspired by the 3 Ps at Ariel, which is a framework for your diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative, people, purchasing, and philanthropy. And if you could share with us a little bit more about these 3 Ps and where they came from and how they're motivating and inspiring the work that you all are doing on a daily basis.
Sure, I'm happy to do so. And I have to say, I am not at all surprised by the entrepreneurial spirit of women in this era that we're in. Women are fearless. We tend to be very brave. We're good at bootstrapping. We have great ideas and we can multitask. And those things all lend themselves to successful entrepreneurship. The part that we still need help with, and it's completely understandable, is the how at times. How do you actually take this dream and this idea and manifest a reality in the life that you want? And so these organizations where you have this network and this alignment, I was involved for many years with the Women's Business Development Center in Chicago. I know how much they help and how big a difference they can make in terms of helping women entrepreneurs be very, very successful. So I applaud that network and what you are doing there and the expansiveness of it. In terms of the 3 Ps, we started a conference many years ago called the Black Corporate Directors Conference. It'll be 20 years old this year. And we, a few years ago, included Latino and Latina directors as well in the spirit of true diversity. And so the idea of the conference was to bring together the most powerful people in corporate America, which are the people in the boardroom. They are the boss of the CEO. Bring those people into the room and make sure the civil rights agenda is not forgotten in those halls of corporate America, in those boardrooms. And one of the things that we came out with was this call to action. And this call to action is called the 3 Ps. We want to make sure that companies are measuring when it comes to people, purchasing, which is super important to your women entrepreneurs, and philanthropy. Those 3 things, we want to make sure there is equality and fairness. And the only way to do that is to count. I always like to say math has no opinion. The math will tell you where you are. So when it comes to people, we want organizations to count from the board level to the C-suite to the rank and file. We want them to count their people by ethnicity. No rolling everyone together in a multicultural umbrella because it masks underrepresentation. That lets us know where are you versus the demographics of our society, and no making excuses, trying to understand if you can't have a target unless you set a goal, and you can't set a goal unless you know where foundationally start. Then we go to purchasing. And this, again, is where the women entrepreneurs, we are really thinking about those who've historically not been included. We want to have corporations look at their corporate spend across all categories. Now, we understand there are certain categories where maybe you can't get that diverse supplier. I don't know of a Black company that makes semiconductor chips, but in certain areas, there's a lot of diversity, marketing, advertising, whole host of areas. And we want to make sure when you look at that spend across categories, again, you're not over-rotating to one area or over-rotating to what I call some of last century's ideas. 2/3 of the American economy is service related. So we want to make sure professional services are in those areas as well, because that's a lot of that is where you see a lot of the big corporate spend in America. And then last but not least, we talk about philanthropy. There, I feel like, especially in the wake of the horrible murder of George Floyd, many companies went further in making sure their philanthropy was more inclusive of diverse people. But I want to make sure the tail doesn't wag the dog. The philanthropy is not a pass. In the Catholic religion, they talk about the Pope used to sell indulgences that would forgive you of your sins. I don't want philanthropy to become an indulgence that forgives you of whatever issues are inside of the company. And so I tell corporate leaders, you could only fix your house from within, not without. So while I applaud all of the philanthropic efforts that I do think further our world, I want to make sure they are not considered to be the end solution to what is happening again inside the company with the people and inside the company with the spend.
And, while you talking about the 3 Ps, it made me think about some things that are happening in the Biden-Harris administration. On his first day in office, the president signed an executive order on racial equity, and it's really tasked all of our federal agencies with understanding what we can do to do more for American businesses and American communities across the country. At SBA, we're responsible for the certification process, and we're really excited about the announcement of 700 new NAICS code classifications being added to the list of women entrepreneur spaces for our women-owned small business certification program, which adds to the president's commitment to increase federal contracting spend to 15%, which represents nearly $100 billion in federal opportunity. And then from a philanthropic perspective, in the American Rescue Plan, the Community Navigator pilot program was something that SBA was instrumental in designing and deploying, which was responsible for $100 million in funds dispersed across the country to support the establishment of entrepreneurial ecosystems. And so, while we may not be practicing the exact same 3 Ps, I'm excited about what this administration is doing that really does align with the 3 Ps, people, purchasing, and philanthropy, to ensure that we're building an equitable recovery for American communities, and in my case, for women entrepreneurs. So with that being said, I just 2 or 3 more questions of you, Melody, as we're excited about this. Women are the fastest growing entrepreneurial demographic. We've shared this. We've talked about their rapid speed and increase in growth. But what advice would you give to a woman who's watching today, given your experiences through both your personal experiences as well as your professional capacity, on resources that women entrepreneurs could be and should be tapping into to support their access to capital needs?
I'll tell you what John Rogers did when he founded Ariel that I thought was really, really smart and brilliant. He did 2 things that I think made a difference for our company. So first of all, when he was looking for capital, he went to members in his circle that he thought he could ask to invest in the business, an amount that was not insignificant, but an amount that wasn't asking someone for their life savings. He went to prominent people in his community, his doctor, his dentist, literally. And he asked those individuals, he told them what he was doing and said, would you ever consider investing in my firm? And he asked them to invest $20,000. Now, back in 1983, when we started, $20,000 was not insignificant, but it wasn't going to someone and asking them for $500,000. I think that's very, very important because they were bite-sized asks. And I think that to the extent that you can do that, someone could say to themselves, well, I'm not betting my whole, future on this person being successful, but in success, I could really win. So sizing the ask to those around you in a very professional manner. It's the investment idea is better than the loan idea. I think when people hear loan, they think I'm not going to get paid back, versus an investment, you benefit in my success, is something that I think for us made a huge difference. The second thing that he did, and I think that all of the women on this Zoom know smart people, he set up a small board of directors. Our board has met every year since our company started, every quarter since 1983. The thing about the board was the board allowed him to have other people that he could lean on for advice and counsel in a formal way. The second thing that the board did, it forced reporting on our progress. And I can tell you, when you've got to go before a board every quarter, you want to have made progress. You push hard so that when you get there, you've got something to show for yourself. And what he did, which I think is very important, he did not ask the board to volunteer. He paid them. In the beginning, super modest. I mean, not a lot of money. Maybe it was a couple $1,000s for the year. Over time, as the company became successful, that board fee became more significant. Why did he pay them? So that they would show up. If you have a job where someone has paid you, you feel that you have to be there. You have a responsibility versus being a volunteer where you're okay blowing it off. So the outreach to friends and family, he raised $500,000 to start the company in $20,000 increments. And then the second piece, now you would say that was a lot of calls. It was, and sometimes someone led him to another person. He had a real business plan. It was 2 pages. He didn't have people, sometimes they think they have to go in with something, everything thought through. It was clear and simple. You could read it and say, I understand what you're trying to do versus please explain this to me. I think sometimes we get too complex in those explanations. And then secondly, having that board of advisors, that board of directors, in our case, they're not advisors. They actually have fiduciary responsibility. They could read everything we're doing. And I to this day, I say, shred it. Before I take this into the world, tell me everything I've done wrong. And I really want that feedback and input. And I am not touchy about it or sensitive about it because I think they're smart.
And so, listening to you, and I'm thinking, about the woman who's thinking about starting and how what you just mentioned kind of relates to her. And when I hear board of advisors and board of directors, she may be thinking, oh, I can't get one of those right now. But you can. A board of advisors or board of directors could be a personal accountability circle for you. Because one of the things that I'm hearing from you, Melody, is about the accountability of it all. Someone who is commanding that you take yourself seriously and asking you to continue to keep rising to the occasion, right? And then the small incremental steps. One of the things that we have at SBA is a micro lending program, which is for loans that are less than $100,000. If you are not going for an equity-based investment, you may be going for a debt-based investment in your small business. And however you start, you can start big or small, but it's important. And then lastly, we have the SBIC program, which is a government-backed program to support investment companies that we know are, when we increase the diversity of SBICs, we're increasing the portfolio of businesses that these SBICs invest in. And that is something that the administrator has been extremely committed to. And we want to make sure that more women are aware that SBICs, small business investment corporations, exist, and they are a place where you can receive financial capital. With that being said, and in closing, Melody, we've talked about board of advisors, board of directors. We've talked about women in leadership. I'm honored to be the first Black woman to hold my position at the Small Business Administration, working under the leadership of the first woman to serve as vice president of the United States of America and the highest ranking Latina in the Biden-Harris administration, Isabella Guzman, who's the administrator of the SBA. So female power, women power in the Biden-Harris administration is strong. You have been someone who has charted many courses and has served on the board of directors for a number of organizations, both philanthropic and community-based, but also for-profit, which is the next kind of stage for many women on how do we continue to have a seat at every table possible. Can you share with us a little bit about your experiences being maybe the only woman in a room, but commanding your seat and then building opportunities for those around you?
Sure. Thank you for that. And thank you again for all you're doing. And certainly I'm in awe of the diversity, the opportunity you're creating, and certainly the passion that you have for the job. So I'm very, very grateful on behalf of so many of the women who are Zooming in and someone who runs a business as well. I do want to say one thing about putting together that board of advisors, that board of directors. You might say, I just can't do that. And I do want to say to you that you can. Think of who is your smartest friend. Maybe it was your high school principal that is just going to be unbiased and a straight shooter with you. Maybe it's a business owner in your local community. I can tell you one thing. People love to give free advice. So just know that you might be surprised by who says yes if you approach them and ask them to formally do that. But then you also have to be buttoned up in terms of meetings and, dates and all of those things to make sure you stay on top of things. In terms of your question about how do I comport myself when I am the only one in the room, which many of us have had that experience for our whole lives. One of my friends once said to me when I was belly aching about something, they said, "How long have you been Black? How long have you been a woman?" And it was one of those ways of reminding me this is the way it's always been. But what I can tell you is I walk into a room believing that I belong there. I really do. And one of the ways that I get that confidence is to be studied before I walk in. I do my homework. The more knowledge I have, the more confident I am in a room. And that homework may require me to call lots of people. It may require me to stay up late at night. It may require me to read huge volumes of material. But to the extent that I can be studied, I can be confident. And so that's one of my greatest pieces of advice is that preparation builds that confidence. One other thing about that confidence that I will say, at Ariel, I talk about confident humility, making sure I'm also humble. I don't walk into rooms with swagger. There is no head shaking. There is no finger wagging. I want to make sure that I am someone who is both approachable and where I'm a part of a team. And so the only way that I can be that is to be not threatened and non-threatening. That's a very fine balance to walk, but it's something that I think about all the time. I belong there, so I'm not threatened, but I don't have to put myself upon people in some aggressive way and become threatening to them, because it only isolates me and creates less opportunity for me to have a voice.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Melody, for your time. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your leadership. And thank you for being an inspiration to so many women. As I said to you before, so many are jealous that I had the opportunity to meet with you today. And I'm grateful. And all of us at the SBA are grateful for your continued leadership and all that you do. And so with that, we will move on to the next portion of today's Women's Business Summit program.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Melody Hobson, co-CEO of Ariel Investments, for sharing her personal testimony and leadership experience, moving from intern to one of America's most prominent business women. She shared her experiences and her 3 pillars to success, which include people, purchasing, and philanthropy, as well as the concept of having an advisory board or a board of directors that holds you accountable to make sure that on your pathway to entrepreneurial success, you're getting things done. With that being said, we'd like to transition to our next panel conversation. One of the things that we discussed in our previous fireside was the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on women, which has been disproportionate. Women have left the labor force at higher rates since the 1980s, but they're also establishing businesses at a higher rate than the pre-COVID pandemic. And so with that being said, we're excited about hearing from an amazing panel of speakers for building an equitable recovery framework for women entrepreneurs, to learn all about what it's going to take for us to make sure that as we build back, we're doing so equitably, making sure that all women across the country have a seat at the table. This panel will be moderated by Mark Madrid, Associate Administrator at the SBA's Office of Entrepreneurial Development. Mark, take it away.
Hello, welcome everyone to this historic and distinguished SBA Women's Summit powered by the Office of Women's Business Ownership. My name is Mark Madrid, and we are here with this amazing panel and timely panel, building an equitable recovery framework for women entrepreneurs. Everyone, we all know that the pandemic is yet another example of how disasters exacerbate existing inequalities. Women dropped out of the workforce at greater numbers than men and have had unequal job recovery. This panel will discuss the inclusive approach needed to support a sustainable return to the workforce for women. I'm Mark Madrid. More later, briefly about what I do here at the SBA, but first and foremost, I'm a champion and ally of women. I say it often that the greatest influences in my life are women. Thank you to our administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, who I can't imagine a more visionary leader fighting for women entrepreneurs. And also right alongside her, our champion and head of the Office of Women's Business Ownership, Assistant Administrator Natalie Madera-Cofield. And of course, the OBO team, the Office of Women's Business Ownership. Thank you for your tireless efforts on making this happen. This is critical to our economic recovery and ultimately the thrive and throttle of the American economy. So I am the Associate Administrator for the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, and consider us one of the primary agency, and when I say agency, the SBA primary arms of technical assistance and education. And so through this office, we support our resource partner network that includes women's business centers, small business development centers, and SCORE chapters across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and U.S. territories. Also in this office, we are proud that we recently, well, it's not so recently, it's been about a year ago that we launched our efforts to start the Community Navigator pilot program from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And also in this office, we have our regional innovation clusters, our cybersecurity granting program, and our Emerging Leaders program, a 6-month in-person CEO-style executive training series for small business owners across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and U.S. territories. And so now it's time to get to the topic at hand. I'm excited to have this distinguished panel. I can't tell you, I'm just a lucky guy here. We have Jamie Glochet, co-director of Building and Impact, Native Women Lead. We have Eris Scales, CEO of Walker's Legacy, and Kathy Corman-Fry, faculty at George Washington University School of Business and founder of the Hot Mamas Project. So the way we're going to frame this panel, just to give you an idea of what's happening, is we are going to start with introductions, and I'll leave it to you, esteemed panelists, to introduce yourselves because I couldn't do that honor. Secondly, we will frame the pandemic in two ways: the challenges and the opportunities through resourcing. And then we'll wrap up with a brief Q&A and a close. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our esteemed panelists, and we'll start with Jamie. Jamie, welcome.
Hi, thank you for just inviting me to this space. I'm really honored to be part of this inaugural event. My name is Jamie Glochet. I am calling in from Tiwa Territory here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm a co-director and co-founder of Native Women Lead. We're an organization that supports Indigenous women entrepreneurs and leaders with pretty much a holistic approach. So we're really pushing the thresholds of experimentation within our community, as well as trying to advocate for the economic opportunity and well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for your support of small businesses in Indian country, and welcome from Albuquerque. Eris, thank you for joining us.
I mean, introduce myself. I have like 20 years of experience. I'm going, how do I do this in 30 seconds or less? But it is such an honor to be here representing Walker's Legacy Foundation, and all of the amazing women that we support across the country. At our core, we are poised to inspire, engage, and equip women of color entrepreneurs along their professional and entrepreneurial journey with a really strong following targeting Black and African American women entrepreneurs, which are our fastest growing demographic right now in the country. And we do that through our business training accelerators. We produce amazing creative content, educational and inspirational, that we produce for women, as well as making sure that we take time to recognize and honor small businesses and those champions across the world who want to make sure that women are being successful. And at the end of the day, we want to cultivate that whole woman and create the next generation of Madam CJ Walkers. So thank you again, and I look forward to sharing more.
Eris, thank you. That was phenomenal, and thank you for your legacy of impact and action. Kathy, welcome to the Women's Business Summit.
Thank you so much, Mark. And I really love hearing the intros of Jamie and Eris. This is going to be really fun. In addition to educational for me as well, lifelong learning. Let's do it. So my name is Kathy Corman Fry, and I'm the founder of the Hot Mamas Project, which is kind of a crazy name, but with a pretty serious purpose. And we measurably increase what's called self-efficacy for women and girls. That's the type of confidence that we really want the girls and women in our lives to have. It's action and goal oriented. And how we do that is by being the world's largest women's case study library. So that's sort of a fancy word for stories about women that are teachable and kind of translatable into academia. And we say, proud of the women in your life. We are too. So these are our aunts, our moms, our sisters, people we know. Mentoring, one of the key factors for success for women. Secondarily, I'm also on the faculty at the George Washington University School of Business, where I teach, among other things, women's entrepreneurial leadership. So we've just got fantastic students there, and it's really fun working with the leaders of tomorrow. They're really incredible. So I urge you guys to check it out, and I'll share my email later on in case you guys have some follow-up questions, because as Mark knows, I have a little meeting at the end of this.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for reiterating and your results on the power of storytelling, especially with young girls and women. Thank you very much. And so, audience, we have a wide and diverse audience. Gosh, it's amazing the type of response that this Women's Business Summit has had and is having today. And so we want you to interact with each other in the chat box, and we will be monitoring that throughout the session. Back to this panel, though, this topic at hand, the goal of this panel is to discuss the disproportionate impact of the pandemic and the impact that it had on women in business and entrepreneurs as they dropped out of the workforce at higher rates compared to men. So, first question for you all: what were challenges women in your community, in your diaspora, faced in starting businesses prior to the pandemic? And how have those challenges changed or remained the same or increased over the past 2 years? We'll start with Jamie.
Thank you, Mark. Oh man, this is a tough, complex one that I've explored a lot for the past couple of years with our organization. So in Indigenous communities and just in this nation, Native American women are highly invisible and we lack representation in critical spaces of power and decision-making. This past couple of years, we had our two first Native women go to Congress, and which is kind of like mind-blowing to think that it's barely now. We represent less than 2% of the population. So oftentimes we're challenging negative stereotypes about Indigenous people in this country, as well as lack of data. So oftentimes data sets as it relates to Native women, we're often othered or just completely invisible in data sets. So we don't know even a lot about what's happening in our world. Of course, with a lot of women of color, the wealth and wage gap is just insane right now. We make 60 cents to the dollar compared to our non-Hispanic white male counterparts. Oftentimes support at many levels, whether in the family, the community, at the state, the nation, because of that invisibility is often not there. As we're trying to forge our own pathways towards economic success and just being able to be in a space of thriving. Access to capital is a big issue in Indian country. We have a lot of economic exclusion that has been happening forever now. And we're actually trying to create our own mechanisms to support increase of access to capital for Indigenous women. Also in our community, there's not a lot of culturally relevant technical assistance that is available to our community. A lot of entrepreneurs are social entrepreneurs that are motivated by passion, community, skill set, that and their Indigenous worldviews. So we're not seeing a lot of, technical assistance or training that honors that part of our culture and identity. And then I would also say confidence, especially being in a community that's been marginalized and unseen and unheard and oppressed. Like that actually does wear on someone's individual level of confidence. And one more thing I would say that I'm learning about is actually the trauma that exists in a lot of BIPOC communities. Financial trauma, I'm learning, is really real. And when trauma affects the brain, it also affects how people behave financially, whether it's being risk adverse or collecting a lot of things or not even looking at money and financials. I could see where that affects entrepreneurs and business owners. But I will say that in light of all of the challenges, with respect to racial justice and equity uplifted, I believe that support and confidence is growing. This conversation is just really inspiring right now because it is seeding inspiration within our communities to continue to push against those narratives, as well as reclaim their space in this place. So I see people are bringing businesses back to life, and they're definitely, like I said, driven by their passion, their skill set, their expertise, and community need. Thank you.
Jamie, that was excellent. Thank you. You talked about trauma. I haven't heard it framed that way. So thank you for taking us to that concept of trauma related to not having access to resources, people, knowledge, networks. And then you pivoted to the optimism and hope in terms of support and confidence rising. Very powerful statements. Thank you. Eris, we'd love to hear from you in terms of startup climate for women pre and today, pre-pandemic and today. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, Jamie hit it spot on. And I think for us, we've been really fortunate in that during the pandemic, Walker's Legacy conducted a COVID-19 impact study. And we had over 1,000 women from across the country share where they were, what they were dealing with, what they were navigating pre and post pandemic. And I'll say, there were the traditional things that came up as it related to access to capital. And so that's one thing that we focus a lot on at Walker's Legacy is making sure that women have the connections and the network and the understanding to increase their coin, as we say. They definitely raised challenges with having access to networks and expanding their connections. And that confidence piece, we know that that's been something that has been traditionally impacting the women that we engage with. But I'll share with you all some of the things that were most surprising, and it's actually influenced a lot in terms of how we are now moving forward with our work and some of the partners that we're looking to bring to the table. So while those traditional issues came up, mental health and wellness, self-care, being a woman in a position that is now juggling, we've always done this, juggled family, juggled community, juggled these additional kind of responsibilities and the impact that had on them in terms of running businesses. And then women who were in the workforce who were pushed out, right? And so we know that a lot of times, particularly for women of color, we use the term that they become entrepreneurs out of necessity. And so the pandemic really exemplified that, right? It really amplified that even when women were losing jobs or having to choose between running their household, supporting their household, and going to work, right? And so what we're seeing is that we have a lot of great women who are stepping up, who are leading, who are running businesses and giving back and supporting our economy in new and better, different ways. But we want to make sure that they have the resources and the skills to be sustainable. And that part of that really involves them doing the work to ensure that they are showing up as their whole selves, right? That we aren't sitting here feeling guilty because we need to shut down or cut off at a certain time, or that we now have to also address, making sure that many of those that we're caregiving for are also being handled. So we're really doing a lot to make sure that they understand some of those tools, those tactics, as well as the resources to help sustain them. And so I say that this was something that the pandemic unveiled for us things that were known as well as unknown, or we knew that these were issues and challenges that we were dealing with, but we didn't have a safe space to talk about it, or it was something that we would put in the back of our mind and not want to raise or address because we didn't want it to seem like a sign of weakness or, oh, that's a woman's issue. So it's really great to see conversations, to see that kind of intersectionality of self-care, mental health, and wellness as it relates to showing up as your best self, as an entrepreneur, as a leader, and as a boss. And the other thing that I would say, not to be redundant of what's already been shared, was technology. Now, we've always talked about the importance of understanding technology, integrating technology into our business operations, but we know that with the pandemic and when COVID hit, again, it just sped up. And so people were trying to catch up, right? Like some of these skills that we thought we had, we're like, oh, maybe I don't know that so well. And all these new platforms and ways that were coming online for us to be able to be effective in how we deliver our services and how we bring on new clients and how we manage and run, we had to catch up to speed greatly. And so we know that there's traditionally been a big digital divide in terms of skills and access for people of color when it comes to technology. And so being able to support these entrepreneurs with getting skills, with offsetting costs, with having that grace and the learning curve has been very, very critical and important, and something else that we continue to push ourselves with our programs and our outreach to support these women.
Eris, thank you very much for some undeniably compelling a lot of forces that you brought to the table, the pandemic, unveiling the known and the unknown. You talked about the wholeness of self-care and mental health and wellness. You just touched my heart, frankly, and touched probably thousands' hearts. I lost my dad to the pandemic. COVID is real. I lost my dad to COVID-19. And I can't imagine having gone through that process and persisted. But for three women, my mom and my two sisters, my mom was also on the COVID floor, but she endured and survived. So, and the entrepreneurs of necessity, and I say opportunity. Thanks for laying that out, and some challenges that we had in terms of breaking the digital divide. And thank you for your support. A lot of good material there. Thank you, Eris. And now we transition to Kathy in terms of your outlook on what you experienced pre-pandemic and the startup landscape today for women. Thank you, Kathy.
thing. And these are some, one of the things that really, Mark, you're just the perfect moderator for this. You're really echoing just the humanity, right? Jamie and Eris are bringing up some points, which it's way beyond the PowerPoint bullet points. It's like our basic humanity and survival. And we're going to have a lot of old souls coming out of this. We're learning a lot of lessons out of this. And it's really nice to see you leading and really bringing that transparency and vulnerability to this, because that's the kind of discussion we need to have. One of the things that I noticed getting worse during the pandemic, which was already an issue for women business owners, and we talk about a lot in the women's leadership circles as we look at our research, has to do with time usage. So women take on a larger burden of what's called unpaid labor. They call it that in the studies, but really that just means like caregiving and stuff nobody wants to do. And caregiving's in a different category. And then there's the stuff nobody wants to do is sort of walking around the house picking up the lint balls type of thing, right? So that adds up. It really adds up. And so women also are in many jobs. Sorry, this is like the GW rite of passage. There's going to be a siren at some point during a Zoom call. So hopefully it's not too disturbing here. Women who have less leisure time, right? And then women also have jobs that really don't, the greater percentage of women have jobs that don't lend themselves to telecommuting. So all these things we hear about, oh, just take it online. There were a lot of women who couldn't make that transition exactly. Now, I love what Eris is saying about necessity entrepreneurship, and we're seeing massive growth in different sectors of entrepreneurship, which makes us really happy in the women's leadership area. But one of the things that I noticed is everybody had to become a bit of a mini crisis manager. And so where there might be an issue for access, whether it is to capital, whether it is to mentors, one of the trends I actually started noticing was what I would call almost pockets of abundance, right? Because I see entrepreneurs out there in the world who've been running and gunning for decades. But then I also see this up and coming group of entrepreneurs out of the university community. And that tie to the university community and other established organizations was actually quite helpful. The university, if there's something that's going to get cut at a university, it's not going to be the entrepreneurship department, right? At the SBA, it's what you guys do. So tethering yourself as an entrepreneur to one of these pockets of abundance where those programs are not going to get cut, those programs are going to keep going, is like a bit of a Band-Aid that really worked for some of the entrepreneurs I saw. The second thing is the pivot, right? We use this term, but it's real. And a fantastic example I saw during COVID is a company that was started by a GW alum. Her name is Carly Berryman, and her company is Viva Vita, and it does VR, virtual reality, for seniors in residential settings. So COVID hits, I'm on her board, and she says, "Oh Lord, that's it. That's my business. They're on lockdown. I'm not getting in there." Do you know that she put everything online, and it completely revolutionized her business, and now they're growing more quickly? You see companies like Madison Reed, right, which is DIY at-home custom hair color. I mean, that's all the explanation we need for the women who are watching right now. And I did an interview last International Women's Day with Amy Errett, the founder, and she's talking about what Eris and Jamie are both talking about, and you echoed, Mark, which is the mental health. It's not an elephant in the room anymore. It's out there, and she talks about this is what we did for our employees. So I think knowing that there's organizations out there, these pockets of abundance, they do exist, and ways to pivot. But you don't do it alone. 5 most deadly words for women business owners. I'll just do it myself.
Thank you, Kathy, and for shining the light on some again, some things that we can apply to the ecosystems that we operate with in terms of women entrepreneurs. You talked about women being crisis managers and crisis leaders, and to attach oneself to pockets of abundance, and some hashtag realness about pivot. So thank you very much, Kathy. And speaking of pivoting, we're going to pivot to the resources, the resource part that you all experience. And so the second question, we'll start with Eris, is what is the best, most effective resource or programs you witnessed that women can return to the workforce or even start their own businesses? And how could this be expanded to reach more women?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I have to do the shameless plug of the best resource, and that would be our business training accelerators, Women Who Enterprise or Prospectus, which we offer virtually all across the country. But seriously, right? So I think a program like we run with Women Who Enterprise and Prospectus, which brings like-minded women in similar kind of positioning and circumstance in terms of their business and their journey together, creating that sense of community and tribe and trust, in addition to receiving technical assistance and coaching and support, is transformational. And I'm not just saying it. I mean, they literally tell us that. And I think now more than ever, when we went into this kind of, period or stance where we were being disconnected, to be able to have this opportunity when you're feeling very overwhelmed already or lonely as an entrepreneur, to come and have a community of like-minded women and an organization that wants to invest in your success was really critical. And so for us, we are always looking at ways to reach more women, have additional partners, and just continue to enhance our curriculum to be responsive to where we are right now with regards to this ecosystem and this market and trends that are emerging. The other thing too, it was a big deal, and I want to make sure that we don't deviate from it so much, and it's remote working. Being able to create opportunities to still allow for our employees to work remotely, particularly those who are juggling so much, and supporting business owners with having hybrid models for how they deliver their products and services, be it, supporting them again with technology integration so that they can have their online platform and presence, but maybe figuring out how there's some co-mingling or support with regards to having brick and mortar space or office space, I think is also important. And so as we begin to go back to opening up, we don't want to make sure, we don't want to shut down those opportunities that allow us to be creative and flexible and fluid in how we continue to do the work. And then I think the last piece that I would say is it has been so refreshing. It has been very exciting to see all of the funding that is coming out to support women entrepreneurs and just small businesses across the country, right? I mean, the SBA, I can't even keep up with how much you all have, like quadrupled. I don't even know what the word is in terms of the level of investments that you're putting out. To see the funding that is coming from the philanthropic community, from the corporate community. And while, we can poke at how fast it's going out or some of the criteria, the fact that there's so much non-equity based funding that is now being made available, it's almost, I love when Catherine talked about abundance. It's like, it's almost overwhelming, right? Like you're trying to keep up with all of these different opportunities. So I think the more that we can continue to create and I keep using the word like responsive and culturally sensitive and adaptive funding to meet the needs of the businesses that we are trying to serve, it just goes so far. And I know that is always something that is a concern, is that when you begin to take on funding or you begin to take on investments, how much of my business do I have to give up? Or what are these kind of criteria that I need to meet that don't necessarily apply to me? And so we're seeing a lot more flexibility, a lot more freedom, and just a willingness to support in different ways from all different sectors, I think is really making a big deal.
Excellent reflections, Eris, on the remote environment, on funding, and the bold and underline on tribe and trust. You can hashtag that. We're going to pivot to Kathy. I'm going to use that word pivot with anytime I talk to you, Kathy. And Kathy, resources that you experience or are experiencing through the pandemic and how they can be scaled.
Okay, great. Well, full disclosure, one of the resources I was involved in helping to develop, which is the Ascent program for women entrepreneurs that is free and available on the SBA website. And not even all the modules are not released yet. It's a lot, okay? So it's like a mini MBA, I'm not kidding. So one of the things I might do, and this gets to my next point, which is about mentoring. Mentoring. I can't say it enough. There's plenty of accelerators, programs for entrepreneurs, but it's the ones with mentoring, some type of accountability and support. Those programs achieve the results. So as you're looking through different programs, make sure they have a mentoring component. I'm a big fan of peer or group mentoring in addition, but just get out there. Talk to people. Don't do it alone. Eris is talking about the abundance of programs and funding that were available from the government. And, there was somebody I was talking to during the pandemic, and she said, oh, my company here that I work for said I'm not eligible for a PPP. And I said, aren't you a 1099? Aren't you a contractor? Don't you basically have your own business? Yeah, I do. You're eligible for a PPP. She went out and she got that PPP. So again, get out there, talk to people, mentoring, connect, and you'll learn about not just advice, but resources. And it also checks the mental health box a little bit for us because there's no research on psychology that shows going it alone is psychologically beneficial. So check a couple boxes there in mentoring for yourself and also for your business.
Thank you, Kathy. Talking about the secret sauce of mentoring and also peer-to-peer mentoring, which I think can help us with supply and demand. And of course, Ascent. You'll be hearing more about Ascent throughout this Women's Business Summit. Thank you for your efforts there. Jamie, we'll turn to you about resourcing during the pandemic.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for sharing your wealth and wisdom. I think in the pandemic, in light of the conversation around mental health, being resourced and resourcing yourself is just so critical. It's something that I'm learning now at 40 years old, finally. I'm going to also do the unapologetic plug about Native Women Lead and just uplift the work that we're doing there. We're community-led, so we're 100% reflective of the community we serve. We continue to co-create with our community in the programming, the capital tools, and to the point that Iris made earlier, like there's a real value about being able to lean into your community as well and be there with your community because only they understand the lived ancestral historical experience of you. We also provide coaches, mentors, and advocacy that is centering and uplifting Native women's and therefore women's voices, their needs and what their goals are. So I say that a lot of resources that I'm seeing out there, when they take this holistic approach to seeing the whole woman, it's really phenomenal because we recognize that women are the caretakers, they're leaders, they're the advocates, they're the backbones of communities and families. We're also incredibly resourceful, resilient, and future-oriented as we have to just naturally care for our families and our elders. And that a lot of us wear many hats. So when someone's wearing many hats, carrying many roles, and are also the economic stabilizers, I think in most women of color spaces, nearly 2/3 of us are the primary breadwinners. We're the economic stabilizers. And I always say, we're also the bread makers. Give us a break. So it's important to create programs and resources that meet them not only where they're at in their journey, but support their needs and continue to honor and uplift their dreams. And this includes, like I mentioned before, TA, community support systems, education, templates, tools. I'm always trying to think, how do I just catalyze women to catapult them ahead of the game? And not just loans, but actual grants and safety nets, whether it's economic, social, emotional, mental, or even legal support. And then I would also add just how could this be expanded to reach more women? One, increase funding significantly. Pay us for unpaid labor. Close that wealth gap, that wage gap. Do not be comfortable with the fact that women represent 51% of the world's population, yet only receive 2% of capital. That needs to change immediately. Ensure that there's access to equitable and affordable capital. And then there's all these really neat community-led, BIPOC-led, women of color-led initiatives that are happening all over the country that could be modeled and implemented locally, statewide, nationally. And I would also say, this is my matriarch coming out, because I'm from a community that believes in matrilineal societies and the power of women holding decision making in our power, is that turn design of programs all the way to evaluation, implementation over to women to lead and hold that power, so we can lean into our wisdom, into our vision, into our innate nature to solve problems and care for the families, for our families and our communities, how we see fit.
Thank you, Jamie. Oh my gosh, resourcefulness, resilience, and future thinkers, women. You talk about so many enlightening topics. Thank you all. Now we're going to close before Q&A with we need 30 seconds from you. And Kathy, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to start with you on this question. And I know you have to transition, but it was wonderful to have you on this panel, of course. And thank you for your contributions. Here's the question for the three of you before Q&A. In your current role, what is the one thing you would do tomorrow if resources were of no concern to ensure women could sustainably return to the workforce and or own their own, come back to their ventures and or start a business? We have about 30 or 45 seconds, Kathy, and thank you for your participation.
Okay, thank you. Well, two things. Number one is I would overhaul family-friendly policies in the U.S., which are really not family-friendly, and we actually score pretty negatively in global surveys. So this isn't about changing our whole culture or how we do things or our way of thinking or our way of being American. That's really not what it's about. It's just about supporting the obvious. Women have less time. They're taking up time with elder care and child care, as well as other family members. We all know this story. It's not rocket science. It's not a big secret. The women need some support and help so that they can walk out that door every day just to go to work. If it's walk upstairs to go to their computer and they've got a telework job, or great. Okay. But we really need to get on this. It's a huge elephant in the room. And when you start doing some Googling on this, it's a little scary. The second thing is I would get the mothership together. So I think of this as a public-private partnership between associations focused on women, the government, universities, and financial institutions, and cross-pollinate access to mentors, resources, and funding with staff, actually, that would almost serve as a curator to match women with mentors and additional resources. That, to me, would be great, and maybe we could even talk to Parliament about using one of their songs as the mothership theme song. That would be my 2 cents, yes.
Thank you, Kathy, and enjoy the rest of the day. We're thrilled and energized that you're with us today. We're going to
Thanks so much. Can I just add in one quick thing, which is since I have to run, if anybody wants more information, please go to wellgw.org, WELGW.org, and we'll be having some free group mentoring sessions sponsored by the Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence here at GW that are virtual, that are flexible, and we'll be doing that during the summer.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Great to meet you all virtually.
And Jamie, the same question to you. If resource needs or funding was not an issue, what is the one thing you would do tomorrow?
Thank you. I would trust women completely, believe in their dreams, and support their goals for their lives and livelihoods. Like I said before, I know women are innate problem solvers and phenomenal beings, and I would try to create mechanisms, opportunities, programs to not only create the economic safety nets, but also I would try to take a trauma-informed approach to ensure that the program content that we're providing is actually mindful of all that we carry. And of course, I'm a big advocate for paying a living wage, and I believe in those public policy questions and ensuring that we actually have equitable wages, or a living wage. And then I would also just uplift or encourage everybody who's involved in this work, or works in finance or entrepreneurial serving organizations and even decision makers, to really create an environment where women are safe and have the opportunity to thrive. But furthermore, think about this. How do you care for the caretakers?
Thank you. Oh, my goodness. I love what you said, to be mindful of all that you are carrying. Wow. Eris, same question to you. Look forward to your response.
I mean, it's along the same light. And, just acknowledging that women and small business leaders, period, are wearing many hats. I recently had one of my accountants speak with me and said, we are so busy working in our businesses that we don't get to work on our businesses. And that really resonated with me because, again, we're trying to do business development. We're trying to lead marketing. We're trying to onboard staff. We're trying to find new clients. We're trying to figure out systems that we can be more effective and efficient with. And so, if money were no object and resources were just free flowing, I would want to give every single woman who runs a business or who's, leading in management roles a COO or a deputy so that they could be front and center and really focused on their business and get out of being in it. And so that's one of the things too that I think is really important as we deliver our programs and we deliver our support is trying to work with the women who go through our programs. Like, how can you incrementally just kind of elevate and remove yourself and let go of some of the things that keep you so bogged down in the minor details, which are so important, but they prevent you from being able to really move forward with those big vision goals that you have for your plan. So, I would love to give everyone their own COO so that they can focus on being the best CEO.
Oh, love it. I mean, there's a lot of doses of empowerment there. Thank you, Eris. We have a couple questions. We're going to need 30-second responses because we're moving on to the next panel. This is an action-packed Women's Business Summit. So, Jamie, what is your top recommendation if a woman had to close her business and is thinking about restarting? What would be your number one recommendation for that woman?
To believe in yourself and resource yourself. Unapologetically utilize all the resources that are there, ask for support and help, create a circle of support, and know that it's okay to center yourself in this moment.
Thank you. Well articulated. Thank you very much. And Eris, what if somebody is thinking about multiple passions that they have? How do they choose the best one to focus on and starting that business and pursuing the American dream?
I'm going to tap into my coaching. I've had 18 months. Today was actually my last session. And I was like, no. But my coach challenged me with every single decision that I make at this point to start with my why. And it sounds so cliche, but literally, like, why are you doing this? Period. Right. And so when you understand that why, now let's look at a couple things, right? Particularly if you're looking to go into business. How do you plan to make profit? Because you got to have profit, right? What is your purpose for being there and your value prop for what you're bringing to the table? And we talked about this, I feel, at the top of the of our session was around that passion, right? You got to have that passion because we know being in business is extremely hard. We know navigating all of these different systems is extremely hard. And if you're not passionate and if you don't have a purpose and remain true to your why, you're not going to make the profit. You're going to give up. And we do not want to see that happen.
Thank you, Eris. The why. What an incredible, less than an hour panel of insights, undeniably compelling content. Thank you. Once again, I'm the lucky guy in the room. Your insights were most appreciated by the thousands that are watching today. And I'll close by saying thank you to all the women business owners and women leaders that are here today. And our highest gratitude to Natalie Madeira-Cofield for her leadership, transformational leadership of the Office of Women's Business Ownership. And of course, our administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman. Without her vision and action and results, we wouldn't be in this place. So thank you all. We hope you have an amazing rest of this historic and transformational Women's Business Summit. Have a great day.
Thank Thank you so much, Mark, for leading such an incredible conversation about building an equitable recovery framework for women entrepreneurs. The insights that we heard from Eris, Jamie, and Kathy on protecting your mental health, finding mentors, and accessing resources from the SBA and other organizations was so critical and important. The SBA Office of Women's Business Ownership is dedicated to supporting women entrepreneurs, and we encourage you to visit one of our 141 women's business centers across the country. Now, I'm excited to transition to our next panel on innovation and investment. Let's say you've gotten started and you're looking for a way to find capital, don't know the difference between debt or equity, or are seeking different ways to get your business off the ground. This will be an incredible conversation for all those seeking to learn about different financial products and investments to expand your business. Janae, senior data journalist at Crunchbase, will be leading this conversation. I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you, Janae.
So welcome, everyone. This is the panel on innovation and investment. I'm your moderator today, and thank you to the SBA for hosting and to the Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center. My name is Janae Tier. I'm the senior data editor here at Crunchbase. And what I do is I cover the venture industry specifically. I spend a lot of time with SQL and burrowing into the data to understand the trends that we're seeing in the venture industry. And I think specifically why I'm interested in this panel today is that I spearheaded back in 2015, adding gender to the Crunchbase data set. We have a global data set. We have a lot of companies, the companies that are funded and the investors. And what I was specifically interested in looking at is the trend towards funding towards female founders. So we added gender, and within a couple of months of adding gender to the data set, we were able to report on funding trends to female founders. So that's the lens that I come to for this discussion. I think what we're going to do here today is not only discuss venture capital, but all the other forms of capital that are available to women. So we have an incredible panel to address that from many different angles today. So to kick off, I'd like each of you to introduce yourselves, describe your role, and really the mission of your organization so we can understand where you fit into this landscape. So should we start, Bailey? Can we start with you?
Yes, thank you. Wonderful to be here with you today. Bailey DeVries. I serve as the Associate Administrator for the SBA's Office of Investment and Innovation. And in this role, I am very grateful to be in a position to lead the agency's funding programs for small businesses, innovative small businesses, as well as Main Street small businesses. Our office is responsible for the oversight and management of the Small Business Investment Company Program, the Sbic Program, which provides funding through partnerships with private equity and private credit funds to support small businesses across the country that may not be adequately funded by other sources. Our office is also responsible for the oversight and management of the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Tech Transfer programs. These are the programs that provide that earliest of funding for R&D and prototyping and commercialization of disruptive, innovative technologies that support government missions. So there are 11 agencies across the government that provide this funding to entrepreneurs. And then lastly, we also seek to be supportive to a large network of entrepreneurial support organizations that are helping to support innovation and those small businesses that are creating the technologies of tomorrow. So thank you so much.
Got it. Michaelia, would you like to tell us what the Serdna Foundation is involved in?
Absolutely. And thank you to the SBA and the Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center for having us and for having Serdna in this discussion. So my name is Michaelia Davis. I get to serve as the director of the Inclusive Economies portfolio at the Serdna Foundation. We are a private family foundation based in New York City, but we work nationally. The Inclusive Economies portfolio is really focused on how we can build an economy that creates opportunities for people of color and communities of color to be innovators, investors, employers, and decision makers in the economy. And we understand that that includes having economic power like asset ownership through entrepreneurship. And so relative to this conversation, we do a lot of work to support the ecosystems that enable entrepreneurs of color to actually build profitable, scalable businesses through incubators and accelerator programs. And we fund capital innovation products that actually meet the capital gaps that face many of the entrepreneurs that we're going to talk about in today's conversation. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, and thank you. Susan, would you like to tell us about your role and your organization?
Sure, thank you. I'm Susan L. Allen, National President and CEO of the U.S. Pan-Asian American Chamber of Commerce Education Foundation, also called USPAC. We're 36-year-old this year, and we're proudly the most established and largest nonprofit organization representing the Pan-Asian American API and their related groups in business. We're recognized for a while as a thought leader with more than 30-year proven track record of business matchmaking accomplishments, connecting our constituents to Fortune 1000 corporations, government, nonprofits, and the small and minority diverse business communities. It's wonderful to be here for this first annual, hopefully the first of many Women's Business Summit in recognition of Women's History Month to celebrate women's countless contribution to history, society, culture, and commerce. Thanks to SB Administrator Guzman and, of course, Associate Administrator Cofield for bringing this panel together. We're proud to support what you do and all the work that you're doing in terms of helping the women and minority business community access capital and grow. And this is a subject that's very near and dear to our heart, Asian American women business owners, and we'll get into this deeper later. Thanks again for having us.
Got it, thank you. And finally, Marianne, tell us about your role.
Thank you, Janae. I'm Marianne Markowitz. I'm the president and CEO of First Women's Bank. We launched last year as the only women-founded, women-owned, and women-led bank in the country that's focused on closing the gender lending gap at a national level. So our mission specifically at the bank is to grow the economy, much like any other bank, but also to elevate the role of women within the economy. So prior to leading the launch of First Women's Bank, I have a 30-year career that spanned private and public sectors. Most notably, I was a CFO for the Obama 2008 presidential campaign, and then joined the administration at the SBA, where I had the pure privilege of serving in leadership roles as a regional administrator, as an acting administrator, and it is just an honor to be back here today with my friends at the SBA and representing First Women's Bank.
Wonderful. Well, thank you to all of you. So I think the goal of this panel is really to discuss how women, and especially also women of color, how they can go about thinking about and raising different sources of capital. So just a couple of housekeeping notes before we kick into the panel is that for the audience members, welcome. You can use chat to correspond with other audience members, and also you can put questions into the Q&A box, and we will work throughout the panel to address those questions as they come up. And we'll also address a couple of questions which have been raised at the end. So I guess to kick off this panel, I'm very focused on the venture capital industry and equity investing, but I know from your different perspectives, there are many different sources and types of capital that women can raise. And so I'd love to understand, Marianne, starting with you, is what are the forms of investment or lending that the First Women's Bank is involved in specifically for women?
Right. Well, we do talk a lot about venture capital, and we have a ton of respect for it. Just like venture capital, where there is a significant gender sort of gap in those markets, there's a gender gap in the lending markets, and that's what we're focused on closing at the First Women's Bank. So, what we do is work to break down those barriers in lending. So we really do focus on SBA lending at the First Women's Bank. That's we do conventional lending in the state of Illinois, but our focus really nationally is SBA lending. And really at this bank uniquely, we marry SBA lending with deposits from mission-aligned individuals, organizations, and corporations to create very accessible financing for small businesses with a strategic focus on the women's economy. And we chose to use SBA lending tools as the centerpiece of our product offering because the government guarantee that is really at the center of the 7A loan makes lending so much more accessible. It's particularly a great fit for these service-related industries where women really over-index. I think, well over 50% of the women's economy is in the service-related sector. And the reason that the guarantee is helpful is that for a service-related industry, there's usually a lack of capital or a lack of collateral. And that's where the guarantee can be so helpful in sort of standing in for that lack of collateral when we're sort of underwriting a loan. We also really promote SBA as an ideal lending tool for businesses because, generally with an SBA loan, the down payment is lower than it is with a conventional loan. 10% as opposed to 20% or higher, it can be as little as 10%. They're extended terms or extended maturities. And so those two things together create a financing structure that has better cash flows for a small business. So it's a better situation just in total. Also that government guarantee, for us as a bank, it lowers the risk. And so with that lower risk, we can offer more competitive terms than we could offer a business if we didn't have the guarantee. So it's a great way, it's a great tool for small businesses to use to really access more competitive forms of financing. And I will just say, back to sort of the gender gap, when you look at the equity markets, there's a significant gender gap there. There are a number of women-led funds and gender lens funds that are in place to help solve for that more and more every day. We're the only bank that's been formed to really solve for the gender lending gap. We can't do it alone. We would encourage more focus on this significant issue.
Got it. Susan, so how do you fit into this ecosystem from the U.S. Pan-Asian American Chamber of Commerce?
Well, Jeannie, it's so ironic that women control $14 trillion in personal wealth in the United States. And they are projected to control 2/3 of all wealth in the United States in 18 years by 2030. And we see an uptake in women-led incubators that focus on supporting women-run businesses, especially in the last 2 years since COVID-19. So as women gain power and their investing activities grow, they're more willing to accept high risk or lower return from investment in companies that have positive impact in the world. And yet we're talking today, I'm glad we're raising this question, and thanks to the leadership of the SBA here, that we're talking about women overall only get 2% of all the investments in the market. And whether we talk about white women, Black women, Asian women, Hispanic, it doesn't matter, only 2%. And you drew down to the very corner, and there's not enough overall. So we need to do that. Again, when it's SBA has all these programs, SBTR, BRT, and all that, and it's great. And this is the only savior in town, because for venture capital, and I can speak from my experience working with our members. By the way, my first exposure to an Asian American woman venture capital was Lilia Clemente, a Filipino-American woman who in the late 80s and 90s, when I was just starting out on this, that brought Payne Webber globally. And she was my first mentor in investment, okay, Lilia. And we also have members in our constituency who are money managers, and they have done a study. The Asian American investment manager did a study just last year, and it showed that Asian American women are the least to be picked as money managers, and women overall. If a man-led company does well, that all the investors would invest more money with them. But a woman-led company does worse, they would withdraw the money faster than ever. So that's why I think it is so ironic that we have women controlling so much wealth, and we're investing, and increasingly there are more activities for women who want to learn more about this. So information and education is crucial to teach the folks who have money and who can actually influence the corporation policies, whether it's investment houses or corporations who are giving money away. And in that way, we could actually balance it. So I would like to say that let's look at the women who are among us, who are controlling that money, and get them involved with us so that they can influence corporate policy and bring more women in the money management marketplace. And so the Asian American woman actually can have some role model to look up to, and they can have that upward trajectory to go up the corporate ladder, whether it's in banking or other institution investment houses, and equalize a little bit the playing field.
Got it. And Michaela, do you want to talk about the Serdna Foundation and what you do as an organization to help women and women of color, I think specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question, and I really just want to double click on some of what Marianne and Susan just laid out, in particular, like the kind of undercapitalization of certain industries that women entrepreneurs are represented in. And I think from our vantage point, what we think about is the entire capital continuum. And Janae, what I heard you ask is like, venture capital was one source, but that's not the right type of capital for every type of business, right? And so I think, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce actually did a research study that showed that more than half of small businesses across the country aren't familiar with the support services that are in their backyards. And so that's a big challenge, because what we're talking about is how do you match the source of capital with the use of capital? And that's not something that a lot of entrepreneurs, unless they have someone, like the team that Marianne has probably built at First Women's Bank, or, affiliates that are with Susan at the U.S. Asian Chamber, unless you have some support, actually understanding where to find the right capital for your business is one of the biggest barriers. And so what we do is we try to support that continuum. So we work with everyone from, folks that provide more traditional small business loans, CDFIs, who actually work in partnership both with Treasury and helping to facilitate some SBA lending, all the way through nonprofits that are offering what we call integrated capital, which combines both debt products, maybe some equity-like products, as well as grants and wraparound supports. And then we also look at how we support the kind of ecosystem of diverse fund managers. We continue to see that diverse VCs overwhelmingly invest in diverse-owned businesses and businesses owned by women. And so we think about that entire continuum, and also how are we making sure that the small business owners are understanding what the best capital source is for where their business is in its stage of development and industry. So that's just a little bit about how we work on that issue.
Got it. Okay. And then Bailey, moving on to you, do you want to help us understand, dilutive capital and non-dilutive capital? Because I think specifically in the venture equity business, they're looking less for small businesses, but high growth businesses that have a lot of potential and are disrupting industries. But obviously, the massive businesses here in the US are small businesses who also need a lot of support and have just gone through 2 years of a pandemic, which can be incredibly disruptive without some sources of backup capital. So explain to us a little bit about our dilutive and non-dilutive capital for the audience.
Perfect. And I just want to say I love the holistic nature of this discussion and that we are broadening it out and thinking about the fact that venture is, a piece, a very important piece, but it is a piece of the overall equation, and we have to think more holistically. I think the last statistic I saw is that venture provides funding to about something like 4 to 6% of new businesses every year. So we have to think about the other 94 to 96% of new businesses, not just those existing ones, but new. My goodness, where are they getting funding? So dilutive and non-dilutive, right? So you are diluted when you open up your company and say, I would love to take your financing in exchange for, a piece of the pie, a piece of the company in exchange for equity. And so that dilutes your ownership. But oftentimes the beauty of that is that it does not come with any recourse. This is often a unique facet of venture funding, so it doesn't come with any, personal risk and liability often to the founder. And it also doesn't come with the need to pay interest on a regular basis. So every dollar that you receive can go towards the growth of that business. Isn't that wonderful? So you can grow faster. Mm-hmm. Dilutive, that is your dilutive. So non-dilutive. Non-dilutive, right? It is your loans. So, and there's also other types of non-dilutive financing, like if you can get grants, that doesn't dilute you. Those are amazing, right? But let's talk a little bit about loans. So Marianne mentioned some of the amazing aspects of SBA loans, and they are a wonderful opportunity and might be good fit for certain businesses. I love the discussion around the sources and uses of capital. How can we talk more about the situation that the entrepreneurs are in and how they're seeking to use the capital and match them with the right capital providers? There are also a host of private capital providers that are providing long-term loans or debt through private credit funds or mezzanine funds. They will often come in alongside a bank lender, and they can be a very appropriate source of capital in that they might be able to be more flexible with their underwriting terms than banks might be able to be in some situations. There is a great deal of innovation that is occurring, and I just want to call out the innovation that is occurring in terms of revenue-based lending and income sharing, which provides some venture-like aspects, but using non-dilutive financing, which can be a better fit for new service businesses that might not be the high growth profile of a disruptive tech company. So this is an exciting area that is also a very good fit for the Sbic program and provides opportunities for us to help scale that type of financing.
Got it. And so now moving on to some of the barriers that you see in the industry. I know, Michaela, you just talked about education. And given that there are these many different vehicles, is understanding, first of all, that they're even there, and then what's appropriate for your organization and what to apply for. So, Michaela, just starting with you, what are the barriers that you're seeing in folks coming to the Cerner Foundation beyond the education piece, or is the education piece the biggest issue that you think people face?
Yeah, so, and to clarify, so we fund what we call entrepreneurial support organizations, community development financial institutions, and so other intermediaries who then deploy capital. And we also invest in funds. So Bailey just spoke about revenue-based financing. We are invested in 2 revenue-based financing models that then in turn invest in entrepreneurs. So what I'm speaking to is what we hear from the leaders we get to work with, which I would say some of those barriers, some of this is systemic in a lot of ways, right? So if you think about, how just the traditional loan application and what is required for a business to be approved, if you're kind of undercapitalized as an individual and that's spilling over into your business and you don't have assets to use as collateral, right? For a lot of women, that's going to be a barrier for securing capital from a traditional lender. I think when you layer on the intersectionality of race, those disparities become even more challenging. So we have partners, here in New York City, where Cerner is based, the New York City Small Business Funder Collective, estimated that there's annually $45 billion of unmet capital demand in New York City on an annual basis. And most of that demand is coming from parts of the city that are not centered in our financial district. So, parts of the Bronx, parts of Eastern Brooklyn, and parts of Queens where lots of entrepreneurs are not getting that access. And so what we're seeing is there's an overwhelming reliance on personal credit. There's no access to a friends and family round. So if you're coming from a community that doesn't have, a tremendous amount of assets to write that early $10, $20, $30, $40,000 check, you're not going to get that early source of capital. And we've seen over the last decade plus, the kind of consolidation of the banking industry has actually removed a lot of financial institutions. And so that relationship with financing partners is not there. And in place of that, what we've actually seen is, unfortunately, some more predatory-like action online with online marketplace lenders take the place of some of those financial institutions. So those are only just a very few number of barriers, but these are systemic things that when you compound them together, really cement the challenges that I know Marianne and others are trying to solve in terms of getting capital to women and women of color entrepreneurs.
Got it. And moving on a little bit, because, we don't have too long a time to discuss the barriers that people face, but Marianne, I'd love you to discuss some of the barriers that you see for women who approach the First Women's Bank, but also to understand from your perspective, what do those who are applying to get loans need to do in order to be successful? What is the process what are the milestones that you are looking for?
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about the barriers, because that's such an important topic. And I would sort of second and add on to everything that Michaela said, which is absolutely correct. We assembled a lot of research as we were launching this bank, because we were forming to solve for the barriers. So we had to understand what were the causes. And we found much of what Michaela just said, that women are utilizing the wrong types of capital, that they're not being introduced to the right loan products or the right funding products at the right stage of their development, that they, need more information when they're in the process, because often they feel disconnected as they're going through the process, and then they sort of bow out or get left behind. So as it relates to the wrong type of capital, really it's two forms. While there are many, many women relying far too much on personal credit, which is limiting. There are, at the other end of the spectrum, women who have access to both. They have access to equity and debt, and they are unfortunately leaning into equity sometimes at the wrong point within their growth, when they could instead be accessing, competitive debt products. Because, at the wrong stage of your development, if you're accessing, equity instead of debt, that can be a very expensive decision. Where you could have just paid this loan off and said you've permanently given away ownership. And I think as maybe Janine mentioned, women sometimes view debt as riskier, than an equity product. But the reality is, if you give away too much equity, you give away control of your whole firm, and that can be incredibly risky. Not to mention the true cost of equity, which can far outweigh the cost of a loan. Studies tell us that women right now own 47 cents to every dollar of equity of their male counterparts. So that's a terrible statistic. We have women who are breaking down so many barriers to create their own success. And then in the end of the day, they're only owning half of their own success. It's heartbreaking for us. So what we're working to do is, provide education to make sure that women are making the right decision, assuming they have choices, right, between debt or equity when they're financing their business. And then we work really hard, if they choose the lending process, to make taking out a loan a really comfortable process, by keeping our borrowers, very informed and connected throughout the process. When we work with a new client, we assess their experience. It may not be their first loan, but maybe they never understood it the first time. So we really try to understand their financial acumen, because you might be really good at your business, but you don't necessarily understand the finances. And so once we figure out where they're at, we meet them where they're at, we create a very information-rich environment so that they fully understand the loan process when they begin it, and then they understand where they're at within it all the way through. And it may seem simple, but this approach is not being taken across the loan industry, and that's causing the disconnection that we see. And a big part of the gender sort of lending gap can be boiled down to even just this point alone. But so you were asking also, and I'll be really quick because I know others want to speak, what would you like to see? When you show up for any financing discussion, whether it's, you're pitching for VC, even though very few businesses get that option, or, you're meeting with a bank or a private finance organization, you need to show up very organized. You need to have your ducks in a row, be ready to talk about your business, your personal finance, why your personal finance experience will really support your success in that business. If you're a startup, have a rock solid business plan with very supportable projections. That's where a lot of these business plans fall down. Show us your research. Show us why we should believe those numbers that you have on a page. If you're a business that's in business, make sure that you know your numbers and you're prepared to discuss them in detail. And if there's a wrinkle, there usually is, and we're going to see it, make sure that you address it in the first conversation so that we hear from you why that happened, what your plans are to overcome it, why we shouldn't be worried about it, why we should be willing to invest in your business. And then, if you're asking for growth capital or working capital, make sure that, you have your growth plan for us to see, or we understand the uses of those capital, and that's critically important. And then all banks are going to ask for the same documentation. So make sure that you have 3 years of personal tax returns, 3 years of business tax returns, a personal financial statement ready to go, like right after that conversation. Because I can tell you that as a lender, we're always so impressed when we finish that conversation and then our borrower sends the information right away, and you're making that great impression is all part of getting the loan. And then one thing I'll just say really quickly, if you need help before you have that first conversation with your lender or whatever institution you're going to, make sure you lean into the SBA's resources. You know, the WBDC, SCORE, the Small Business Development Centers, they are tremendous organizations, and they can help you prepare your business plan, you know, strengthen your business plan, and they can help you get capital ready. So I would really encourage people to get very organized, lean into the resources that are there, and come prepared.
Susan, on to you. What milestones do you help women raise funding specifically as a Pan-Asian American Chamber of Commerce?
Right.
What role do you play in this ecosystem?
We connect, as I said earlier, we are great in matchmaking, whether matching our businesses with business and contract opportunities in the United States and overseas, and also into the money people. We always tell our members, you always make a good, you go out and network and have a lot of friends, because when you need a friend, it's not the time to make them. You need to make them ahead of time. Have a good network of folks who are in the financial industry, in the investment industry, so that when necessary, like me, when preparing for this, I have a lot of people to call and say, hey, what's happening down there, down the road, and then they can fill me in. For the Asian American community and also the women community, it is a structural problem, the systemic structural obstacle that we have faced. Many of our members, even they are educated, they are sophisticated, they do not understand and know all the things that the SBA offers, such as what you talk about, the mezzanine financing, what the Women's Bank is doing. It is news to them. Now that I hear about this, I'm going to go out and write something and post it online and tell them about it. But short of knowing all that, I can tell you now, the Asian American community realized, especially after the last 2 years of COVID-19, they've been so abused, so ostracized and marginalized that they say, well, if nobody wants to help us, we're going to help ourselves. So we have Asian Americans coming together and form their own company. One notable example is in Silicon Valley, a company formed just in 2020 in the midst of COVID-19 capital by, what's his name, Lou. And he had raised since then, invested $42 million in startup companies and helped them out. And that's the type of story we want to create. And in New York and other parts of the country, there are other women come together and form venture capital just so that they are incubators, so that they can help provide seed money for women-owned businesses who are caught by the pandemic. And I have a member who just immigrated, for example, from China. She brought in $500,000 to San Francisco, and she found a good place to renovate and pay rent, and then COVID happened. She got a landlord who kept making her pay the rent. In the end, after 2 years, she spent all her money. She got to walk away from it, and she lost her $500,000. So we are helping ourselves. And now that I hear about all the things that you guys are doing, I'm going to make sure that we tell them to knock on your door, even though you're not in Silicon Valley. I'm sure that there's a great network for us to work on. As to milestones, we always tell our members that if you're going to start a new business, the first thing is have a very solid, detailed business plan, very structured business plan, have a good team, good management. You have to do a very good market survey to show your investors that you have a product and service that's required, and you have to line up for financing and know where you're going in the next 10, 2, 3, 4 years. And with those are the way they measure how they're going to be appear before the existing investors and attract potential investors. And when they stick to that business plan and continue to look at it and visit it, and have a network of advisors. And we believe that VC money is very good right now for many of our members. That's the only alternative, because debt financing is not going to work, because many of them are in the service business. Unless they have a product that can go to market right away and they're scalable, they have no collateral, nobody's going to invest in them. Traditional banking financing also is the same thing too. So they have no choice but have to give a part of their equity to VCs.
Got it. So, Susan, I'm going to stop you there. So, Bailey, it seems like many roads lead to the SBA. There's a lot of resources on the SBA side, as well as a lot of different programs. So, what do you look for when people approach the SBA? What are the milestones? How do they determine where they fit in? If you can say that quickly before we go into some final Q&A from the audience members.
The thing I will share is that the way that we work, we seek to broaden our reach and to meet small businesses where they are within their communities. And so with that, we work through a number of partners. So we work through bank intermediaries, such as First Women's Bank, in terms of SBA lending products. In terms of the private capital, we work with private equity funds, with private credit funds, venture funds, growth equity funds, mezzanine funds. So we form partnerships and relationships with private investors who are committed and deeply interested in supporting our mission and providing financing to small businesses across the country. We have provided over $100 billion worth of financing to small businesses through the SBIC program, and currently manage over $34 billion worth of assets through these partnerships. We have a network of partners. We are always seeking to grow that network of partners and have more funds that are working with us. And by working with us, we're able to help them scale and increase the amount of capital that they can provide to small businesses. We will match up to $175 million worth of the private capital that the fund managers bring to the table. So talk about a great way to move and crowd more capital into women-owned small businesses by having women investors who partner with the SBA through the SBIC program. So that way they can provide capital to their networks of women who are creating and managing great small businesses across the country.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to move on to just a couple of the audience questions that we did get. And Michaela, this one's specifically for you, is that do you have advice for someone who wants to break into the social impact financing space? It sounds like the Serdna Foundation is that, but also enables a lot of other organizations and is connected with a lot of organizations. So any advice for someone who'd like to play a role in that space?
Absolutely. And I think it's great to have more folks that want to do this work. There are so many ways to do it. I mean, there are foundations like myself who focus on these issues and networks that target it. So the Entrepreneurship Funders Network, as I mentioned before, in New York City, there's a Small Business Funders Collective. There's a number of these kind of affinity groups that come together, and it could be a great way for you to get plugged in. There's also an entire network of folks in the impact investing space who care a lot about social impact. And so, the Global Impact Investing Alliance, the Mission Investors Exchange. And then if you care about small businesses on the ground, I just want to reinforce that, the SBA, if you have skills that you want to lend, and your Retired to Score program continues to be one of the best programs and resources for small businesses. You can lend your time there and get connected to local businesses in your backyard while also leveraging your skills. So there's a lot of entry points. It just depends on at what scale and scope you want to be involved. And happy to kind of follow up offline if I can answer more questions there.
That sounds wonderful. And then Bailey, a question I think which is specifically directed towards the SBA. We've come out of the pandemic. It's been 2 years. And so what are the resources from the SBA or in other organizations who are working with the SBA who could help someone who has suffered financial setbacks, possibly through the pandemic? Their credit has been affected, but they need a microloan or a small loan in order to kickstart or get moving again. What's your advice for someone who's in that position? Because I'm sure there's a lot of us through this pandemic that are hurting, their credit's affected, but want to start something.
I think it's such an excellent question. And, I love how Marianne brought up the idea of getting capital ready. I think a big thing is reaching out to those resource partners and building your network, getting good advice, and getting organized to present yourself well for the conversations to secure the capital. And the SBA's Women's Business Centers are a wonderful resource, our SBDC networks, the SCORE mentors. So, the list goes on, but we are here. We have people that are dedicated to supporting entrepreneurs and small business owners across the country and there to help get them capital ready. We are focused on resilience. We are focused on building for a better future, and the entire agency is committed to that. And we have our wonderful partners who are there to meet the moment when you are capital ready.
Got it. Okay, so I think we're at time. We're going to end on that note. So thank you to all of the women on this panel. I think this was fascinating. It certainly opened my eyes to more resources that are out there. And so I encourage you all in the audience to go and visit these organizations' pages and discover more to help you both in your business life and in creating businesses here in the US. So thank you. And thanks to the SBA and Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center.
Thank you, Janae, Bailey, Michaela, Marianne, and Susan. So much expertise and wisdom was just shared on how entrepreneurs should consider fundraising and looking for investment. This is a great reminder that different forms of investment, capital, grants, or loans can be right for different businesses at different times. You know your business better than anyone else, and it's up to you to do your homework, to figure out what is right for you, and to have a strong business foundation as you consider pursuing different investments for your business. You've probably noticed we're moving quickly. There's so much to cover, and we want to make sure we pack as much knowledge, information, and sharing into our time together. If you're unable to stay tuned this afternoon, we're broadcasting on SBA's YouTube channel. If you needed, you can step away and watch panels and fireside chats in the future on YouTube or on Facebook. Now, we're going to transition to a conversation on childcare, which is critical to support our future leaders and entrepreneurs. The pandemic reminded us all that childcare providers play an important and instrumental role in families and our communities. And there are considerable opportunities for childcare entrepreneurs to fill a much needed and significant segment of our entrepreneurial landscape. And while business can be difficult, I'm excited to introduce my colleague, Tanae Dolphin, the Executive Director of the National Women's Business Council, to lead us in a conversation on understanding how to build the best and most resilient business in the child care and care economy. Tanae, over to you.
Hello and welcome to From Essential Worker to Essential Entrepreneur, Care Economy and Entrepreneurship Opportunities. The pandemic reminded us of an irreplaceable role caretakers play in our lives. For caring for children to elders, caretakers are foundational to our families and the workplace. Today, we're going to talk about the issues that the care economy are currently facing and how we can support care entrepreneurs. My name is Tanae Dolphin, and I'm the Executive Director for the National Women's Business Council. The Council is a federal advisory committee created under Title IV of HR 5050, the Women's Business Ownership Act of 1988. NWBC serves as an independent source of information and advice to the President, Congress, and the SBA Administrator. Today, we have gathered an amazing panel of women to talk about this issue. Joining us today, we have Louise Stoney, co-founder of Opportunities Exchange and the Alliance for Early Childhood Finance, Allison Robin, CEO, founder of the Mom Project, Fran Pastor, CEO of the Women's Business Development Council, and Deirdre Henry Spires, Senior Advisor, Office of the SBA Administrator. I'd like to begin by having each panelist talk about her current role and her pursuit to support caregivers. Can we start with Louise?
Hi, I'm Louise Stoney, and I've spent my career trying to strengthen early care and education and make sure that every mom, I came to this as a young feminist, and many years ago, like 35 years ago, and really wanted to make this available for families. And over the course of my career, I've learned a lot about what it takes to run a childcare business. And that really led me to founding Opportunities Exchange so that we could strengthen these childcare businesses and make it much more possible for providers to be successful in how they run businesses. So I'm really laser focused on that issue and right now, and I hope to be able to end my career knowing that I not only made childcare more available for families, but I actually made it a viable career for small businesses.
Thank you, Louise. We'll go to Allison next.
Hello, it's wonderful to be here. Allison Robinson, founder and CEO of the Mom Project. The Mom Project is a digital talent platform which is committed to helping unlock the potential of moms everywhere. And so the way that we do this is by connecting moms with amazing career opportunities and upskilling opportunities that help them fulfill both their personal and professional goals. And we are committed to helping unlock $1 billion in economic potential for our moms in the next 3 years.
Fantastic. Next, let's introduce Fran. Fran?
Thanks, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Fran Pastori, and I have experienced what many women go through, especially single parents, as I was one many years ago, and I couldn't afford childcare. And I was fortunate enough through private sources to receive financial aid so that I could send my kids to school, so that I could launch the organization that I now run, the Women's Business Development Council. We are committed to women entrepreneurs. And most recently, in the last 2 years since the pandemic began, we have partnered with our state to help deploy millions of dollars in grants to childcare providers throughout the state of Connecticut. The project has been so successful. I'm excited to tell you all about it.
Awesome. Thank you, Fran. And next, Miss Deirdre.
Thank you so much, Tanae. It's such an honor to be here with you, with all the other panelists. I feel like I'm sitting in the middle of the childcare advocacy movement. We know that we lost 3 million women from the workforce during the pandemic. And I am certain that all of that talent hasn't made it back. To be in the middle of Women's History Month and to be able to have this conversation is both professionally and personally really rewarding. And it is such a personal topic. I am the mother of 3. I consider myself fortunate that I had those children with a lot of support from my husband, my mother, my sister. But there was still fraught. And it's so funny, on my childcare journey with my first child, I often make the joke that I lost my name. I became, to childcare providers, Solomon's mom. I was no longer Deirdre. It was like Solomon's mom, Solomon needs, when are you getting here? You know, you become the focus of is on the children. And so when we start talking about where are we going in this childcare moment, where are we going as workers go back to work, as we regain that intellectual fire and capacity that women bring to the workforce? Where are the children becomes the first question that I think any of us should be asking. And how are the children? And I don't think any parent can work well and bring their best selves to that moment until they know that their children are 1, safe, 2, secure, and 3, growing and learning and developing. And so to be at the center of this moment means so much. I'm honored to be in this space with each and every one of you. Thank you. Did I say what I do? I'm the senior advisor at the Small Business Administration, and I get to do this wonderful work because we have an administrator named Isabella Casillas Guzman, who has a real vision for how we engage here, and the Biden-Harris administration has a real vision. So really excited to be here.
Well, I was about to say that we could really end the panel right there. I mean, when you hear the breadth and scope of the panelists, and then we end it with Deirdre, I really could just go home right now. But we've got a few questions that we need to ask, and we really want to dig some more information. And my goal is always to find solutions, right? Find ways out of the challenges that we currently are experiencing. And so let's get started. We don't have a lot of time, but we've got a lot to cover. And so I'll start by saying in recent years, NWBC has explored the lack of affordable childcare as a potential barrier for women's entrepreneurship, specifically in what are known as childcare deserts. Additionally, the council has also noted the operational staffing, business scaling, and revenue growth challenges faced by many of these women entrepreneurs. Post-pandemic employment, as Deirdre just alluded to, in the childcare sector continues to lag behind recovery in other sectors, limiting choices for mothers seeking to return to full-time employment, and also limiting a full recovery for this industry. What are you hearing on the ground in terms of the most persistent issues faced by childcare providers, both micro and small business owners? And what are some of the longstanding issues that were amplified at the onset of COVID-19? I realize that some of this might overlap, but I'd like to just hear from you. Let's start with Allison, because I know your perspective is a little different. Allison.
Yeah, I'm certainly not the childcare expert like our other esteemed panelists, but I would say as we spoke to 3 million women out of the workforce, right? So I think this is at a fever pitch. So many women forced to leave the workforce in the last 2 years. And as you look at it on both sides, as a childcare provider, they're saying we can't staff to be able to meet the demand. So we can't keep, if you look at other sectors, they've been able to raise wages, offer extended benefits to be able to attract and retain talent. That's simply not happening in this sector. There's a quote from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen that I love, which is, the free market works well in many different sectors, but childcare is not one of them. Those who provide childcare aren't paid well, and many who need it can't afford it. So childcare centers are really carrying the weight of that. And the economics for them are really tough and only worsened during the pandemic as they looked at limited capacity, more straining healthcare requirements, et cetera. And then on the other side, consumers, moms, dads are feeling the inflation cost. We recently moved from Miami, from Cincinnati, and the cost of childcare here is 50% higher, right? And so this is forcing many parents to make really, really hard decisions between career and family to ensure that their loved ones have quality care.
You really said a lot right there. Let's move over to Fran to hear from you.
Thank you, Tanae, and thanks, Allison, for setting the tone there, because I think what I want to point out, like Deirdre, I was a single parent, right? 30 years ago, I had no job, childcare. In order for me to start the Women's Business Development Council, which was a passion of mine, I had to pay for childcare. It was $1,200 a month 30 years ago I had 2 kids, so double that. I was, as I said earlier in my remarks, I was fortunate enough that in my community, there was the Jewish Community Center, and they offered scholarship. That's how I was able to get started. I was lucky. And also I had a voice, right? I had the confidence to say, I need help. Can you help me? So just put that aside, right? That is what made me know and understand the plight of so many women that the Women's Business Development Council wanted to serve, right? So many people had to make the choice. I can't go to work. I can't work multiple minimum wage jobs. I want to start my own business. And I think that history is repeating itself, right? We talked earlier, 3 million women left the workforce. What are they doing? We know that startups have increased by 30%, right? Everything from your local bakery to your cafe. I'll tell you what we're seeing in Connecticut. We saw that in the first 30 days of the pandemic, 70% of the childcare providers in our state shuttered. And while our governor was saying, and while our state was saying, we've got to get people back to work, how are we going to help them? Our governor actually said, stop everything. We can talk about getting people back to work, but what about the people that need childcare? Let's look at the frontline industries. And in the beginning, I really feel like he had the vision to say, childcare providers are frontline workers. We have to get them back to work so we can get women and families back to work. Connecticut's only one of, I believe, 7 states in the country that actually has an Office of Early Childhood. So our governor quickly deployed millions of dollars in CARES Act funds. when you get a phone call from the governor of Connecticut, which I did, to say, Fran, we need you. We are going to give you millions of dollars and we want you to put it out on the street and we want you to get it out in 30 days. But we don't just want you to hand out the money. We want it to come with technical assistance. Now, you're talking about an industry that either uses their cell phone or a cigar box to manage their finances. You're talking about an industry who has a lot of barriers, whether they're cultural, language, educational. What is their passion? They did not go into this business to make money. They went into the business because they love children. So building trust quickly was so important to us. The biggest challenge that they have is they can't afford to pay their workers. I'm proud to say that fast forward, nearly 2 years later, we have only lost 1% of the childcare slots since the beginning of the pandemic. Whereas my understanding, and Louise, you may know better than I, my understanding from our early childhood commissioner is that most other states are down about 10% with their slots. So I'd like to tell you more about the grant program and the funds allocation when we get to that, but thank you.
Well, yeah, we definitely want to hear some of those best practices, but you're right. I think nationwide it's 9 or 10%. And so with that, let's go to Deirdre and hear from Deirdre.
So first, I have to make one correction because it's sacred, the single mother. I am not that heroine. If it weren't for Miles Spires, my husband, I don't.
Sorry about that.
No. I just want to. Those are my heroes, and the women that I love and love to support. This said, though, what am I hearing on the ground? I'm hearing that COVID exacerbated everything we already know about childcare. That the pay scale being too low, scarcity of supply, inequities for caregivers. So we have a lot of Black and Latino caregivers in home-based provision. I've heard of the heartbreaking stories, even for those providers, when they cannot take newborns. We've heard about the pandemic struggles of social distancing. 3-year-olds do not social distance. That is not their bag. That's not how they do it. And so all of these challenges have led us, I think, to this moment where we can think about if we had to, we can't maybe build the system from scratch, but we can't ignore the fissures anymore either. And so from SBA's perspective, we take everything as an opportunity. And so this is an opportunity to rethink our role in this industry in twofold, not just in providing business opportunity, because we need those businesses to create the supply so that people have safe places for their children to go while they pursue careers or entrepreneurship. But secondly, that it's high quality, because I want the workers of tomorrow to be being prepared in the preschools of today. And so we have to pay attention to quality, which means we also have to have a whole government approach. SBA has one piece of the pie, but our partnerships with HHS, the Health and Human Services, and Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Education, and even our friends at Labor, like we have to be looking across government for solutions at this moment, and really the time is now. So I feel, and I know our administrator feels, a sense of urgency and a sense of hopefulness, because people now are keyed in a way they hadn't been before. I'll stop there.
I'm so glad you're leading this effort for us. Thank you so much. Louise, please, what are you hearing on the ground? And Louise, I know you're hearing a lot.
Yeah, so I want to actually build on the incredible remarks that Fran and Deirdre made, because I echo absolutely what they say. And I think what I could offer to this audience is a window into what it's like to run a childcare program. And let me just say that childcare is a really hard business to run, and it was hard before COVID. So that's part of the problem, is that these were weak businesses to begin with. Then whoosh, you have a pandemic and it just wipes them out. So let me actually give you a sort of a fairly simple picture of why it's so hard to run. And I've been in early care and education policy and finance for a long time. And if I take everything I know and I boil it down into one simple picture, It's what I call the iron triangle. In order to run a successful childcare business, you must be full every slot every day. You must collect your fees in full and on time every slot every day. And you must right size your tuition, which means that your tuition is high enough that it's covering your costs, or you have third-party funding to fill the gap. It's a very simple formula to understand. It is almost impossible to do. And it's really hard to do if you're trying to serve families of different needs, different potential public funding streams, different sources, right? So what's been helpful about that concept is that it really helps providers feel like, oh my God, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that I'm not bringing enough money in the door. This is complicated, right? And we also give them benchmarks so that they can stay on track. Let's look at your iron triangle metrics. Let's track how you're doing. When we begin to provide support focused on those metrics, and we pair technology to it, we pair technical assistance linked to it. So we have a whole sort of pathway to help providers. We can transform things. I think, but if you go back to the iron triangle for a minute and you just think about what happened in COVID, let's think about it for one moment. Okay, you had full enrollment. How do you have full enrollment when you're in the middle of a pandemic? You don't know who's going to show up tomorrow. You don't know, right? And so the unpredictability of the world, the unpredictability of revenue for these providers was devastating. So the good news is that the federal government, through pandemic relief, really pumped money. But again, if that money is just coming in to plug budget holes without a plan for how you're going to be sustainable over the long haul, that's not going to work. So we're really trying to make sure that that transformation is smart. The second thing, full fee collection. Again, it's really hard to look up a low-income mom in the eye and say, pay up. And yet at the same time, that provider is low-income too, right? So we're trying to figure out strategies, again, maximizing the use of technology, centralizing functions so that you have folks who are responsible for collecting money that are kind but firm. There's lots of different ways that we can work with families to help, but we need to take away that personal relationship so that the provider who has a personal relationship with mom doesn't feel put on the spot all the time. That's a really hard space, but we have strategies for addressing that. And then thirdly, right-sizing tuition. I think one of the really interesting things that's coming out post-COVID is that we're starting to get states really looking at cost modeling. So they're starting to really understand the actual cost of delivering these services and just how high it is and just what a big gap there is between infant care, for example, and preschoolers in terms of the cost. The actual cost, not the price, the cost of delivering the service. And so once we're starting to sort of get folks to better understand that, then we can start thinking about strategies to help the providers and help the families bring the money in the door. So I feel like we have a whole playbook now of things to do. And that's what we're really trying to do. We call it reinvention. We're trying to reinvent, not rebuild, reinvent the industry with the new COVID dollars.
Well, I think that was a great segue into the next question. Louise has already established the model. And now with understanding that iron triangle and the model, we really want to look at how the SBA and government can play a role. So, we all understand that to ensure healthy children and support for parents and our workforce, that a thriving economy, we really need to address this holistically, right? Deirdre said that, holistically. That said, let's focus our lens on how SBA can do its part to better leverage some of the policy and programmatic tools in the agency's toolbox to help support both childcare solopreneurs and employer-based centers. So given the current landscape, how do we just discussed, what would you say are the business opportunities and potential sustainable business models, Louise just alluded to it, for this industry? And what are some of the available resources at SBA, Deirdre, that are some of the opportunity for the agency to expand its offerings and support the childcare economy? Should we be looking at access to capital, training? And I kind of hear access to capital. Let's start. Deirdre, I'm going to end with you. Nope. Okay. I'm going to, well, am I going to? Yes, I'm going to end with you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Start with Fran. I want to start with Fran on this one. Fran, what are you thinking?
Thanks. Well, I think that the SBA has 140 women's business centers around the country, many of them located in communities where there are a shortage of childcare providers, some of them located in childcare deserts. So I'd like to use the example of what we did, and we have a 5-year commitment from our state to move forward in this direction. I shared with Natalie when I met her the other day that the CARES Act funding that we received as a Women's Business Center at the start of the pandemic, I kind of looked at my team and I said, what are we going to do with this money? What are we going to do with it? Teach people how to write business plans in the middle of a pandemic? And that's when the conversation started with our governor's office, our commissioner of early childhood. And I said, hey, we could leverage these federal dollars with your federal dollars and with private money to really address the need. And where is the need? It was with childcare. And so to me, the public-private partnership was really a beautiful thing. And, obviously you guys can tell I'm really proud of my state and my governor, coming from the business sector. He was able to attract some of the corporate wealth in our state and get people to buy into this initiative. So it isn't every day that you can pick up the phone and ask a venture capitalist or a private equity investor to contribute $1 million or $2 million to an initiative. But that's what we did. So it was a combination of, federal dollars, state dollars, and private dollars. And we deployed, as I said, nearly $3 million in the form of not just cash grants, but also provided these providers, over 1,000 providers. So we barely scratched the surface because we have 7,500 providers in the state, but 1,000 providers provided them with technology, not just cell phones, computers, laptops, everything that they needed, and then expansion dollars on top of that. So we've got centers that doubled their capacity with the technical assistance and the funds that we gave them. And the reason this is so remarkable to me is that they did it rapidly, so quickly, because the money was deployed so quickly. And somehow we were able to build trust very quickly with them, right? We're working with the statewide networks of childcare providers, but we still have childcare deserts. So what I see as a success model is this public-private partnership, and why that's so important. And I'll even get down to the municipal level, because there are zoning barriers that impact these centers and what they can do and what they can't do. So to me, it's, the examples of how we all came together to address this critical need. But to Louise's point, there's so much more to be done, and it has to be a long-term commitment. And to recognize that what I always say is, a lot of these decisions are being made finally with women having a seat at the table. And I think that's so important. I want to see more women of color have a seat at the table, right? These are the majority of providers. These are the majority of the folks that our providers serve. And I always say, women give birth to 100% of the population. Shouldn't we have 100% of the say in what happens with these issues that are facing us to such a large degree? So I'll end with that, but I really believe it's a public-private partnership, and I'm really proud of the work that our state has done very quickly.
I love when folks just drop golden nuggets, and I just want to just plaster that across the screen. But you're absolutely right. We give birth to 100% of the population, and we need to be at the table. Oh, my goodness. We're running out of time, but we have so much more to cover. And Deirdre, I just want you to put a bow on this, but I think I'm going to go to Louise, Allison, and Deirdre on this question. So, Louise?
Yeah, so I can be pretty straightforward. I think the number one game changer for a childcare business is technology. Early care and education is the last industry sector to benefit from a technology transformation, and we can. So the cool thing is that there are off-the-shelf products that providers can buy, that basically run their childcare business, right? The problem is that we estimate that less than 30% of providers are using them, and even providers that have them aren't using them well. So we're really trying to help sort of stay on top, first of all the products that are out there so that providers can make smart decisions, work with folks like the Small Business Administrations to sort of tier their technical assistance with the technology so that they're teaching providers business. And it's really actually a really cool thing. So, because one of the problems with business training is, the forgetting curve. That 90% of what you learn in a one and done session is forgotten in less than a week, right? But if you actually give a provider a technology tool and you say, I'm going to teach you how to use this tool, let's start loading your data in it. Now let's run a report. Oh, now let's teach you business on that report, right? It's a totally different game. And so it empowers them to run their business. It gives them tools they need to run their business. And then it's teaching them business in the context of those tools. So investment in that technology, absolutely, you can do that. Secondly, you can deploy all your SBA, just like you have in Connecticut, right? Deploy those offices to pair their support with the technology. Now, I have to tell you honestly that in our experience, a lot of the SBA folks we work with, there's a learning curve. They need to understand childcare businesses. I mean, people who traditionally are used to working with regular businesses, they look at childcare and they're like, what are you, crazy? Close down tomorrow, you're losing money. And you have to really understand, wait a minute, this is a business of love. You're trying to empower a person to run their business better so they can make a better living. But, this is never going to be high profit stuff, right? So I think that's the second thing. And then the third thing I would just offer is that our philosophy, the Opportunities Exchange, is to just give our tools away. They're totally open source tools. So if any of the SBAs, like they work with a technology tool, you can go to our website. We've already created a lot of stuff. Just take it, adapt it, use it. So our goal is to really empower intermediaries, empower providers, leverage technology, and just say, go. Like there's a bunch of stuff we can do. Let's move.
Awesome. Allison.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the sustainable long-term solution is frankly elevating caregiving as a career and a profession, right? I think it's something that we've taken for granted, and COVID has exposed the fault lines of how much women and the invisible labor. And so I think, we've got a real supply and demand issue when it comes with childcare. We've got so much more demand than we have supply. So we've got to make this and elevate it as a profession, make it a higher paying career that so many people love caring, right? But the financial sacrifices they make to pursue that passion are really, really tough trade-offs to ask. So I would love to see investments in building that long-term supply, whether that be apprenticeships, wage subsidies, things that make this a really exciting career path for many people who do this with a lot of heart.
It's so important. It's so important. And you want those that are caring for our children to be whole and healthy too. So Deirdre, put a bow on this one. I know that you've got so much to share. And one thing I failed to mention to the audience, that please use the chat, talk amongst yourself, add questions in the Q&A box. So please do that. We're going to try to pull some questions from that Q&A box soon. Deirdre?
Sure. So I've heard a lot from my fellow panelists. I've heard tech is the game changer we need. There's a learning curve, so we have to redefine success, and that we have to elevate this industry. And I would just add to that with equity, because oftentimes we find the front line workers are Black and brown, and then as you go up this the curve, as you go up the sides of any industry to the management, to the supervisory level, then brown and Black disappear, and we have white women largely at those levels. The same is true in the home visiting industry. And so we do have work to do there, and we have to put the equity in any profession that we want to further professionalize. What does that look like? That looks like going back to school. That looks like earning a degree. What we know right now is that we have childcare providers that do that work and then are like, I can't stay in home base. I got to go get hired by a school, like just to pay back the student loan debt. They can't do the work that they love to do. And so the SBA right now, I will talk about what we currently do. But first, I'm sorry, I have to just hop into the future because it's in the future that we answer some of these questions. The conversations we're having right now are really about how do we provide access to capital for things like licensing and education. So to that, the very real needs, but that's just a conversation right now. How do we engage our Office of Entrepreneurial Development around this? How do we update some of the information we're already providing? Our wonderful Office of OBO, Office of Women's Business Opportunity, and the lovely Natalie Madeira Cofield, who runs that office, my friend and colleague, and the work that she's doing. How do we empower our women's business centers to do the type of work Fran is doing? How do we put these best practices in front of them so they're even more able? We know right now we have women's business centers and small business development centers that are doing childcare boot camps. Like, what is happening right now? We're looking and leaping into the future at SBA. I'm looking to my side because I don't want to forget any of my colleagues. At this childcare table that we've set, we also, you'll be happy to know, Fran and Louise, have the Office of Investment, because we have a wonderful leader there, Bailey DeVry, who is really looking at how do we spur venture capitalism and investment in this sector. And you're right, we've got to redefine success. This isn't about quadrupling your profit margin. It's a care economy. It's very, very different. And then lastly, but just two others I want to mention, our Office of Veterans businesses. We know that there's sometimes great adaptations to be found on military bases, but this is a real issue as more and more families live off the base. How do they find childcare that understands the lifestyle that you need to open your doors at 6? Because my day as a member of our armed services starts at 6:30 and ends at 3:30, and what the different needs are there. And then our Office of Capital Access. Oh my goodness. Micro lending, small dollar loans to do some of this work. That's what we're looking at. But what you can find right now, we have 504 loans that delivered more than $7 billion in COVID relief. We have all the offices I already spoke about already engaging in this way. Some of our childcare professionals took advantage of our COVID EIDL program, which had ridiculous rates. If you were a nonprofit, you got an interest rate of 2.75%, and the level of credit score was in a place that was accessible to most business people. So the SBA is really trying to think about how we go forward. And so as you all were talking, I was taking notes because we have more work to do, and we're aware of it. And we want to make sure that the work we build fits in to the real needs of community in a meaningful way. Every single one of those offices is at the table, is leaning in, and is thinking, how can we have something that we can announce to this community in the very near term that says this is how we're going to make capital, training, and resources available.
Well, I'm excited. If Deirdre's leading it, then we're going to have that holistic, thoughtful, equity approach to this issue and a whole of
Today,
government.
I'm not going anywhere without you. You just, just walk beside me. Could you? And look, anyway, I'm not letting any of these women go. You all inspire me. I am fired up today.
This is a brain trust. This is definitely a brain trust. And so we are excited to continue these conversations. One thing that I want to bring up before I pivot, and we are at time, is that one of the things we didn't bring up, but that has a lot of similarities, is the broader care economy. So we know that there's elder care, the care of our relatives who may have a disability. And so are there any nuances or things that are unique to the broader care economy that we might want to lift up for this audience before I take one audience question and then move to your pearls of wisdom? Who would like to answer that?
I just want to put out one thing really quickly, and then Fran, turn it over to you. In other work that I've done at HHS, we talked about the broader care economy on the ACA and talked about creating career ladders. I don't know that quite for home care providers, the people that are taking care of mom and dad. My parents needed that kind of care, and they get paid like they could flip burgers really and make the same living with no health insurance. And these are strenuous, they engage your whole body. You're lifting people, you're turning them, and we want them to do this with love. There's a real wage issue that we are going to have to address in the elder care space. And then also what we do about leave. The administrator and I were recently in Chile, and we had a conversation with the new minister for women's issues. And she has a 3-year-old. She got 6 months maternity leave. Her husband paternity there is 5 days. If your husband wants to take some of your leave to use against, they can use some of your leave against, but 1 week of your leave, if your husband takes it, counts as 2 weeks. I don't know what that says about the value of women's work and men's work. And I want you to know that, America, we're not alone in struggling and grappling with these issues. And I'm just going to close my mic there, but we're not alone.
Wow. Fran?
Oh, so again, I'll just say come to Connecticut because paid leave is the law of the land. So I've been saying that to everybody. My company doesn't offer paid leave. Come to Connecticut. It's the law of the land. Anyway, so yeah, I wanted to just go back to Louise. We have to wrap up, right? Oh, okay. Too bad. All right. Louise, though, your point is well taken. We need people that are skilled in childcare, not just your regular Women's Business Center business counselors. So that was all I wanted to say. This was great. I hope we can do a 2.0. I would love it. You guys are all amazing. And Deirdre, I'm going to be in touch with you because I have some thoughts.
I've got 2.0 for you guys. Don't worry. NWBC will do a roundtable. We need to continue this conversation. So with that, I've got one question and maybe only one of you to answer because I know the folks are going to cut us off in 1 minute, but we do have a question from the audience. And it says, in current marketing environment, and this is really a technical question, it is difficult to break through. What advice do you have for entrepreneurs to brand or advertise their organizations? I would imagine this is a care business. Louise, Fran?
I certainly can jump in quickly and just say that I want to go back to my issue about technology. What's happening right now in technology is unbelievable. Every day I'm learning about new technology tools that can strengthen these small businesses, many of them in the context of marketing, and many of them, by the way, created by moms. Who were, figuring out new jobs for themselves, who came out of the tech industry, who wanted to. So the bottom line is we need to really improve our electronic marketplaces. And it's entirely possible to do that. So if we have an aligned vision around making sure that consumers can get access to care electronically, that they can search for care, choose care, enroll and care, all that stuff can happen. But we have to move providers out of isolation. We have to bring them together in networks. We have to connect them through technology, and we have to have skilled leadership.
That's awesome. So now the time has come. We're going to do a quick lightning round wrap up and hear from all of our panelists. Just final last words, a key takeaway. And I want to sort of connect what Louise just said to Allison, that there are moms who are creating solutions for the care economy. And so, Allison, what are your final words of wisdom for our attendees?
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. Moms are actually leading a lot of the small business growth in the U.S. because the conditions were not necessarily built for us to be successful. And so we're forging our own path, but enable for us to get to work and be a good face for our employees of all backgrounds. Like, we need childcare. So I am just so passionate about this topic. And I will say, like, this administration, and I feel that more than ever. I feel like this really is being elevated as one of the most critical issues from the top of the administration down. And that feels really great. And it feels like support is coming and that this is a priority. So I want to thank all of you.
Thank you, Allison. Fran?
I just want to say this was wonderful. Thank you all so much. I learned so much. We are, to Louise's point, with regard to starting up and technology, March 23rd, we are opening up a round of grants of up to $25,000 to encourage, Allison, you'll be happy to hear, to encourage moms to launch childcare facilities. So those are startup grants of $25,000, and that there's a whole other suite of services and other funds that come along with that. So, again, we're trying these things, we're piloting them, and we'd love to report back on best practices.
I can't wait to hear all about that. Thank you so much. Louise?
Yeah, I think I would say, first of all, don't forget home-based childcare. I think childcare can be many things, and we often talk about childcare centers, but honestly, my daughter went to a home-based childcare provider, and that provider is still in our life, and my daughter is 32 years old. So, but we have to create strategies for making those home-based childcare providers a meaningful part of the system, which means we also have to revisit licensing to create licensing rules that make sense for home-based childcare providers. And we also then need to create strategies for them to be able to move their small home-based business to maybe a setting that's not in their home. We call it a micro center. Super need for micro centers, yet there's no licensing law that fits them. So they're often like in a no person's land, like, oh my gosh, how do we operate? So I feel like that's a really important new space.
Deirdre has a book of notes. Now, Deirdre, please share your final words. And I know that book of notes is long, but what would you leave with the audience?
I will be short. Thank you all so much for just your brain power and your partnership. I think what I want to leave with the audience most importantly is stay tuned. We mean this thing. We are hosting listening sessions with businesses, listening sessions with resource centers. We have one coming up with resource centers on the 30th. If you would like to be included, just reach out to the SBA. Fran, I see you nodding. We will loop you in to that conversation because we don't want to fashion a solution without the experts. And the experts are the moms, Allison. The experts are the dads. The experts are the providers. The experts are those that need the service. And so we're here for real solution. And in this moment, I think we have a real opportunity. I know Connecticut is doing great work. If we leave with nothing else, we know Connecticut is doing great work. But even in my local community, we now have a children's cabinet at the local level, at the county level, right? My county executive, Angela Alsobrook, has a children's cabinet, and early childhood is the first thing that cabinet is tackling. That's the moment we're living in. So let's go get it. Let's go fashion a solution. It may not be perfect, but it can be better. And that's what I want to leave folks with.
Excellent. Excellent. I love it. Thank you all for not only this conversation, but everything that you do day in and day out to change our world. I am so deeply in gratitude to you, all of you, for this conversation. Thank you so much. And I want to thank you, all the attendees, for joining us today, and make sure that you enjoy the rest of the summit. Be well.
Thank you so much for that incredible panel. From essential worker to essential entrepreneur, care economy entrepreneurship opportunities. I'm incredibly proud of our network of women's business centers, and Fran, our rock star, and her organization, an incredible example of expertise, passion, and creativity that can be found across our national network of women's business centers throughout the country. Childcare is such a critical issue for families, and more specifically for women returning to the labor force or starting their own companies. And as we've heard from Deidre, Administrator Isabella Guzman is a true champion for women and is ensuring childcare is a top priority at the U.S. Small Business Administration. Continuing on with today's program, we will move next to opportunities and challenges within the government contracting space. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world and represents an incredible opportunity for small businesses to access a new customer and expand their business market. We have an incredible panel of small business owners who have successfully bid and overseen contracts with the federal government. It is now my opportunity to turn it over to my colleague, Jackson Brossi. Jackson, over to you.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Jackson Slim Brossi, and it's my privilege and pleasure to serve as the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Native American Affairs, and it's really my pleasure to serve as the moderator for this wonderful panel with some incredible panelists where I know I'm going to learn a lot, so really happy to be here. I want to thank Administrator Caulfield for her leadership in bringing the summit together, bringing everybody together, encourage everybody who's here now, and I also want to encourage everybody to stay around for the entire summit, so thanks. I want a little about my background. I care deeply about the SBA's mission to start, build, and grow small businesses because as a Navajo Nation citizen raised on the reservation where we have about 40% unemployment and 40% poverty, I know that we can and we will do better by creating small businesses. And I'm really happy about this panel here where we'll talk about government contracting and the incredible opportunity, especially for all women business entrepreneurs. I think about one of my big heroes is my grandmother, and she was born in a world that only spoke the Navajo language. And when she was in middle school, she went away to a boarding school about 200 miles away and traveled part of that by wagon. She got out, she raised a wonderful family, became a community leader, and also a small business owner, really a micro business owner. And I know that she contributed tremendously to her community, but a lot of the things that we here at the SBA have as resources are things that she also could have benefited from. And really happy to share a lot of these resources and also learn a bit today. Again, I want to say thank you to the Office of Women's Business Ownership and Natalie's team. You all have done an excellent job putting this event together. And I'm really excited about where we are now, where we can focus on government contracting for small, disadvantaged, and underutilized businesses. And the Biden administration's attention to this, as well as our head of the Small Business Administration, Isabella Guzman, who is committed to advancing all small businesses and women's small businesses in particular. So with that, I want to go around and ask our wonderful panelists to introduce themselves and tell a bit about your firm and describe how you got into government contracting. And I will start with Nicole.
Thank you, Administrator Brossi. Thank you for the opportunity to join the ladies today on this panel. My name is Nicole Parker. I'm the principal and CEO of the Ellison Group located here in Washington, D.C. We are a CM/PM firm focusing in 4 core areas: construction management, design management, technology, and facilities and logistics planning. We also hold multiple certifications for the government, and we actually got started. This is our 15th year in business. I was a contractor in the federal government and decided to launch my business after my first 14 years of service being a contractor.
Well, thank you, Nicole. I want to go over to Maria. Can you introduce yourself and your firm?
Absolutely. My name is Maria Rios, and thank you so much for moderating this panel. Maria Rios, I'm the president and CEO for Nation Waste. Nation Waste is a fully certified waste management company. We specialize in small business owners and, of course, to the Fortune 500 companies and government entities. I'm privileged to have been the first woman in the waste management industry in the country. And we are fully certified and have other privilege to have started early on when I started my business, the certification. So therefore, I've been taking advantage a lot, but there's so much that can be done. And if I may mention that I am also a National Women Business Council member. And for those, in regards to the National Business Council Advisory Board, that was a committee that was established in 1988 with the passage of HR 5050 in the Women Business Ownership Act, to serve as an independent source of advice and policy recommendations to the President, Congress, and the United States Small Business Administrations on issues of importance of women business enterprise. And of course, I have the privilege to also have been selected to serve on the Access to Capital Committee. And so to me, it's very important to be here with all of you. I hope I can learn a lot and, of course, share as much as we can so we can help other Marias and other small business owners that wants to get certifications and gain and grow and make more for America.
Well, thank you, Maria, for your leadership in business and also in policy in the community. So thank you.
My pleasure.
And I'd like to turn it over to my friend Monica Jojola from New Mexico. Can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Again, thank you, Mr. Brasi, for the opportunity and any of our federal partners online today. I am Monica Jojola. I am the president and owner of Montec Incorporated here in New Mexico, specifically Albuquerque, the sunny skies that never fail us here in the Southwest. As being the president and owner of Montec Incorporated, we are a certified 8A. I'm not sure if my colleagues also online are certified 8A or not. We graduated in 2025. We're also a woman-owned small business and 100% American Indian owned. I'm proud to say that I am a member from the Southwest, from the Pueblo of Isleta. Entrepreneurship, I had mentioned this to Mr. Brasi at one point, is that our grandfathers and grandmothers have always been entrepreneurs for long before myself have even thought about a business. You know, our people come from being beautiful weavers, beautiful basket makers, pottery makers, the arts that we have in the Great Southwest, as well as other tribes in the U.S. They have been entrepreneurs long before I even thought about federal contracting. What our company does specialize in is professional services, administrative support services, technical support services, and security services. We are service oriented. In other words, we don't sell products. And I think that's really important for me to share with every of our audience this afternoon. But I do also want to share that certifications are really important and imperative for us and for me and my company, not to mention the clearances that our team members hold. We're nationwide. And how did I get my foot in the door with federal contracting? Like my colleagues here also on the line, I can tell you that it took 14 years of my understanding of the federal government contracting. I did work with the tribal corporation in the lower 48. With that, I was able to understand federal contracting at a pretty high magnitude as far as how important it is to be certified, to be qualified, to have your past performances. And with that, just got a great understanding as to how important it is to be contract ready. Thank you, Jackson.
Well, thank you, Monica, and thank you for your leadership as well. And we're fortunate to be joined also by another fellow federal employee, Shelby Scales from the Office of Department of Transportation. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Shelby Scales. I am the director for the Small Disadvantaged Business Utilization Office. Within our office, we work with the secretary to ensure that all of our procurement, both direct and indirect, is administered fairly, efficiently, and in the manner that the secretary and the administration had hoped that we procure. Within our office, we also work with DOT's 10 operating administrations. If you're unfamiliar with those, I'll just name a few: Federal Highway, Federal Aviation, Transit, Pipeline, Ports, and several other that I won't go into. But we work with each of those administrations with their missions and their goals as relates to small, disadvantaged, and otherwise category small businesses as well with our procurement authority. The Sba office itself has two major divisions. One is our procurement assistance division, and they are tasked to really administer our goals that are set by SBA as well as the administration in our department. And they also work very closely with our procurement officers at each of the operating administrations to make sure that those folks know who you are and are utilizing you in the best, most efficient manner, as well as small businesses. And so we carry a big, huge lift within the department, within our office, with working with the other operating administrations. Our other administration or division is our regional assistance division. We have 11 small business technical assistance centers throughout the country that work directly with state DOTs and their DBE partners, their small business partners, veteran-owned businesses, Hubzone businesses. We fund them through what we call operating agreements to provide technical assistance, but mainly we produce a bonding education program, and we also work very closely with SBA on access to capital. So really our task is to make sure that we are inclusive of small businesses, minority, woman-owned, veteran-owned, Hubzone-owned businesses within our procurement here at here at DOT.
Thank you, Shelby, and thanks for joining us. I know you have a busy schedule as well. So we are here with a goal to discuss the complex world of government contracting and discuss how women-owned businesses can find, compete, and win contracts. And as I mentioned earlier, we've got an incredible panel here, both of successful women who have done it and are open to sharing about their experiences and bringing other women-owned businesses forward. And then we're also fortunate to be joined here by the Department of Transportation and Shelby, who knows on the federal side. So I encourage everybody who's listening to join in this discussion and put questions into the chat box, the Q&A box down below. And we've also pulled a few questions that we received during the registration to start things off. So I'm going to read the first question we got here. So in 1994, Congress authorized the goal of 5% for all federal contract dollars to go to women-owned small businesses. That goal has only been met twice. I'm excited to bring together this group of businesses to discuss how they navigated the complexities and became federal contractors. So Maria, Nicole, Monica, when and why did each of you consider bidding on federal contractors, federal contracts more specifically? And did you obtain any government certifications prior to beginning your contracting journey? I know Monica touched a bit on AA. I'm interested in hearing the answers to this question, and let's start back with Nicole.
Yes, for me, the federal contracting opportunities were there, and I started out as a subcontractor. That gave me the opportunity as a sub to actually apply for my certifications, and so I applied for my state and local first. And then within my second year of business, I was able to apply for the 8A certification. We have since graduated from the 8A in our WOSB, but we also have an 8A joint venture. So we also mentor other 8A companies as well. But I think that it's very important in understanding not only the process, but the types of certifications there are for federal contracting. And more specifically with the 8A, that is a timed certification for those that don't know. So it's very important that you do your research on that and that you understand with the timing, that timing is everything, because that 9 years, and for some due to COVID, they got the extra year, the additional year. That timing is everything. So making sure that you begin to build those relationships with the federal government agencies prior to applying for the 8A. I see a lot of small businesses that jump out there early on and say, I want to become an 8A contractor, and they really don't have the experience yet or knowledge of what the world's largest customer, as we would call it, the government, is actually selling.
Thanks, Nicole. And to follow up on that, did you work with the SBA or PTAX or other offices when you were going through that certification, and would you recommend that?
I did. I worked with the PTAX as well as the local SCORE. Although my first 14 years as a contractor, I did work with 2 other companies who had small business and minority certification. So I was familiar with it at the time, but I did align myself with local PTAX and SCOREs, as well as I'm a member of WIP, Women Impacting Public Policy. That's a great organization as well.
Thanks. And PTAC, Procurement Technical Assistance,
That's
and
correct.
SCORE are this wonderful network of business mentors that offer their services for free across the country. I was able to meet a few great ones out in New Mexico, actually, where we saw Monica. So I'll switch over to Monica. Do you have anything else to add about your journey? You touched on a bit, but anything else you add there?
I was going to say before I close, all the ones that I mentioned are free. That's the key. They are free.
Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. I can share with my colleagues and our audience today that it took 13, 14 years of my understanding the federal contracting environment. I mentioned earlier that I did work with a tribal corporation prior to my commencing, Montech Incorporated. With that, it gave me a really clear understanding how important it was to be contract ready, like I stated earlier before. But with that, the Women-Owned Small Business Program was really getting some highlights within the federal market. I know that our country was hitting a double dip recession during the 2008, 9, 10, 2010 timeframe. Montech was incorporated back in 2011. Every year, every 5 years, every 10 years, I try to set some personal goals, and owning a business was absolutely one of those. Being an entrepreneur was absolutely one of those. To own your own business meant, I was going to concentrate in the federal market. Again, working with the tribal corporation really put my footprint in the ground to understanding the audience, understanding the type of contracts, understanding my core capabilities, understanding how to get the contracts into Montech. And by developing those relationships is really imperative. Certifications, absolutely. Mr. Grossi, I can tell you that it was important for us to become 8A. However, I agree with my colleague who mentioned this earlier. Starting the 8A program, from the Montech side, allowed us to bring in some subcontracting opportunities through the door first, because there is a 9-year period in the 8A program. So as long as I knew the first 2 years of the program was getting my feet wet within the federal market, then I felt contract capable of running a contract as a prime contractor. So a subcontractor was imperative for my team. It was important for me. As a sub, you're gaining the past performance qualifications. You're learning about the industry. You're learning how to be certified, qualified, experienced in all those areas. And so that was important for us. I agree, like my colleague mentioned earlier, that 9-year window just comes fast. We just celebrated our 10th year last year, and there's been some great penetration across the country. With that being said, we continue to win. Get this. This is interesting. I appreciate the SBA and the 8A program, but most of our recent wins within the past 12, 14 months, I can tell you, have been in the women-owned small business market.
Yes.
So I love that. I love that some pretty excessive, expensive, qualified, highly complex contracts have been set aside for the Women-Owned Small Business Program. So, cheers to all those companies out there that are women-owned small businesses winning at those, because in the last, just to give you a trend, on our last most recent win, which had 12 competitors on the Women-Owned Small Business Program, it was great to be number one. So those are things to certainly keep in mind when it is complex, but don't be discouraged about the federal contracting environment. That's what I do want to stress.
Well, thanks, Monica. it's great to be on a panel with a lot of number ones here. And I'm going to turn to another number one here. Maria, can you help answer that question? And also one other certification we haven't touched on is the Hubzone certification. I wonder if you or anybody else on the panel has some background and anything to share on that. So, Maria.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that question. So, of course, as I tell the people all the time, I mean, the success of an entrepreneur is built upon networking and who you know, and of course, about education and certifications, right? So Nation Waste, I mean, we're fully certified, have certified as you ask. And of course, we have several other certifications, SBE, NWBE, HMBC, and so on. So, I mean, we're very privileged to have all the certifications fully certified, as I said. And of course, we have the clearance to different bureaus for employees as well. And it was the best business practice for us to gain certification and to allow us to perform services for government facilities. As you know, I mentioned, and she was mentioning earlier, I think it was, of course, Shelby, in regards to the DOT, which is DOT, the Texas Department of Transportation, and so on, where, I mean, the national, the aviation services, also, you know, all those clearance that we have and the experience that have we been building upon, you know, utilizing the certification. And one of, I believe Monica mentioned as well, in regards to the, you know, not being able to fulfill the full contract, then you can also, we've been able to be a sub in a you know, contract, or be partial managing different contracts. So we are privileged, and we are very you know, I would say humble in regards to being certified and being able to put those certifications in practice and for the opportunities that we've been given. So thank you for that question.
Well, thank you, Maria. And I'm going to jump to our next question. So turn to Shelby, our friend from the feds. Shelby, can you describe how your office is working to ensure DOT contracts with women small businesses, women-owned small businesses, that is?
Absolutely, would love to. So a number of transactions that we do as part of our strategy, and I would like to add, under this administration, we take equity very serious. And we have been developing our equity plan across all of our procurement, not just words, but making sure that our policies are reviewed for equity application, as well as modernizing our program. So really, when you look at OSIBU and its 11 operating administrations, of course, we do strategic outreach activities with women-owned businesses all across our organization. We require our operating administrations to have an outreach and engagement strategy that also includes equity now. We work with our Federal Deposit Insurance Company, SBA, MBDA, and a number of other federal organizations to ensure that, number one, you all are aware of our procurement opportunities through the bill, but also how to engage in the pathway for women-owned businesses to obtain contracting. In terms of our active stakeholder engagement, we do a number of programs with, for example, WeBank and NABWIC, National Women of Color in Construction, HCAA, and a number of other national organizations to make sure that we are looking specifically for women and women of color to participate in our engagement activities. We also do a number of capacity building trainings through our now newly launched Connections Marketplace. And that platform will allow us to do a couple of things. You know, everybody had to go to a hybrid of being in person and being online. So we wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to have one-on-one sessions with our procurement officers in our operation administrations through the online platform. But we also want to make sure that we bring the prime contractors to the table as well to meet and greet with many of you that are in the audience today. We also have really dug into our policies, as I mentioned earlier, to make sure that we're updating our DBE program through our notice to propose rulemaking, which will be coming out for public comment sometime in 2022. And that deals with the personal net worth. It deals with a number of challenges and issues that many of our DBE, and DBE stands for Disadvantaged Business Enterprise. I apologize for using all these acronyms, but we're working with that as well. One of our proud moments in our policy updates would include the FAA inclusion of women-owned businesses set-aside program within our acquisition management system. So that's a big shout out to FAA for taking that step and being very aggressive towards getting more women-owned businesses engaged in our aviation procurement. And we know that particularly with FAA, that's about 70% of our budget. So we look at where we're spending our dollars in terms of our operating administrations and really calling those operating administrating senior leaders to task on helping us with strategy. So that's really one area that we're very, very proud of. Monica had mentioned before the 8A program. We're working very closely with our procurement team to make sure we have recently received a list of 8A firms who've never received a contract through the 8A program over the last 3 years to circle back with those folks and to see why they're not receiving contracts, why they're not being competitive, or why teams are not being inclusive of them, and how can we use those firms within our procurement as well. And so Brittany Young, our small business specialist for women-owned businesses, is working very closely with our 8A firms, and I fully expect to see all of my colleagues on the line today to call me and get in front of our team so that we can make sure that we are working with you as well. So again, just a number of different transactional policies and activities and engagements, and really working the network of other federal agencies, Jackson, such as SBA, to make sure that we're using any network that's available to DOT to educate, to engage, to inform, but to get more people in terms of our bill engaged. So that's a little snippet of some of the things that we're doing.
Well, awesome. It's great to see the movement. I think the attention to equity paid by the administration, and also I think specifically at Department of Transportation. So this is exciting. Thank you for sharing that. Obviously, our panel has doing work and serving in several different contractors and several different agencies within the federal government. One question we received is, can you describe the different federal agencies you have contracts with and maybe share some of the differences working between the agencies that might be helpful for some women entrepreneurs that might be listening? And maybe we'll go in reverse order. I'll start with Maria.
Well, thank you so much. Great question. And so in my experience, of course, with Nation Waste, we have been privileged to utilize every certification that we have and working with different agencies, of course. And the difference, I believe, in some of the areas, I would say there's not enough RSPs or not enough information, so that could be a disadvantage to an entrepreneur to do this, to go through this process. But we have worked with several, with, as I said, the hub, of course, the different offices and different certifications department. But there's no different. I mean, the difference to me is being able to understand, have this great relationship with every department, because it's all about relationships and knowing what you're doing. And many times, when you establish that relationship, you can easily get all your questions answered. So my recommendation, I mean, with my experience, it's always been, it's not about, the agency is, it's working mutual with who you actually dealing with, because it's not an easy thing to do. Once you learn it and once you establish this relationship and start, doing your network the correct way, there will be no difference between agencies. We have the privilege to have done working with the Texas Department of Transportation, the TDCJ, in addition to federal contracts and so on. And now my goal is to do a more national contracts, and of course continue on and helping other women that's a very important on that network part to share. So I recommend that for those that want the ones that already done this process and gone through the process, it's very, very important to be give back. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Maria. I'll turn to Monica.
Sure. To give our audience an idea of Montech Incorporated, I do want to share with you that we play in a multitude of federal contracting agencies. For an example, Department of Defense, we're highly skilled with the U.S. Army and the United States Air Force, the Air National Guard, as well as the Army National Guard. Department of Interior, that includes USGS, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Bureau of Indian Education, as well as Department of Energy, nationwide National Nuclear Security Administration, Department of Commerce, NOAA. We play in a multitude of agencies. We have active contracts nationwide. What I do want to stress as far as the difference, and going back to your question, Mr. Brossi, is that we tend to be awarded contracts that maintain a base and option years. So many of our contracts have a 5-year life period. Many of our contracts may have a 7-year life period. We rarely come across those that are 1-year efforts. But if we do, I'm not opposed to any of those, but I'm just trying to say that our services are provided on a 5-year effort for the most part within Montech. Going back to the differences from agency to agency, one that hits right, immediately for me and our experiences is if I'm performing for the Department of Transportation or Department of Defense, those are highly sensitive locations and areas and complexities. So I need to have my security clearances in place, not to mention not only the company being cleared at that level, but our personnel as well. So that immediately is different from maybe my performing services like records management or admin for Department of Interior, whereas that clearance might be a public trust position. So those are the type of things immediately, the minute we receive the scope of work from our customers, we start dissecting that proposal, that RFP package to see what are the major requirements and where's the gap. If I don't have it 100%, that is when I'm tapping into Maria as a subcontractor, as a potential sub, or other players that I know I play extremely well with. But the capability gap of your PWS is so important for any federal contractor. That helps me to fulfill the customer's requirements. Okay.
Well, thank you, Monica.
Sure.
And turn over to Nicole.
Yes, I echo what both of the panelists said. For me, Ellison has been very fortunate to work with agencies that are actually national, have a national platform, agencies, both past and present contracts. Shelby, I'll say most recently, we're in our 2nd year with the DOT under the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. So we're very proud of that small business contract, and that is a multi-year contract as well. But we've worked with agencies such as FBI, where our organization did not have to be require clearance, but some of our employees did based on what we were doing on the CMPM side for construction. Also, Department of Education, FDA, which is our largest client, where we hold multiple contracts over there. So we have been very fortunate to, again, work with national agencies that are national that have sent us to multiple states to actually work. So that's been exciting. But again, that came from really building relationships over time and over the years. I would say the biggest thing with the differences, and both, panelists sort of shared on secret versus cleared versus non-cleared environments. There is a difference in working as it relates to that when, you're working with cleared facilities versus non. And then I would say the biggest thing that I'm always telling new entrepreneurs coming into doing business with the world's largest customer is making sure two things: that you know your capability, what you are selling. And when you're starting out, try not to sell too much. I made that mistake early on because I had been in the CMPM industry, but I had to start with one thing in order to launch. And then the most important thing is knowing that customer. What are the products and services that that customer is selling? Definitely engage yourself with the customer and really understand their platform, because while most agencies are aligned the same, where they have directorates and they have OSTABUs, their services are different across the board. And so it's really understanding that agency and what it is they are purchasing by way of products and services, and how you can align your capabilities with that.
Well, thank you, Nicole, for sharing that, and thank you for the panel. Shelby touched a bit earlier on really, I think, the exciting time we are in right now, where there is increased opportunity through a lot of the recovery programs, but there's also increased opportunity and focus on equity, thanks to the Biden and Harris administration. And one of the big ambitious goals that the Biden and Harris administration have announced is that they want to increase the share of federal contracts that go to small businesses by 50% by 2025. And so this is an ambitious goal. I think, again, it's an incredible time to be in the business, and hopefully we're able to bring more folks in and help ultimately serve the American taxpayer and build our economies back. The question we have submitted is, what insights do you all have regarding streamlining the federal contracting process to make it easier for small businesses? And I will open that up to anyone who wants to raise their hand and jump right in.
Well, I'll start.
Okay.
This is Shelby from DOT. A couple things for us is we've increased our SBA small business goal from 30 to 34%. From our continuous overachievement of our goals. Our secretary is very aggressive at having us, as I mentioned earlier, look at every possibility to engage with small businesses in the bill. We are also trying to expedite the certification process through our notice of proposed rulemaking process to make sure that the 50 states are cooperating with the federal government and with their grants that they are receiving from us to make sure that their certification process is going to be as expedited and as streamlined as possible, so that many of your companies that are on today can do business across interstate lines. We're also, in terms of our simplified acquisition threshold, we've increased that to 250,000. So the SAT increase helped us to streamline the procurement process, and we hope to get more people through that mechanism as well.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Shelby. And go to Monica, I think had something to say as well.
Sure. I absolutely agree with what Shelby is saying. As far as streamlining the process of federal contracting, for an example here at the Montech side, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree with this, when there is an opportunity out there, we dissect the RFP, and if I'm hitting the mark 100%, whether it's the acquisition method, whether it's an existing client, or whether it's a core capability, I've streamlined my RFP process. But here's something interesting. Is Shelley hit the mark saying, by setting aside more 8A programs or more 8A contracts, setting aside more women-owned small business contracts, setting aside more Buy Indian set-aside contracts, that alone is expediting the contracting procurement process, at least for us. You know, as small business owners, we have to be extremely smart about our resources and how many opportunities we pursue. So if I'm hitting the mark on every one of those, client, acquisition, core capability, that is 100% from my perspective. So we're pursuing that opportunity 100%. That women-owned small business, that 8A, that Buy Indian, that all of those indicators, those social economic indicators, if I'm hitting those and they're looking beautiful as far as that RFP is concerned, we're playing. We're playing because the government is doing a more increased awareness in streamlining federal contracting now more than ever. I have seen more women-owned small business set-aside requirements out there than I did probably 12, 24 months ago. So I have noticed that. The other thing that I wanted to mention, just from my perspective, and I'm not sure, I'm sure my colleagues also who were in the 8A program or graduated 8A, is the training that is being offered right now more than ever is so wonderful to see out there in our federal environment right now. I can tell you, do not buy this service like Nicole was mentioning earlier. These services are free. I did not buy into SBA services or guidance. I mean, those type of workshops and training programs are free out there in North America. The small business development programs, the PTAC programs, the SCORE programs, even your chambers out there in North America are offering all these workshops and programs. Let's utilize them. That helps you to understand how important it is to streamline and get to a requirement fast.
I would certainly echo what Monica says. I can't agree more, being able to check as many boxes as possible. And the most important thing, and I would probably say before Monica or Maria and I started, some 10 years back, collectively, a lot of this stuff wasn't online. Online platforms were not there where we had to call or we had to show up to the agencies to get this information. Just remember that key thing is it's free. Take the courses, sign up for them, and get the free information to get you started. And connect with the local OSTABUs of the agencies that you're trying to work with.
I agree. I mean, I ditto to everything that you both said, and thank you. And if I may made a comment here, the SBA, of course, and there should be some kind of monitoring or to improve the turnaround time for the certification program. Many times, like you mentioned, it takes a lot of go here, go there, or not enough information. So I believe the certification and both Congress and SBA should work on to ensure parity of those programs and leveraging the same or greater contracted expectations. Authority and penalties also can be applied to the contractors. I see so many things that we need more training, I guess, for the small business owners. There's many recommendations that we have made, and that's what the National Women Business Council do. We make recommendations. And this last year, I have attended to 2 roundtables, and I can just share with you that the pain out there from the small business owners, they come and so we hear to them. But I applaud the administration, and they're trying to the Biden administration and of course Harris to increase this percentage. So therefore, I encourage to see if we can get more results, faster results for certifications out there. So thank you for all that you do as well.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Maria, and the rest of our panel. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap up. So I'd like to ask each one of you all to share some last words, any words of advice you would have to any entrepreneur out there, any woman-owned entrepreneur looking to break into the government contracting space, and words of encouragement for them, and what do you think they can do, and maybe some roadblocks to look out for. So looking at Nicole first.
I'm going to leave them with the 3 C's that I talked about, the 2 C's earlier, but the 3 C's: know your customer, what it is they are buying and selling, know your capability and be able to explain it. And then 3, know your competitor, who can sometimes be your partner.
Thanks, Nicole. I'm learning too. Now over to Monica.
Sure. So, obviously I agree with our colleagues here. But one thing I do want to share with any brand new entrepreneur out there, federal contracting is complex, but absolutely do not be discouraged. As the offer stands, there's many different programs out there, many different offices that can help support the effort and you to understand federal contracting. So don't be discouraged. Let me also mention my colleagues who are online today, from Nicole to Maria, myself, including Shelby. Good people, and you, Mr. Brasi, is that
Jackson,
Jackson, is that good people who play in this environment that we're playing in every day will not close their door on you. If there's a new entrepreneur out there today that says, I would really love to do what Nicole is doing, that's an amazing business. Nicole was the type of person like myself and Maria that would say, absolutely, let's have a cup of coffee. So let's lend a hand to other women-owned entrepreneurs or other people of color who are thinking about entering the federal market. We need to do that. This kind of goes in line, and I'll cap this up. You said you mentioned the streamlining process. Let's answer those sources sought requirements out there in North America right now. Let's answer those, because that will streamline for the contracting officers and the buyers to say, oh my God, I've got great 3 companies out there that do the same line of work. Let's think about these 3 companies. That right there streamlines the process without having to do the entire 30, 45-day acquisition process. That's it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Monica. Appreciate it. Maria.
Okay, well, I don't want to take much time, and I just want to ditto everything said exactly what I would, say, and it's all about, giving the opportunity to others and help others and lift others, to being able to also get certified and compete with these contracts, and not only just be how would I call it, a help of them, but also guidance sometimes, networking, sometimes, many times, like I have the privilege to serve on different levels on the city level, state level, and now national level. And so I have that privilege to answer those calls sometimes because I was there. And so I always remember, never forget where you're coming from. So therefore, let's just all do this to help others. And lastly, I just wanted, thank the administrator Guzman and of course Natalie Cauffield, the assistant of the administrator, and also WBO assistant for this dedication in ensuring more women business owners have equitable access to more contracting opportunities and actual awards which can help them build generational wealth. So thank you for all that you do, and everyone.
Thank you, Maria. And I'd like to hand it over to Shelby.
Okay, great. I would just like to end with saying to all the small businesses, first of all, call my office, send me your capability statement. Even if you sent it before, send it again so that we can get it in front of our procurement officers at each of our operating administrations. You may not have even thought about doing business with a different type of administration, but we have so much work to do through the bill. Look at the bill, study the bill. You can go to the White House landing page and see each state has a number of initiatives that the bill will be addressing. And so you can get a very quick analysis of what type of work your state or your states will be looking to fulfill with bill dollars. I would also add that you need to go to our website, the OSDBU landing page at transportation.gov/OSDBU. On our landing page, we also have a link to SAMS.gov, where you can see all of the upcoming opportunities at the federal level. At the state level, again, please work with your state DOTs, go to their landing pages. But I think Monica said it, and Nicole may have said it in her remarks as well. You have to do your research to find out what your customers are procuring. And in our case, what we are building, right? And so studying the bill and understanding how those dollars are earmarked to address certain infrastructure bill will be very helpful to your companies, and understanding where you need to go within the marketplace to find opportunities and work. Again, call my office, touch us, send us your capability statements so that we know that you're there and we know that you're interested. And thank you so much for this opportunity and platform to reach so many aspiring entrepreneurs and successful women business owners. And we are very serious here at DOT about creating wealth and generational legacy. Thank you, Jackson.
Well, thank you, Shelby. And I want to say thanks to Assistant Administrator Caulfield, Administrator Guzman for making this possible. And I'm really excited about this. It's been the highlight of my day. So thank you, and keep up the great work, and stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Nicole, Monica, and Maria. Your expertise as incredible businesswomen cannot be overstated and has really helped our audience learn what it takes to be successful in the space of government contracting. I also want to thank Shelby, our colleague from the U.S. Department of Transportation, who's a great example of how government agencies are working to contract with women-owned small businesses and ensure that each of you are aware of the opportunities, both current and future, that exist for you to expand your market base. Speaking of expanding your market base, let's talk about what it means to broaden your market. Broaden it overseas, broaden it internationally. Have you ever thought about exporting in e-commerce? Well, today we'll have an amazing panel featuring some great women entrepreneurs who've excelled and exceeded in the space of taking their business across U.S. borders and beyond. We're all aware of the power of technology and the reach that it gives to new customers, but it can be daunting to take that first step, or you may not be sure how to do so successfully. Our next panel consists of small business leaders, entrepreneurs, and my colleague, Gabe Esparza from the SBA Office of International Trade, who will provide some advice for how you, our entrepreneurs, can go about expanding your reach and expanding your market. Gabe, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm excited to be here and hosting this amazing panel, and welcome to everyone who is joining us online today. I'm Gabe Esparza, and like many of you, have led global businesses spanning both large corporations and nimble startups before joining the SBA. The office I now lead, SBA's Office of International Trade, is even more relevant and important for women-owned small businesses recovering from the pandemic, as we provide tools to help you continue to innovate and pivot for growth by increasing international sales. My team at SBA's Office of International Trade can help you access trade information, export finance products, and other grants to enhance your business's ability to compete in the global marketplace. We know in the United States that small businesses that engage in international trade actually grow faster, pay higher wages, and are more resilient, in part because they don't rely on just one market. Additionally, products from the United States are recognized for high quality, and many U.S. small businesses distinguish themselves through telling their stories and inviting their customers to partner in sustainability and social impact. E-commerce and other digital technologies are also bringing down barriers and help more women-owned small businesses to connect to global customers. Many of you are already selling globally or are just clicks away from becoming U.S. exporters selling internationally. You may have begun the process with e-commerce training or counseling at your local women's business center. You may already have your own online shop or list products on an e-commerce platform, or are interested in that next step of finding customers outside the United States. As online sellers, you may already be selling to other countries, and in some instances, many countries, or you may be partnering with a community overseas to create a shared prosperity. Wherever you are in your journey, SBA's Office of International Affairs wants to support you as a partner. You can take the first step forward with us by visiting SBA's Trade Tools website to explore the resources available. Before beginning our conversation, I would like to thank SBA Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman for her vision of empowering women-owned businesses to think globally, as well as Assistant Administrator Natalie Mandera-Cofield, who has been leading the largest expansion of women's business centers in the history of the SBA and suggested this panel. Thank you also to the Office of Women's Business Ownership team for bringing the idea of this panel to fruition. And thank you to our partners, especially those at our women's business centers, who encourage and support women entrepreneurs every day. You are our sheroes. All right. I'd like to begin the discussion by asking each panelist to introduce herself, describe her position and the mission of her respective organization, and how she incorporates her international vision into her business. So let's go in the following order. Bridget, can we start with you?
Sure. Hi, guys. My name is Bridget Antwi. I'm the North America lead on PayPal's small business strategy team.
We're first and foremost internal advocates for our small business customers, and we work cross-functionally with our sales, marketing, product teams to implement both growth strategies for our small business customers. PayPal's mission is to democratize financial services, to make the movement and management of money as simple, secure, and affordable as possible. This includes cross-border commerce as well. With PayPal, you can accept payments in more than 200 markets and in 25 currencies.
Excellent. Thank you, Bridget. Jill, let me turn to you. I know you're not running international business, but reporting on international business. So please introduce yourself.
All right. Thank you so much, Gabe. My name is Jill Malantrino. I'm the global markets reporter for Nasdaq, and we cover everything touching the global capital market space. And of course, e-commerce payments is one of them, especially as we start to learn more about newer technologies such as digital assets, Meta, Web3. We focus a lot on personal finance and entrepreneurship. So this kind of really is a great marriage between all of the different topics that we're covering. And I'm truly honored to be representing Nasdaq on this panel, because when I think of Nasdaq, the first word that comes to mind for me is purpose. Purpose with everything that we do, and that is really exemplified in our diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, which overarches every strategy that we do. At Nasdaq, our purpose is to champion inclusive growth and prosperities, and that's just not internal for our employees. We are the ones that power strong economies, create more equitable opportunities, and contribute to a more sustainable world to help our communities, our clients, of course, our employees, and people of all backgrounds to reach their full potential. In fact, Nasdaq's board diversity rule was approved by the SEC on August 6th of 2021, and it's a disclosure standard designed to encourage a minimum board diversity objective for companies to provide stakeholders with consistent, comparable disclosures concerning a company's current board composition. So it truly is remarkable to see not only do we follow this strategy internally, but we're making a difference globally around the world when it comes to inclusion.
Thanks, Jill. And we applaud you on those board diversity initiatives that Nasdaq is doing. Thank you. Let's get to two of our business owners. Rahama, can we start with you?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me participate in this conversation. My name is Rahama Wright, and I am the founder of Sba Loans, which is a DC-based social impact business that creates pure, non-toxic natural body care products that we ethically source from women-owned shea butter cooperatives in northern Ghana. And so at the core of my business is international development, international trade. And we do this from the start of how we source our products. So we work abroad with our suppliers all the way to how we get our products to our customers. And we do that through retail channels. So we sell through Whole Foods, MGM Resorts, Macy's, and of course our website. And the furthest place we've ever shipped our products was Hong Kong. So I'm really excited to talk about how to develop not only amazing CPG products, but how small business owners can also penetrate the international market. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Thank you. And last but not least, Angie, over to you.
Hi. Okay. I'm so glad to be here. It's a great honor for me. Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Angie Yu from Two Rivers Fisheries. I'm the founder. And the Two River Fisheries is a processor of Asian carp. Asian carp is an invasive species. It's a trash here and cause a lot of problem and endanger our water system. So I found a market in the world. So we turn this trash to treasure. So my company is 10 years. We export millions pounds of Asian carp to 11 countries in the world. So we are so far, excuse me. So far, we are the biggest Asian carp processor and exporter in the country. And our target is just reduce, reuse, redefine Asian carp by industrialize it. So this Asian carp is our assets. We turn this trash to treasure and what we can make it. So far, we have got 9 more investors coming, will join us, set up the industrial line as a food chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. And I can tell you're a good marketer, trash to treasure. I like that. All right. Well, I think this is obviously very inspiring to me and to all of us. And each of you bring different approaches to how you're participating in international trade. But of course, each in your own way making an important impact. The purpose of this panel is to share with the women in our audience how other women are achieving success in international trade, and how e-commerce and digital tools can help women-owned businesses grow more internationally. We invite you as a member of the audience to also place questions in the Q&A box, and we have pulled some of those questions received during registration to answer through this panel, and we'll also work to answer as many questions as possible in the Q&A box. But let me begin both with you, Jill, and Bridget. Based on your experiences and your perspective. You have the incredible opportunity to see how businesses of all sizes are using technology to grow their businesses. You're able to see the trends of how successful women-owned small businesses are growing globally. Can you share some insights on how small businesses, and specifically women-owned small businesses, are successfully building their companies through international strategies? And specifically, where do you see consumer growth and perhaps certain sectors that women-owned small businesses have been having success globally? Perhaps, Jill, we can start with you and then over to Bridget.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that Rahama and Angie were focused on the purpose of their companies. And through the work that I've done, I tend to find that women think more in terms of intrinsic value to their companies. They set out to accomplish something important that they have an emotional connection to. Women do not only care about making money, but purpose and social awareness is just as important as the bottom lines. And I see it on the types of businesses that we get pitched on: maternity, kids, lifestyle, whether it's makeup, hair, clothes, jewelry. One of my favorite segments was actually with Terry Weber. She's the CEO of Biote, has almost 30 years of experience as a CEO in male-dominated industries, including auto parts manufacturing and now biotech. She's now tackling the menopause market, which, by the way, is north of $700 billion globally, to accelerate accessibility and education of hormone optimization to 200 million Americans affected by hormone imbalance. Her company was one of less than 9% of current SPAC merge companies that are led by a female CEO. And while we're discussing small businesses for women, I think it's important to point out that healthcare for women is inserting itself around boardrooms and in the labs. Even if we look at it from dollars and cents, achieving gender parity in business growth could boost global gross domestic product by as much as $2 trillion. That's 2 to 3% of global GDP, according to Citi research that was published a few weeks ago. It could potentially generate between 288 to 433 million jobs, Citi found. And there really is something to be said about building up networks of female entrepreneurs, setting targets for inclusion of women founders, of course, our board proposal, and supporting female employees within the financial services and technology industries. I've also found that women tend to be more methodical and strategic with marketing and how they leverage PR and social media to build the brand, not just the product. And it goes back to that tendency to be more purposeful. I think one silver lining to the pandemic has been increased attention on the disparity of opportunity for women, whether it's in entrepreneurship and small business ownership. And I think if you're a female founder or a female entrepreneur right now, or somebody who has an idea in health tech or women's health technology, there really is a huge opportunity there. There's a lot more focus on the fact that there's not as much money going to female-founded companies. So potentially there's only one way to go, which is up here. But I think when you think of sectors and health tech, women's health is a real bright spot, because part of the problem with accessibility is the infrastructure and women having the ability to access healthcare. So I really think that smart female founders who line up the right teams when it comes to the health part of it, the technology part of it, the marketing part of that, have a really interesting global opportunity here.
Excellent. So perhaps building on that, Bridget, obviously PayPal has an enormous platform and perspective on not only women's small businesses, but all businesses that are transacting, and of course, those that are transacting overseas. So any particular trends that you're seeing from your perspective or sectors that are particularly relevant here?
Yeah, so the good news is that the US is a top country for cross-border purchases. So that signals a great opportunity for many small business owners who want to expand to new markets. Our studies do show that shoppers are looking for, first and foremost, better prices, and then they're looking for items that are not available in their market. So that's something to consider as well as you're developing your expansion strategies. Just as you mentioned, Gabriel, historically we see that businesses that are engaged in cross-border activity have higher growth rates than businesses that are not. And then, on our platform, though women-owned businesses may be less likely to engage in cross-border activity, on our platform, we see that 72% of women-owned businesses are actually exporting. So it's a sign that if you find the right technology partner, that can help you unlock cross-border commerce, right? And then a big trend is buy now, pay later. Must-have opportunity for, must-have payment option if you're looking to expand online as well. It can help you unlock both domestic and international sales.
Yeah, obviously, payments is one of the important enablers and for cross-border transactions. So it's an important piece of the platform. Let's turn to our two business owners, Angie and Rahama. Talk to us about how your online presence has enabled you to connect with customers around your particular product. And what are some digital resources you'd highlight for business owners today as they look for ways to reach and better connect with customers in international markets? Rahama, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, of course. Well, if you don't have a website, I don't think you have a business these days. You absolutely have to have a web presence. And our website is an opportunity for us to not only talk about our products, but also share the mission behind our work and our business. And so it's an opportunity for us to connect with customers who are interested in the products that we're creating, but also want to see how every purchase that they make is benefiting someone in our supply chain. And so for me, it's a combination of, yes, we need to make sure that when people get to our website, they know what we're selling. It's not hard to find the product. It's not hard to get through the checkout process. But also, if they want to spend more time, let's talk about our vision for the world, the fact that we believe that creating the way beauty is made and how products are made is an opportunity to create an equitable future for all, right? And so being able to have our customers connect with that mission is an incredible part of why having our website and having people be able to access our products online is important. Some of the tools that I would recommend is finding the right web platform is really important. When I first started Sba, we were using a WooCommerce platform, and it actually didn't fit with the needs of my small business. And so we pivoted during COVID-19, during the pandemic, we pivoted to a different platform, Shopify. And I couldn't recommend it more simply because it takes away the need for you to have the skill set of being a programmer or developer or understanding, coding. It's essentially a drag and drop feature, and they have so many digital tools, and it's set up as a platform specifically for e-commerce businesses. And so I've seen a jump in my sales simply by just moving to the right platform. And so I 100% recommend that. The other thing that I would say is being able to have accessibility on your website. Is your website only in English? Do you have the ability for people to translate into a different language? Those are all the things that I would ask someone if they're thinking about using their e-commerce as a way to get their products out there. And the last thing I would say is ensuring that you have a really strong digital marketing strategy. And this is something that you don't necessarily have to know digital marketing yourself, but certainly finding a service provider who can help you make sure that when people go online looking for your brand, whether they find you on social, directly on your website, or they type in a keyword on a search engine, put in shea butter, for example. Is Sba coming up? Is your brand coming up? And that to me has been really critical, because if people don't know that you exist and they can't find you, it's really hard to be able to drive those e-commerce sales. And the other thing too is that oftentimes people need to see a brand several times before they make that decision to actually support you with a purchase. And so ensuring that your branding is consistent so that if I go to your website, if I go to your social, there's consistency. I'm seeing a cohesive brand and a cohesive message. So 100% spend a lot of time figuring that stuff out, because if you don't make it easy for customers to find you and support you, it's going to be an uphill battle trying to expand your business.
That's excellent. And I assume this is, it's not just about having an e-commerce engine, but being able to market and digitally get that message out across the world is important. Angie, what about you? Any particular, I assume you have a website, but anything, other digital tools that you're leveraging in your business?
Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, I don't think I have much wisdom to give here. We did not really have a strong online strategy other than building up a website. We are very fortunate to get a lot of free publicities through the news, influencers, and documentaries. So this allowed people to find our business. And, our business is different than the retail. We do the export. We are the raw material supply. So we ship container load, like frozen fish. So we don't use PayPal for settle the payment now. And also, we use mostly traditional shows, and this help us to find the buyers, because we do, our buyers are importers, so we buy volume. But, but the pandemic, we heard badly. Pandemic and the shipping now, especially, we are in the middle of the country. We are around, along Mississippi River. So doing seafood, like we compete with our sea fish. So we are in the middle of the country. We also have inland transportation. So like from my plant to LA to Long Beach, that's 1,800 miles. So our payment is double. So now the gas price, everybody knows now, stop us exporting. We try, in the last 2 years, we try to open a domestic market with value-added products. So now we are successfully develop like fish, cakes, fish, meatballs, and dog treat. So we are going to use digital marketing for our new products in the future.
Well, Angie, since you mentioned it, maybe I can take just a little bit of a left turn for a second. And Jill and Bridget, back to you. Since Angie talked about the impact of COVID and the pandemic, do you see at a macro level or have any thoughts on how that impacted not only exporters, but women-owned small businesses specifically? Jill?
Yeah, there were a number of silver linings to come out of the pandemic. Of course, hindsight being 2020, and we're also very well aware of how the pandemic disproportionately impacted women and other minority bases at the outset of the pandemic. But I think what came out of it was the importance of accessibility and the ability that technology provides. I had a Nasdaq-listed CFO on the show probably the second month this came out. And she's also the executive sponsor for their D&I organization. And she had made the point, Jill, this isn't just to get us through the pandemic. And as we continue to really improve our DEI strategy, the one way to really commit to that is by leveraging technology and not requiring people that have to be in the New York, San Francisco, London, major city areas. So not only are we offering more opportunity in terms of employment, and we all know how competitive the employment picture is, we're also offering diversity of thought, where, there's people on my team I haven't physically met since the pandemic started. And I have to tell you, it's so interesting to get points of view that might not be so city-centric or so HQ-centric. So that really is on the ground level of how the pandemic has helped us leverage those technologies. And I don't foresee that going away. I also think it opens up opportunities for smaller businesses. I think when we talk about the great resignation that's going on right now, how can you blame people who are looking to get out of certain industries and apply those skills to something that gives them more flexibility and more operational leverage?
Bridget, what about you? Any impacts from COVID that you've seen sort of at the macro level across the platform?
Well, yeah, there are definitely lots of silver linings, right? There was an acceleration of adoption of digital commerce tools. as many businesses tried to figure out how to pivot from traditional selling to maybe figuring out ways to sell online. So we saw significant uplift there. And to Jill's point, I think this also is exposing creative ways of commerce, right? It's one of the things that we are seeing, especially with cross-border, is cross-border has been really focused on like physical goods, traditional retail, that's apparel, clothing, shoes, accessories, consumer electronics, but increasingly you're actually seeing more and more professional services being exported, if you will. So that signals a great opportunity for many small businesses thinking about how do I leverage my skill set? If I don't have a traditional physical good to sell cross-border, can I somehow export my services? And which markets are most suitable for my services if I export, whether it's education, arts, legal services, accounting services, how can I, export through cross-border? So we definitely see an acceleration overall with small businesses looking to pivot online.
Yeah, and I think the question is whether that is intentional or accidental. The Administrator Guzman here at the SBA has been smart in describing some of the dynamics relative to COVID as people who have either lost their job because of the pandemic or, Jill, as you referred to, based on the Great Resignation, chosen to take a different path. And for those people that have set up a website and, join an e-commerce engine, and all of a sudden, boom, they get an order from overseas. Hey, they're an exporter. And it might not necessarily be intentional, right? So, Rahama, maybe we can go back to you and say, how intentional or accidental was your getting into sending product overseas? So let's just start there and hear you on that one.
Yeah, I would say it was accidental because I wasn't necessarily targeting a particular market. I didn't have any, international expansion marketing plan. For me, I really wanted to just sell my products, as many products as I could nationally. But then I noticed that we were getting orders from abroad, Australia, South Africa, the UK. And being able to sell your products online removes those boundaries, right? Removes country boundaries, because if anyone can find you and they like your product, they can buy right off of your website. And the great thing is we don't pay for the shipping. They pay for the shipping. And so, if we can put it in a box and put a shipping label on it, we have a business abroad. But I wanted to really quickly talk about the COVID impact, because as Angie said, COVID-19 affected her. It 100% affected me as well, like so many small businesses. Prior to March 2020, the majority of my business was based on in-person. So people would go into a spa and get manicure, pedicure with our products, or massage with our products. I was doing hundreds of demos, in our Whole Foods location. So people would come up and try the products, and then we would convert sales there. Online was a very small part of the business, and COVID certainly forced us to pivot real fast to online. And some of the tools that we've been able to use is being online gives you the ability to talk to your customer, right? So using Facebook Live, using Instagram Live. So one of the things that we started doing was a weekly wellness day. And we would talk to our customers and say, okay, we know we can't see you in person, but here we're going to use this platform as a way to sell you some moisturizers, because we know your skin is dry, using so much, hand sanitizer and washing your hands, 20 million times a day. And so I think for many small businesses, we're learning that we can't grow our businesses if we are not doing something digitally. And, I'm a PayPal customer. So thank you, Bridget. Jill, the Nasdaq Entrepreneurship Program, Milestone Maker, I participated in that. So it takes a village and a community to really support our businesses. And honestly, many businesses of color are micro businesses. We're small businesses. We have less than 10 employees. And so we need that support. And Gabe, when I first started, I used the SBA Score program to start, right? It takes that village and that community.
Excellent. Angie, you started us down this path. So if you have any other comments on how COVID impacted you, or perhaps back to the question of, were you an intentional or an accidental exporter when you got started?
So actually, more than 90% of my products are exported. The pandemic just stopped me almost suddenly. That's 2020 April. So till now, I just ship a very few containers. Mm-hmm. But I got help from SBA, PPP for 2020. This is great help for me. Mm-hmm. So then we try. Still, it's too long, It's almost 2 years. So, but now we have the new products developed, and maybe in 3 months we try to open domestic market with value-added products.
Angie, at least internationally, how do you find your customers? Whether it's a wholesale or middle person versus the end user, how do you find your clients and customers?
Most of my customers we found is from the shows. Shows. Like last week, there's an international seafood show in Boston. So I went to Hong Kong, all over the world. We went to shows, seafood shows, so they can find us.
Got it.
Can I also say really quickly, too, just based on what she just said? First, I think it's amazing and so smart that you're now looking at creating products. So I think that, for the people who are joining this conversation, one part of your business might slow down. You got to think about pivoting and creating other channels of revenue. Never let one part of your business going down convince you that, it's the end. Think fast. Think of other ways to pivot and create other products. So I think that is so smart. And what I was going to say is that in terms of finding international, if you're 100% new to exporting internationally, the U.S. government has so many different programs. Yes, the SBA has programs, but I just came back about a week and a half ago. I was in Dubai as part of a trade show called Trade Winds, which is through the International Trade Administration as part of the Commerce Department. We have the U.S. government paying for foreign commercial officers, and all their role and job is to help U.S. companies export internationally. So for those of you who are just I don't even know where to start, I don't know, the first thing about getting my product internationally, there's so many government programs that can help you through that. And the other program I wanted to also share that I also participated in was through DC Government Small Business Office, which also gets funding from the federal government to help small businesses do site visits as well as research with paying for your trip abroad. So I was able to get a grant, and it's an exporters program. I was able to get a grant. I submitted a proposal. I said what market I was interested in, and they actually paid and covered my expenses for me to travel abroad and meet with potential buyers, meet with potential distributors. So there is a huge wheelhouse of resources that we can tap into as US-based businesses.
I can tell you're a good marketer because now you're doing my job. You're marketing government programs and support. That's excellent. Thank you. Just a couple of notes on some of the supply chain things that came up. Jill, if you could give us your sense based on your reporting, how you've seen the global supply chain challenges impact small businesses and whether that has caused any transition to digital, for example, as we've been talking about, or other impacts that you've seen.
I'm glad that you asked me that because I recently, just this week, had the National Kitchen and Bathroom Association on, and that was exactly what we were talking about, trends, how they've shifted from Q3 to Q4. And while there's a lot of demand, the biggest problems are, of course, the supply chain bottlenecks that we see. Material costs are rising significantly because of said supply chain issues, and of course, the crisis that we're seeing in Ukraine. Russia, Ukraine are major exporters of metals that go into materials such as steel that we need to build homes, or a lot of the metals that go into semiconductor chips and so forth. And then, of course, labor cost. Labor cost is really what's crushing smaller businesses because of a lot of the people that I speak with are within this particular group are with remodeling and construction and so forth. A, they can't get labor, they just can't attract the talent, and B, to be competitive with wages, that's not something that's transitory, even when supply chain issues and inflation tampers a bit. So those really are the concerns that they are grappling with. And those kinds of businesses can't, with today's technology, you can't remodel homes and bathrooms remotely. So there are some businesses that aren't able to leverage this kind of technology. And really it's the input costs and labor costs that they're grappling with. And I saw, everyone on here, we're talking about labor costs shaking their heads. I think until we get clarity, until we see how these interest rate hikes are just starting to be implemented, play out, and how the supply chain eases itself and we get back onto some normal cycle, I think, the next couple of years could potentially be challenging for that reason.
Bridget, anything that you've seen from your angle on supply chain?
It's too early for us. It's very early days in terms of impact on our overall business. So I think it's something that we definitely are monitoring and keeping our eye on and figuring out ways that we can better support small businesses. But it is very early days for us. I would say one thing that is persistent, though, is consumer expectation hasn't changed despite the fact that there are supply chain issues. And so that's something to also consider as you're thinking about expanding, is that there's expectation that you could still fulfill my order in a reasonable time frame that you have to also consider.
Well, of course, that makes a difference on whether you're a product-based company or, as was alluded to earlier, a service-based company or a digital company. It's one thing to click send and your code gets shipped overseas or is hosted in a global cloud versus having to put product on a plane or a ship. That obviously makes a big difference. Rahama, let me actually circle back with you, and I know this is a little bit of circuitous logic from where you were before. When I asked whether you were accidental or intentional exporter, and you said accidental, but once you found that it was actually a lucrative opportunity for you, how did that become more strategic and more intentional, right? Were there either strategies that you deployed or tools that you leveraged, whether PayPal or otherwise, in which you have now a payments platform that takes care of some of the international commerce component? How did that transition from accidental to intentional for you?
Yeah, in terms of intentional, I started looking abroad. And I did that by participating in some of the programs I was able to tap into through U.S. government, as well as participating in international conferences like the Global Entrepreneurship Summit, which placed me in foreign markets and foreign places. And I would give the advice that when you're thinking about expanding abroad, it's more than simply just getting your product to an international place. Some of the questions you should ask yourself is, who is my customer in this market? How am I supporting that customer? Because when you're a small business, you don't have the ability to build global teams, right? So am I going to be working with a broker? Am I going to be working with a distributor? Am I trying to send it to an individual, or am I sending my product to a store? Is it one store or is it a chain of stores? And those are all the questions that you really need to get comfortable answering and getting help figuring out. And so, for example, when I got my products into the Ivory Coast, I worked with a distributor to do that. Because I don't have a team, in some places there may be language barriers. And so going and doing that site visit and going to the various stores and, the salons and spas, et cetera, that is what helped me figure out how to be intentional. And then, of course, starting small. Just being in one store is enough for us right now until we learn what people like, what they don't like, what we need to adjust, to make sure that we're selling something that people are actually looking for. And then having someone local who can field questions. If there are any sort of customer service issues, you have someone who can do that for you. And then in Dubai, I'm actually partnering with an e-commerce site that sells all natural products. That's their whole thing. And so it's not a physical store, but it's an e-commerce site in Dubai where they take on, they bring your products in and then they take on all the effort of getting it to their customer. And so again, someone is going to be there, who speaks Arabic who can explain what our products do. And so those partnerships are really, really critically important because as a small business owner, you can't do it all yourself. And so for those of you who are participating in this, the first step is really learning. It's doing the research, it's figuring out, and I'm all about tapping into free programs. So figuring out what programs exist that can help you at low cost, and the USG has several. And then from there, if you can, do a site visit. If you can, be on the ground, boots on the ground, see for yourself. And then from there, you can make your decisions.
Well, this is actually a very good segue to, and we don't have a lot of time for Q&A from the audience, but one of the questions that I think is a good segue from your comments, Rahma, is, how do you find reliable vendors and partners overseas? As you were pointing out, sometimes you're going sort of direct to the customer or to the store. Sometimes you use a distributor. So maybe, Angie, you can help us. You seem to work a lot through distributors, right? Or B2B businesses. How do you find them? You said trade shows before, but trade shows, I'm assuming, is just one of many places in which you find your customer, whether or not they're a wholesaler, distributor, or the final end user. To share with us a little bit more on how you find your customers.
Oh, okay. Maybe my business is a little bit different. We are a product company, and also the fish, seafood, players all in the market. I'm in seafood business almost 20 years. So I know who are the players. For me, the buyers are all importers. So we don't go, we sell, containers, 20 tons, 40,000 pounds per load.
And you're still a small business?
It was small business, but the quantity.
Yeah.
Because, the fish here, and also this is, different than Rahma, because I like your products. You just pick a box, For me, even one box, 60 pounds, I cannot carry. It's too heavy for me. So anyway, I found my past, buyers mostly from the trade shows, because I'm just dealing with importers and exporters. So I don't, deal with distributors and retailers, because we are raw material. So these fish, we got too many, 40 years not harvested. So we just started 10 years ago. So every day we need to process, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 pounds of fish. So we need big buyers, not small buyers. So how can I know they are a real buyer? Because if they go to the show, they are all big buyers.
Well, I think what you're sharing and underscoring for us is that there's an enormous and broad diversity of businesses that not only are represented here, but I'm assuming in the audience as well, whether it's a direct-to-consumer business, a wholesale business, and whether you're finding customers because you happen to have a good website or because you're going to a trade show. These are all ways in which our small businesses in the United States are conducting their business and exporting and doing overseas trade. Well, we've come somewhat quickly to the end of our time. So let me ask the last question and start, of course, by thanking each of you, Jill, Bridget, Angie, and Rahma, for joining us today and sharing your insights. But I'd love to just hear from all of you any final pieces of advice for members of the audience today who are either currently exporting or considering expanding their business overseas, and either some of the things that they should watch out for, best practices, or other experiences that each of you have had that would allow for the participants today to be successful in their overseas ventures. So let's go back to where we started. Jill, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off with your final thoughts.
Yeah, I think Rahma put it perfectly. So certainly A+ in the marketing there, but of all the tools that are available, and it does require some homework. And, to my point that I made earlier, networking and meeting folks such as Rahma that can help you and guide you along the way. We always look to pay things back in the industry because you were there at one point yourself. I can also tell you from the number of e-commerce guests that come on my show that, and Rahma hit on this in the beginning of the pandemic, by constantly being in front of consumers and providing more immersive experiences and leveling up on the technology as much as you can is really going to be key. For example, we saw what a lot of production companies have put on concerts and even video gamers and sports events, how they really made it an immersive digital experience for the consumer of that event. And I don't think that's something that's going to go away. Same thing with conferences. Yes, we're back on the road. And yes, it's great to be back together again. But to have that digital experience not only makes it more democratized and everyone can access the content, clearly it's a cost saver. But I think we're only going to improve on what we've learned over the past 2 years and to leverage digital as much as you can.
Excellent. Bridget.
Good advice. I would say look for counsel with your technology partners. Lean on them for advice and support, right? They're going to be experts in specific areas and they can help you figure out what's the best strategy for your business. Specifically with PayPal, as you're looking to expand into new markets, PayPal can help you decide what are the local payment options that you should be providing in that market that are most relevant. How do you what's your local currency strategy be for specific markets? We can help you work through all those things. And also, I would say, look for partners that can offer you funding. So PayPal is, we have traditional working capital loans as well as traditional term loans. And as you're looking to expand into new markets, consider, accessing capital as well and look for partners that can kind of offer you this kind of overall all-in-one solution or turnkey solutions.
Well, I appreciate all those points, and I have, prior to my time at the SBA, some experience in payments as well, and I know how confusing it can be for so many exporters. Just what currency? How do I transact? Do I need to have a local bank account? There are so many very basic questions that I know PayPal is important in answering here, so I appreciate those things. You are now complementing, perhaps slightly competing with some of the term loans and export finance tools that we have in the government as well. Obviously, wherever small businesses can find the relevant financing tools, we are happy with that. We want to grow exports overall. So thank you, Bridget. Angie, let's go to you. Last thoughts and counsel and advice for the women and small business owners on this panel.
Okay, for me, because my products is food, so I can only give some suggestions for the food producers and exporters. I think find the right products, find the right market, and the quality is the most important thing. Mm-hmm. So to meet and exceed customers' expectation, that's the very important thing. And keep it, the good service. That's the way for the food supplier, you can stand, you can survive in the market.
Well, customer service is going to be important everywhere, and I think that's particularly relevant, of course, internationally when you're dealing with different cultures and different languages and different norms. Having the best customer service is going to be critical. Thank you, Angie. Rahama, bring us home.
Okay, yes. No, this has been a great conversation. Thank you again for having me. And Bridget kind of said what I was going to say, which is the money part, right? We didn't talk too much about that. But I think growing internationally can feel incredibly intimidating. And it can feel like, oh, how, I'm trying to just manage my business here in the US. How can I do something internationally? And I just want to encourage the folks who are listening to have the confidence that, maybe start small. Don't think about penetrating, 10 countries all at once. Maybe it's just one store in one city or one town if you're running, a CPG business like mine. So so the first one is the confidence part. Just, have the confidence that it's something that it's doable, that it's obtainable. And then, of course, finding and tapping into as many resources as you possibly can. Make sure you understand the insurance requirements. Make sure you understand labeling requirements. Make sure you are looked at, spoken with someone around trademark and understanding international trademark. There's so many different things that you have to consider, but there are resources out here that can help you. And as you mentioned, Gabe, the SBA has several. There's Exim Bank also has several. The International Trade Administration has several. And the last thing I will say too is just know that you're not alone in this journey. And there are so many things that can, so many people and resources that can help you achieve it.
Thank you. All right. Well, you've all shared enormously important insights with us today in the audience. And I would also like to suggest again that our audience visit SBA's Trade Tools website for more information and resources through the SBA to help you get started or to continue your journey as an exporter. I would also encourage you to join the Exporting Q&A on March 30th, where Sarah Bonner, a senior international trade specialist on my team, will be answering any questions you might have. Let me simply end. Jill, Bridget, Angie, and Rahama, thank you again for participating in today's conversation and for helping to empower other women entrepreneurs. It's been a pleasure learning from you today through our conversation. Best of luck to all of you. Thank you again.
Well, we are at the last panel of the day, the changing landscape for the entertainment industry. So we all know movies and TV are probably a daily component of all of our lives. They help us unwind at the end of the day and reflect on important moments in culture and in our communities. And SBA has provided valuable resources to support the entertainment industry through our Shuttered Venues Operator Grant Program. And we look forward to being able to continue to do more to support creative entrepreneurs. Our next panel is going to highlight the changing nature of the entertainment industry, especially post-COVID. They'll provide some great advice for any of our creators that are interested in distributing their art or to the broader audience of creative entrepreneurs. I'm now going to turn it over to Allison Brower. Allison, thank you for joining us.
Hello, and welcome to the Changing Landscape for the Entertainment Industry. I'm Allison Brower. I'm the LA Bureau Chief of Insider and Business Insider. And working out of Los Angeles, I've seen incredible change in the entertainment industry in the last few years. All kinds of technological disruption, as well as social justice movements affecting creators and audiences, and the emergence of a major creator economy that has really democratized access to content and distribution for a lot of different types of artists. So we're going to get into all those issues today. First, I'd like to introduce our panelists. Jamila Daniel, Chief Diversity Officer and Senior Vice President of Human Resources at STARS, and Lane Eskridge, President of POV Entertainment. Welcome, ladies. Thank you for being here. I'd like each of you to describe your role and some of your brief perspective on these questions, as well as how women in particular are represented in your company or in your programs. Jamila, I'll start with you.
Thanks, Allison. It's a pleasure to be here. So in my role as Chief Diversity Officer and SVP of HR at STARS, I'm really responsible for developing, executing, and optimizing all of our initiatives and efforts to create a more inclusive, diverse, and equitable workplace. And that takes many forms. We like to think of the work kind of in 4 pillars: people, procurement, philanthropy, and partnership, as well as content. Of course, we are a company involved with storytelling, and that's what we do. Our commitment, our vision really, and our mission is to take the lead in the industry by amplifying and creating platforms for women and underrepresented audiences. And so through that mission, we hope to inspire the rest of the industry and also create change, right? We know that what we see on television or on the screen really impacts how people view reality. And so we have a special place, I think, within the culture to really impact change.
Hi, I'm Lane. Thank you so much for having me. So at POV, we're a full service production, TV and film company. And our goal is to tell classic narratives with different perspectives. We amplify voices of color and women and tell stories about women and people of color's experiences. We have an overall deal with Endeavor Content, which is one of a huge studio in Hollywood. And we sell content to all the streaming services and cable companies, global companies. That's basically what we do. Yeah.
And you've had your company for 3 years?
2 years, actually. Yeah.
Congratulations on having your own platform. So the goal of our panel today is to talk about the impact of all the things I mentioned up front, and the big thing I didn't mention, of course, which is the COVID pandemic, and how those have affected the entertainment industry, how creatives, especially women, are finding new ways to produce and distribute their art. I want to thank the Small Business Administration's Office of Women's Business Ownership and the Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center for hosting this summit. And I want to say for the audience, you can chat with other audience members in the chat box, and we will go from there. So, Jamila and Lane, how did the pandemic shift how you interact with your internal teams? And in addition, I do know that the people watching today want to know how creators can communicate with you and get their work in front of you and get their ideas in front of you. I'm going to start with you, Lane.
Sure. The pandemic completely changed how we do business. I think still for the better, though. My company is actually bi-coastal at this point. We have colleagues in New York, Delaware, and Los Angeles, and sometimes in Massachusetts. And we are still able to connect and be all together virtually. I think also we've done a writer's room online virtually, which was something really new. Usually writers congregate together in one room to write a season of television. And we did a whole room online, which, I think it took more planning, but it actually worked out super well. And I think we've been more efficient with our time. With work from home, we've realized that we don't have to put in as many active hours like in front of a desk. And so I think it's given people work-life balance. There's not much to do because it's COVID, but I think COVID has really made us be more productive with our time. But I think the big change was doing a lot of things virtually, like the writer's room. Yeah.
It definitely focuses the mind, as they say. And I like that you said sometimes Massachusetts, this is our new work life. We're in New York, LA, Singapore, and sometimes Mexico City, people are making that work. And companies I know are responding to that with a lot more flexibility as well.
Yeah.
So, Jamila, what about you? You have a much larger organization. How has it been working for you?
Yeah, I think when the pandemic first happened, I think we had to look internally, how do we create a sense of community and connectivity still, even though we switched to this virtual world where, like Lane, we found that we're, much more productive in certain aspects. I think a lot of things were lost as well, right? When we meet virtually all the time, it becomes very tactical. So we really tried to be intentional and focus as well on wellness and mental health for our employees. And so I think the teams and leadership tried to get creative and flexible around how do we create that sense of community and shared purpose while still addressing, the very real kind of threat of the pandemic. So I think, just trying to think differently, trying to address the needs of the employees, and looking at them as whole beings and that we are working during a pandemic was a shift for us. And I think we've continued to try to improve on those concepts and be intentional even as we started to come back to the office.
What are some of the maybe the surprises that you encountered? I'm sure your employees were communicating back to you as well about these changes and these initiatives, and how did what they had to say sort of inflect as you moved along through these shifts?
Yeah, I think we always try to, listen to our employees, understand, their thoughts, their ideas and perceptions, and take those into account. We had continued to have quarterly business reviews where employees are able to connect with senior leadership, with Jeff Hirsch, our CEO, and ask those tough questions sometimes. And we try not to shy away from those. And at times we got it right, at times we didn't. I think, the key, which I think most of us has learned, is flexibility, right? And one size fits all approach doesn't necessarily work. And so empowering leaders to make those decisions for their teams to get, to move the business forward and get the best results that we can.
Yeah. Lane, did you have any sort of feedback from your teams that maybe affected you along the way or changed a path you were taking?
We're a much smaller organization. We're 5 people. And we have 2 series, which, has hundreds of people on each of those shows, but just at POV, it's 5 of us. So there's a lot of conversations that are happening, though, between us about how to optimize our time. We've even tried to not have any outside meetings on Fridays so that we could actually meet internally and be really deliberate about the kind of what we're doing next week. And I actually think it's productive. And it also gives us an opportunity to really focus on the material and read and talk to each other. So it's much different than what Jamila is discussing, but we are, I think, definitely shifting how we do things on the creative side because of the pandemic, for sure. Yeah.
It's different, but the principles are the same of just really having very direct and open communication, even more so, I think, than in the workplace before. So I want to talk about the broader industry, this boom in the creator economy. Artists, musicians, creators have more technology, more ability to reach consumers than ever before. There are more platforms, Patreon, Substack. We just published a story about a new one yesterday on Insider called Zest World, another comic publishing outlet. I mean, these are proliferating all the time, and these are helping artists build their own recurring revenue. So are networks of access changing as a result? Access to platforms like yours and the kinds of relationships that you have? And there's a lot of questions, so I might come back to some of them. How are gender and race impacting access to those networks? And I'm happy for either of you to take the wheel on this one. But I'll start with Jamila.
I'll go. I think, technology can be a great equalizer, right? And access to information. And I think within the creative space, you have the ability now, because Hollywood is so relational based, right? It's all about relationships. And a lot of times which we know historically has created barriers to entry and success. And so I think where we have platforms that do equalize in some respects, where you get some visibility, you can actually build your own following and have this buzz, and and people actually come looking for you versus previously where, who do you know? How do I get in the room? Of course, I'm not on the programming side or the content side in my role, but I do think about technology in terms of how we look at talent acquisition and finding those great, future employees and using different technology platforms to really broaden our candidate pool and build those pipelines and build relationships. And so when I think about technology from that perspective, I do see a lot of advancement just in recent years. And even just, being able to conduct an interview virtually now is the norm, right? And that definitely has created a lot of opportunity for others. And I think also when we think about working in the office and virtual world, we know that many women and people of color feel that they experience less microaggressions when we're able to work remotely. And so how do we balance the benefits of technology, but also some of those pitfalls that we talked about a little bit earlier?
Lane, I'm assuming, I'm guessing that part of the reason you built POV was to change some of the channels of access. So what's your perspective on this?
Yeah. Was the question in relation to the pandemic or just where we are now?
Just kind of the proliferation of new platforms and creators, the sort of democratization of content and artist expression generally. Mm-hmm. But has that affected as well kind of some of the access channels to traditional legacy media opportunities as well?
I think so. I think there are a lot of buyers now, far more than there were 5 years ago, and certainly 10 years ago. So I think that's super exciting because you have more options, and more, ways to reach like a core galvanizing, excited audience about programming. So I think that's super interesting. But if I'm honest, I still think that we could go further to have more ways to, have a pipeline of new voices. Like, I think even if you have a social media presence, you could have hundreds of thousands of followers, you could have 1 million followers. It's still kind of a bumpy transition, and there's still some sort of incubation, I think, and like steps to actually get to a place where programming executives can actually support and amplify and advocate for those stories, because a lot of it still comes down to who the agencies and representatives are managing, because we can't really take unsolicited material still. Right. I have a lot more freedom in terms of being a producer, but I then kind of also have to be a full 360 service. And that if I like a voice that I've found online, I then have to, if they're not represented, I actually have to take that step to get them represented, which, I understand why, but I still think as many opportunities as there are to reach an audience directly, to like work within the studio system of Hollywood, I still think there's many challenges, and that structure really hasn't changed as much as you would think, Yeah.
And just to explain for the audience, there are still gatekeepers. I think there's a lot more pipelines than there used to be. We still want more, but it's definitely a big change in the last 10 years since I've been working in this arena. No question. And then what Lane's referring to is there are some kind of legal and IP rights obstacles to, me just, having Lane stay on the Zoom afterwards and say, I've got a screenplay for you. So there are still those obstacles, some of which are just, systemic in a cultural way, and some of which are systemic in a kind of practical and logistical way. But there are lots of smart people in Hollywood looking for ways to break through them, and including you guys. So, I like to hear that you are sometimes seeing talent that you reach out and try to cultivate. So do you look at TikTok and places like that and see who's out there making noise?
I do. There's actually this animator that I found on IG that I thought was amazing, and reached out to him. And he actually was on the path to getting representation. And we set a Zoom, and I kind of talked him through the pluses and minuses of each place that he had been introduced to, and introduced him to a few more. And he actually went with the rep that I suggested, because they kind of have a track record in animation, and they rep a lot of animators. And I think he actually is on track to like get something made. He's really talented. So yes, like I check, you know what I mean? If I like something, if I see something, I have the freedom now in my job. I used to be a buyer. I used to be on the network side, but I have the freedom now to chase it, which is great. Yeah.
Jamila, do you find that some of the people in your company, I know it's different from your role, but are you hearing from the creative leaders at your company that they're looking in these spaces as well for talent and creating that kind of access where they can?
I have not heard that as much. Again, I think to Lane's point and yours, Allison, there are still those logistical kind of restrictions in place. So I haven't heard that, but I know on our end, we are looking to cultivate new talent. We partner, for example, with various organizations to do, writer incubators or women directors and things like that. So we are trying to work to build those new pipelines of talent by partnering with different organizations and really, really speaking to our commitment to amplify women's voices and people of color voices. And I think, our programming really shows that we are true to that. Just a quick stat, and I'm going to read from my notes just because I think it's just amazing. Behind the camera, we talk about in front of them, behind the camera representation matters. And at Stars, 54% of women, our showrunners are women. And of those 45%, or not of those, but also 45% of our showrunners are people of color. So with the stat alone on people of color, it's over 100% better than what the industry average is. So I think we are a model that shows, new talent with that development, with, helping them along the way and learning the process really can be successful and lucrative as well.
I was going to say, Stars, you guys really are ahead of everybody and really practice what you preach. They reached out to me. I've never worked at Stars. I've never sold a show at Stars. And they reached out to me to be a judge and mentor for the Women in Film collaboration that they did with the Directors Program. And so that was about a month-long process of watching emerging directors, their material, and then interviewing them for a slot in the program. And it's great. And I was really impressed, especially because sometimes those, you just not being a part of the organization, having such a window in and seeing the commitment to creating a pipeline of women directors was really fantastic. I was like, yes, I will participate. I will. Yeah, it was good. So
I'm going to leave you both with a bigger question, which is, in light of all these new pipelines, new voices, hopefully more and more every day, I think we are seeing that. But what is the sort of the new role of entertainment in your view in the culture, and what's exciting you about what's been happening, and where do you see kind of new ideas and new businesses that might be able to thrive in this changing space? I'm going to start with you again, Jamila.
So, what's exciting me in this space? Yeah, I think, like I said, I think our role as in entertainment, the role of entertainment, I should say, within the larger society, I think is, it's art, right? And art comes in many forms and it's very subjective, but I do think we are situated in a unique space to really transform thoughts and minds, and to inspire. And so I think as much as we do that, we're doing the right thing. I'm super excited. I'd say I have an eclectic media consumption habit. And so I watch things from all over the world and different genres. And so I'm super excited to see interesting and authentic stories about different walks of life that maybe I'm not privy to, but I can still relate and it resonates. And I think that's one of the things I love about working at Stars. I've been watching Shining Vale, which is one of our new shows with Courtney Cox. And it's an interesting take on kind of a writer, and I don't want to say midlife crisis, but somewhat, but from a horror genre. And so just to see the creativity of how different ways to tell maybe the same story. And so that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to echo what Jamila was saying, I'm excited about global storytelling. I was at Netflix for a while, and just like Squid Games is exciting to me, that it is, a Korean format or a Korean show, and it's like huge, just the numbers of people that are watching and talking about Squid Game everywhere. And I'm excited about shows like that, there's not this Western gaze on them, and yet and still, everyone is paying attention. Everyone is watching. I really, really like that. And I want more of that. I don't think everything has to come from the United States. And so I'm excited about global platforms. I'm excited about, platforms like Stars that are, expanding to other countries. Like that, I think is really exciting. I love the idea that everybody gets access to programming at one time. I think that's so cool. And it just makes, it just makes us all feel connected. And I think that's what TV is supposed to do, that's what entertainment's supposed to do. So I get excited about stuff like that. I'm excited for the new season of Top Boy. That was one of my shows when I was at Netflix. And I love how that tiny UK show punches above its weight in such a major way. And, watching, the rappers and the NBA stars promote it. I just think that's so cool. I'm excited about shows like Pachinko that were like amazing books that are now going to be global stories. Like, I'm excited when something's not just happening here, but it's like happening everywhere. Those are the things that get me the most excited. Yeah.
I feel like this is one of the sort of counterintuitive aspects of the pandemic. As much as we were sort of stuck at home, it really opened, we were also on our couches a lot. And this is when a lot of global programming really took off, because this is unfortunately something the whole world was also experiencing, was these challenges of the pandemic. So a lot of sort of double-edged situations. I think another big change in entertainment is there's a lot of consolidation. And I think, for Wall Street and sometimes for companies and sometimes for employees, that can be great. But I'm glad to know also that there's also still a lot of entrepreneurial voices, entering the space and helping other people enter the space, and, creative power that still is relevant even as sort of corporate power grows in entertainment. So, I want to thank you both so much for joining us today for this panel. We could probably go on for quite a while longer about these topics, but I am looking forward to seeing the work that both of you put out with your respective organizations. Thank you, Jamila. Thank you, Lane. Thank you as well to Assistant Administrator Natalie Cofield of the Small Business Administration for her leadership on this summit. And here's to more great entertainment and great storytelling going forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Allison, Lane, Jamila, thank you so much for your contribution and insight. The entertainment industry can be hard to break into, but we were excited about what we just heard from you about how content creators and creative entrepreneurs are finding new ways to develop and distribute their art. We are also excited that a more diverse array of creators are having their work seen, and that is so critical to ensure that all Americans are represented. I'm now honored to welcome Penny Pennington to the summit. Penny is the managing partner of Edward Jones and an incredible businesswoman shattering glass ceilings. Penny and my colleague, Janice Fowler, the counselor for racial equity at the U.S. Department of Treasury, are going to discuss how women can navigate their careers and bring their best selves to work each and every day. I will now ask Janice to come on screen to introduce Penny Pennington.
Well, thank you all so much. It's so great to be here for the SBA's inaugural Women's Business Summit. My name is Janice Bowdler, and I am the Counselor for Racial Equity at the Treasury Department. And it is really my great honor to be here with Penny Pennington. Hopefully you all have had a chance to read her really amazing bio. I'm not going to embarrass her by reading all of her accolades, but I definitely want to mention Penny and recognize the historic nature of your career, 6th ever managing partner at Edward Jones, and the first woman in the role, which was also a first for the industry. This is really incredible, and I know that there's so much wisdom that you have to share with me and so many of the women and those that are supporting women-owned businesses that are joining us here today. Perhaps you could actually kick it off by telling us a little bit more about your path and the journey to where you are today.
I'd be happy to, Janice. It's great to be here with you and everybody watching. I just consider myself one example of the amazing power of women and women in business, women following our purpose and our passion to make a difference. I've been a business person for about 35 years now. I started my career in corporate banking, and in that career, I was helping businesses thrive now through the capital markets and the financing that they needed. But one of the things that I loved about that role was just getting to know so many businesses and what drove them, their history, and what their futures might be. I did, though, at that time recognize that there was just something missing about my career and my business life. That was the moment that I found Edward Jones about 22 years ago. And I was a financial advisor with Edward Jones from 2000 to 2006. So I was growing my practice. I think of myself as something of an entrepreneur because of that experience. So some of what drives you and makes you tick, I really have a simpatico with that. And at that time, I was helping families and businesses connect with what was important to them and help them achieve things in the long term by putting away their resources, by thinking not just about tomorrow, but about the next year and 5 years and 10 years. And in some cases, as I help people prepare for retirement for 30 or 40 years in the future. What I'm really describing there was the opportunity that I had to build trust with people, to find out what made them tick, to build my practice. And something that I have a simpatico with you about that I hope will resonate with you is one of the reasons that I loved doing what I was doing as a financial advisor was I felt like it mattered that it was me who showed up there every day with my gifts, my purpose, my passion, that building trust with families and with business owners was about being completely who I was, being really authentic so that I could help them discover what was authentic and genuine about what they wanted to do in the future. It was during that time that I really thought a lot about the difference between surviving and thriving. I had a health challenge during that time, and the kind of health challenge that I had, people would often say, just survive through this. So I decided at that time that surviving through that really seemed like too low of a bar. And I decided that maybe thriving was the choice that I ought to make. And during that health challenge, for lots of different reasons, that was the choice that I decided to make, that I needed to make, based on what I wanted to promise my family, and frankly, what I wanted to promise myself and my practice and my own future. There were really three pieces of advice that began to coalesce for me during that period of time. And I got to tell you, these three pieces of advice, or these three things that I continue to live by today, continue to get reaffirmed for me all the time. And I also have to be very honest with you. I have to remind myself of these three things all the time. So here's the first thing that I constantly get affirmed about. There is nothing like expounding on your purpose and your passion, the reason for your business, the reason that you do what you do, and do it, proclaim it loudly, like never, ever be embarrassed about approaching somebody at the grocery store or approaching perhaps someone that you'd like to be doing business with, you'd like to be serving, and explaining to them, literally and figuratively, why you do what you do. You cannot shut me up about what Edward Jones does. Edward Jones serves 7 million clients today. Our addressable market is 41 million families in North America. We have $1.8 trillion of assets under care. We are in nearly every community in North America. We have a client in every county but one in the United States. And we have more that we can do for more people. I hope you hear the enthusiasm in my voice. You can't shut me up about that. So I advise you, I provoke you to expound loud and proud about what you do and why you do it. You do it with purpose and passion, so bring that to the story. The second piece of advice is never, ever, ever disqualify yourself. Now, there's lots of research out there, as well as my own experience, that tells me I got to remind myself of this. I have supporters in my life, including my husband. There's kind of a funny story about a moment in time that I did actively disqualify myself. I thought I was doing just the thing that I ought to do as a rational business person. And I said it out loud to a group of my supporters that I was disqualifying myself from a particular role. I went home that night, told my husband about it. And what he said to me was, I don't know what you're going to do about this, but you better fix it. Because you actively disqualified yourself, Penny, from some place that you can have deep influence, that you can make a difference, that you're passionate about. This is what you've been telling me about your whole career at Edward Jones. Go back and fix this. And I did, and actively requalified myself for that role based on my purpose, my passion, and a set of guiding principles for what that new role was. So never, ever, ever disqualify yourself. And then the third thing is never, ever say no. Now you're going to say, Penny, that's part of my problem. I never say no. My calendar is too full. I don't have time for the things that I might need to make some time for, like maybe taking care of myself. So here's the caveat to never, ever, ever say no. Never, ever say no to things that terrify you. Now, I know I'm talking to entrepreneurs, to business owners, to founders of business. You probably do something that terrifies you every single day. So I'm kind of singing to the choir here. But I think as business owners, as purpose-driven people, we really have to actively think about that every day. We know that where most of our growth comes is when we're leaning into things that are new to us, that certainly are mission and purpose-driven with our business and who we are. But we have to actively be expanding our comfort zone every single day. Those are the three pieces of advice that I learned over time about surviving and thriving. And as I said, actively leaning into that, reminding myself and living those three pieces of advice out every day. I thought I would tell you just a touch more about what we do at Edward Jones. So as I said, we are in every community. We serve individual investors and we serve business owners. We have about 210,000 small business owners as clients, $75 billion of assets under care of those businesses and business owners. And what we're doing in serving them and serving you is finding out what matters to you about the endurance of your business, about how you're taking care of your employees, because much of what we do has to do with the financial fitness of yourself and those you employ. So business retirement plans are a way that you extend a type of mentorship, the way that you extend your purpose and your passion and magnetize people who are part of your firm, who are living into what your competitive advantage is, what your view is of what you can do in the marketplace. And we help you extend that into your business, into your family, and with your employees. And so where I'll end then before Janice, we take some Q&A, is really talking for a moment about purpose and the power of purpose as people and in particular as business owners. During the pandemic, what I call the triple pandemic, our firm, which is 100 years old, I'm touching this little pen on my lapel, we celebrated our 100th anniversary on January 29th. And we've always been a very purpose-driven, purposeful business. But we really took a moment to state our purpose explicitly. There's a lot about purpose and about mission that can be very implied. And that's important. You live it in the DNA of you as a business owner and in your business. But there's some power in being explicit about it. So we did that. We made an explicit statement that our purpose is to partner for positive impact, to make a meaningful difference in the lives of our clients and our colleagues, and together better our communities and society. And we really focus on 3 domains within that purpose. We partner for financial strength for all of those stakeholders. We believe in promoting healthier futures because when we're healthy, body, mind, spirit, soul, we're more able to thrive. And then finally, we believe in advancing inclusive growth. We believe firmly that people have the opportunity, the right to thrive no matter where they begin. We lean into that purpose statement, into those 3 domains of purpose in everything that we do. In our purpose, in our culture, in our leadership, in our strategy, and in our business decisions. And so I'll end here, Janice, because I think we might get a little further into purpose as we talk through some questions.
Absolutely, Penny. It was probably good that I was off camera there for a moment because I think I was like visually jumping up and down when I heard you talk about some of this. It really resonates with my own story where I recently made the jump from corporate America into government for the first time. And before that, my background was entirely in the nonprofit sector. So I haven't done public service, but the transition came at a time where I was really asking myself, is this the right move for me? I have a young daughter. My husband's work was really taking off. I knew this job, which is completely aligned with my purpose. I knew who I would be in this job. And I wasn't sure that I could afford that time away from my family or what sacrifices it was going to make. And I almost disqualified myself until my husband looked at me and said, "Are you serious? This is the job you've worked for your entire life. What are you doing?" And I turned it around and I haven't looked back. It's an amazing role. And I'm so proud to serve my country in this way. So I just want to thank you for that advice. It resonates with me quite a bit. And I'm sure it resonates with the thousands of women who are listening. And that's actually where I'd like to start with our questions. You are you're first in your role, and something tells me that this is not the first time that you've been a first, and probably not the first time that you've been an only. I've also had the experience of being a first and an only around the table. And that is likely the case for a lot of the women who are watching this conversation. Maybe the first to run a business in their family, maybe, the only woman in their industry or doing this thing in their city or their town. You just laid out some really great advice, but I wonder if you can, for all those women out there who are really knocking on that glass ceiling, kind of speak to the experience specifically that women have, and maybe anything else from your own experience that would support them in their journey.
I'd love to. And Janice, as I start answering that great question, I just want to say thank you for making the decision that you have made. When private citizens make this decision to be part of policy making and forward progress into new and uncharted territories, and your agency partnering with business to do that, I just want to thank you. Thank you for making that personal commitment, and thank you for what you're doing for our nation and its citizens. So that first and only thing, right? Janice, we probably both heard this phrase, if I can see it, I can be it. Mm-hmm. And I understand that phrase. I understand where it comes from. But sometimes we really need to be the first, mm-hmm. and maybe the first and only. If I had said about the role that I'm in today, and I was for a minute the first and the only, and then that minute passed, and I was so glad because now there are others around the table in these CEO jobs for financial services companies and for wealth management companies. But if I had said at that time, several years ago, well, I got to see her first, mm-hmm. before I could set my sights on that kind of ambition, yes, but that kind of contribution, I wouldn't be here today. Yeah. And so I'm inviting you to look instead at rather just the demographic, but instead at the special gifts and skills that you admire and that you want to see more of in the world. Because I bet that there is somebody in one of those places, in one of those roles, that doesn't make you the first and only, but invites and provokes you into leaning into a place where your gifts are not yet there, and they should be. So that connects with that doing something that terrifies you every single day. And then the thing that I will connect with that is, Janice, you mentioned your partner. I have a tremendous partner in my life, my husband, and all of us, I think, have somebody who's supporting us, who's saying, "You go, girl," or "You go," right? Lean into that kind of support. They know and respect why you should be there doing that thing. Listen to them. Don't disqualify their qualification of you. Listen to why they believe your purpose and your passion needs to be at the table.
Absolutely. I found surrounding myself with those supporters, with those cheerleaders, and by extension, getting to be that person in other people's lives and supporting and cheering them on, right, is really incredible. So I think that's another great piece of advice. I'd love to talk a little bit about maybe how you're sort of manifesting some of this at Edward Jones. I know you have a deep commitment to make sure that the door stays open behind you, to think about how you're bringing women and people of color along in the organization. That's something that I'm certainly thinking about in my agency. I'd love to know how you're doing this.
Yes. That's such a rich place of conversation. As I said, we've been around for 100 years, and what we do is to help clients, colleagues, and communities connect with what's important to them and manifest that in their lives for the future. And so, at so many levels, what we do is naturally about unleashing human potential. So we talk to our clients about what's important to them and their families. What could they see as optionality for themselves in the future? We have 50,000 Edward Jones colleagues, and we're constantly thinking about how do we help people thrive? How do we help people recognize Edward Jones as a place to connect their own purpose and passion to the purpose and passion of what Edward Jones does and what we do, frankly, at vast scale. And then we are in thousands of communities. So what matters in communities matters to us. It's part of our strategy to unleash the health of communities and help them thrive. And as I said, we've been doing this for 100 years. And so on one hand, Janice, what we do to include more people is part of our DNA. It's what we've always done. But sitting right next to that is the fact that this has become more necessary, more acute. It has galvanized leadership to ensure that we are advancing inclusive growth, that we're helping more people thrive, especially including those who aren't exactly sure how to get there, that we are there for them. And so we do it associated with our purpose. It's part of our culture. We have made very explicit what our culture is, who we are, what we do when we are at our very best. We lead, we help other people thrive. We make good decisions. We create a place of belonging where people know that their special gifts and purpose and passion belong here. We are continuous learners. We employ a growth mindset. And all of this is in service to growing our impact. So I just illuminated 5 very specific things that we have defined as our culture. And so what gets obviously connected to that is, how do we help people thrive? How do we create a place of belonging? We have stated very explicit representation goals for women and people of color across leadership in our organization and as in the complement of our financial advisors. We have almost 20,000 financial advisors. About 20% of them are women, about 9% are people of color. And we have representation goals through 2025 where we want to see that number grow healthier and higher. So all of those things come together to be part of our culture and our leadership, also part of the strategic decisions that we make about how we do our business and how we bring together talented people to ensure the growth of impact of our organization.
Oh, I could really talk about this for a long time. I mean, I think we've heard this another phrase a lot. Culture eats strategy, right? And I think it's exciting and I think energizing to hear how explicit you're being. I mean, my passion, my purpose, I get up out of bed every day thinking about how we advance racial equity, how we make sure that this economy is such that everybody has a chance to reach their full potential and to live more financially secure. I think about that, all the time. And unless we're explicit about who the economy doesn't work for, communities that have been historically left behind, or in this case, business leaders, right? Wanting to empower women and people of color and women of color to be business owners, then it's hard to manifest that. You have to be explicit about these goals. And I find that your work there really exciting, as well as stating goals. I really commend you for doing that because what gets measured gets done. And so it's really exciting and inspiring. I want to pick up on another thread, and I meant to say at the top that we collected questions in advance from those that registered. So I am weaving those into some of our Q&A here, but I hope that folks who are listening, that you engage with one another. This is such a rich conversation. You can enter questions into the chat and start building a community amongst those who are listening in and get advice and thoughts from the amazing supporters who are listening to this conversation. But Penny, coming back, so you were talking about the way that leadership and culture really manifests itself in your organization. And I know a big part of trying to do this and bring more women, more people of color into spaces where they might be firsts or onlys. You kind of hinted at this earlier, but mentorship and sponsorship plays such a big role in that. Sometimes that's in our organizations. Again, sometimes those are people outside of our organizations that are cheerleading, pushing us, I'll use your word, provoking us. But I'd love to hear two things. One is maybe how you're doing that at Edward Jones for your employees, for your leaders, but maybe also a little bit about who have been mentors and sponsors in your life.
Sure. Yeah. I think the way to think about this is inside out your organization and outside in. Mm-hmm. So what I mean by the inside out is you've got to start with you. What drives you, your purpose, your passion. As I said, proclaim it loudly and be explicit about it. So you are business owners. I lead a business, a large business, and I lead it in concert with 50,000 people and their purpose and their passions. What we find is being explicit about purpose, culture, leadership, and then our strategies, our business strategies that advance all of that is what we are able to have a rich conversation around inside our company. And so I'm going to provoke you to have a rich conversation inside your company on these explicit statements coming from you and what you're trying to accomplish, the growth of impact that you want to make on the world about purpose, culture, leadership, and then your strategies. Mm-hmm. That's a little bit about the inside out. Now think about the outside in. Janice, one of the richest parts of what I do is getting to talk to other purpose-driven leaders about how they're employing purpose, culture, leadership, and strategy into what they're trying to achieve in the world. It raises my lid. We call this blowing the lid off of our own leadership. It raises the lid on my ambition for what we're trying to accomplish as a company and helps me bring back tremendous ideas as well as new kinds of partnerships to help unleash people and our own strategy. That I'm going to call that mentorship. You know, there are a lot of different ways to think about mentorship. Often we gravitate to the really personal, and I've got some of that. Janice, I'm about to be engaged in a really in-depth coaching experience. It's going to last 6 months. It's going to be very, very in-depth, and the reason that I'm doing it is to renew and reinvent myself. I try to do that every 3 years, and I find that that mentorship and inviting others in, outside in, inviting others into what I'm trying to accomplish as a professional and the way that I'm trying to lead is the way to get a really great conversation started. And then very specifically for all of you, there are so many ways to connect to other business leaders. I remember as a financial advisor in Livonia, Michigan, there were so many different ways to connect then, and that was before these sort of Zoom-enabled, technology-enabled communions that we can have together. We did it analog in Livonia with all kinds of different business groups, with Rotary, with Chambers of Commerce, and now we're able to do that on a much more regional and national scale.
Penny, we have just a few moments left. I understand that there is a word that you have for 2022 that is maybe guiding or inspiring you. Can you share with us what that word is and what it means to you?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. 2 years ago, our Chief Human Resources Officer invited our senior leadership team to assert a word. Now, my word for this year is assertive, but to assert a word that would characterize their year of leadership impact. And I got to tell you, this idea of one word is so powerful. I find myself, and I have for the past couple of years that we've done this, leaning into that word and thinking every day, how can I be? Last year it was clarity. How could I be more clear? And I got more clear last year. And this year, my word is assertive. And what we've done, Janice, is we've invited every member of our company to choose a word for the year. It's been so exciting to see this unleash people's enthusiasm and excitement. My word this year is assertive. Now, assertive is manifesting not in being assertive about telling people what to do. That is not my leadership style. I don't believe that it characterizes contemporary leadership. Instead, it's actually being assertive about our firm's right and responsibility to live into this very explicit purpose that we've stated and innovate and grow our impact around that. Really, to take bigger leaps forward, to be assertive about that in the way that I lead. So I would invite everybody on the call today, on the screen, determine a word that's going to manifest the rest of your year and think about living into that word, thriving in that word in 2022.
Well, my mind is racing. I will think of my word. It's still the first quarter, so there's a lot of time this year for us to all name our word and to lean into it. Penny, I want to thank you so much. I'm leaving this conversation inspired. I was furiously jotting notes for myself that I want to take into my leadership and my personal and professional journey. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to take a moment and thank Assistant Administrator Natalie Cofield for putting us together, for her vision, leading the Women Business Centers. And as you're talking about, what it takes for us to be successful in this space, that purpose and that passion. I know anybody who's met Natalie knows that is how she operates 100% of the time. To our viewers online, I want to remind you that you can still sign up for Ask an Expert. And on behalf of myself, the administration, I'm sure Penny too, I want to thank you for what you do every day, waking up, growing your businesses. I know what it takes to just get up and propel yourself forward. I want to thank you for what you're doing. And I want to thank all of you on this webinar who are supporting these women business owners, part of that broad ecosystem. So thank you for what you're doing every day. And I will pass it back. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, Penny and Janice, for educating all of us on the work and purpose of Edward Jones, and Penny, for you, for sharing your passion for supporting families and small business owners, your experience in leadership and shattering the glass ceiling, and about your word of the year, assertive, and how we all can integrate that philosophy into the way in which we approach business and approach our life. Well, if you've joined us for the entire day, it's been incredible. We've heard opening remarks from the Vice President of the United States of America. We've heard from the 27th Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration and the highest-ranking Latina in the Biden-Harris administration, Isabella Guzman, and all that she is doing to champion small businesses and women entrepreneurs across the country. And then we've heard from notable leaders throughout the U.S. Small Business Administration and women entrepreneurs from across the country. This couldn't have been more timely, more impactful, and more inspirational. And I want to say thank you on behalf of the entire team for the Office of Women's Business Ownership, for both those who have joined us and those who have served as leaders and speakers in today's program. We invite you to join us again tomorrow for Ask an Expert sections and to hear more firesides and expert advice from resource providers, SBA leaders, and from our very own Administrator Guzman and Secretary of the Interior, Deb Holland. Please make sure you stay connected to all that the U.S. Small Business Administration has to offer by visiting us online at sba.gov.